someone who may be thinking about doing something like this, please give us a call as well so we can prevent it. The best way to respond to crime is to prevent it in the first place.
Will this for sure be federally charged?
I cannot answer that question, whether it will be for sure federally charged.
Are you aware of any additional threats at this time?
No, I'm not aware of any additional threats.
Has the FBI or any federal agency gotten any heightened sense or any heightened alerts as far as being on the lookout for organizations that may do stuff based on the Supreme Court decision?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay.
Chief, given what you know and what you've seen so far, how difficult is this going to be to solve?
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I mean, we solve cases, based on forensic evidence, digital evidence, and most importantly, through the cooperation of our community. And we have a great community here in Madison, so I do anticipate that we will be able to solve it. We want to take our time and make sure that we do it correctly.
As for the ATF, the Molotov cocktail that was used, or actually both Molotov cocktail, how dangerous is that as far as igniting the entire building? Is it pretty...
We won't comment on that. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, so just a very brief update.
Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Robert Payne, R-O-B-E-R-T.
They're just giving their names for all the media personnel who have also come out to listen. Again, police at this time don't say they have anyone in custody. They're still working on gathering more evidence as well as trying to figure out exactly what was used to create that Molotov cocktail, and said some of the evidence they need to go over is digital evidence. I know that in many cases when it comes to arson, they're going to take a look at what is around the area, who has security cameras set up, and could also help us take a look at just possibly something that could lead them to the suspect, whether it be a vehicle in the area or maybe just a very good description of what that person possibly was wearing that evening. But just want to reiterate what we do know at this time for all of our viewers here with us. There was, again, on Sunday, an investigation that started into this arson case as a headquarters of a Madison group that opposes abortions had this fire start. So police do say they haven't arrested anyone. This fire again happening just yesterday, and last week was when that draft opinion had went out. U.S. Supreme Court says they are possibly on that course to overturn Roe v. Wade, a decision that has really sparked protests across the country, including multiple ones, not only in Washington, D.C., but also said to have sparked a lot in Madison, Wisconsin. So police do say there was a fire that was set inside of this office building and a Molotov cocktail thrown in to the building. That did fail to ignite, but the message on the outside, right there, we keep seeing it pop up on our screen. If abortions aren't safe, then neither are you. That was what was spray painted on the exterior. So after those flames were seen coming out of the office, then it led to this investigation. Thankfully, no one was hurt during this incident. And again, right now, they are still trying to investigate who could be behind this, hoping that they can find that suspect or suspects if there's multiple people ahead of possibly any other incidents happening. And when we did have our both Democratic governor as well as other leaders in Wisconsin hear about this incident, they did say that this violence is not a way to solve the issues that we are facing in our country. So there was a lot of politicians from both sides, both party sides, who were condemning the vandalism. So thank you again for listening into that very latest update. What we're going to do is send our viewers off to a 2-minute break, continue to keep you updated with top stories happening across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Want to just show you a live picture of the White House. We are waiting to go inside of the Oval Office. President Biden going to be signing the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022. That will be happening here in just a few moments. Also wanted to show you, since we were just listening into Wisconsin officials talking about that arson case that they are now investigating after a Molotov cocktail was thrown into a pro-life group's headquarters building just yesterday on Sunday. We do still have a live picture coming to us from Washington, D.C. You can see we have that fencing up now around the Supreme Court. That went up just last week after there had been a number of protests. They've been happening not just in D.C. but also nationwide after that leaked draft had come out saying that Supreme Court looks like they are going to be overturning Roe v. Wade. So this again is just one of those live pictures we have. If we do see any of those groups and members out here protesting, that can be something we can always go in and out of, or even have up in another box just to keep an eye on during other news content that we get to. But it does look like we do have President Biden. He is ready to sign that act. Let's go ahead, listen into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
There you go. Well, welcome, folks. Today I'm joined by Senator Cardin, Ben Cardin, Lisa Slotkin, and Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, who I was just talking to her about still having family back in Ukraine. God love you. I'm about to sign a bill that these folks are responsible, and of course the Vice President. I'm signing a bill that provides another important tool in our efforts to support the government of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in their fight to defend their country and their democracy against Putin's brutal war. And it is brutal. I want to thank members of Congress here for getting this passed and everyone who supported the bill. And the bill demonstrates the support for Ukraine is pivotal at this moment. Every day Ukrainians pay with their lives and they fight along the atrocities that the Russians are engaging in are just beyond the pale. And the cost of the fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is even more costly. That's why we're staying in this. Yesterday we celebrated VE Day, Victory in Europe Day, marking the end of a transition of the devastation after the consequence of World War II and Allied nations' defeat of the scourge of fascism in Europe. And today, Europe is honoring another important day, an anniversary. On May 9th, 1950, just years after the end of World War II, Europe began to work to strengthen the bonds of unity among the nations, particularly economic unity and the shared economic prosperity. The idea ultimately grew into what is now 27-nation European Union, an economic powerhouse and a global force for peace and close partners on all the issues we face. And it really has, I've said from the very beginning, it's something that is good for everyone. It brings these countries together in ways that when they cooperate closely economically, they also cooperate in other ways. And you're seeing it in their support for Ukraine. And with Putin's war once more bringing wanton destruction into Europe and to reaffirm the enduring commitment to the future grounded in democracy, human rights, and peaceful resolution of disagreements, I'm now going to sign this bill. And again, I thank the colleagues for standing behind me, and because it really matters. It matters. There you go. Done. Thank you.
Well, you can hear the media being ushered out despite their attempts to try to get a couple more questions in with President Biden. But we did at least get to go inside of the Oval Office. Seems like we are never in there. We're always like this morning out in the Rose Garden, or President Biden is on the road. So great that we could bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Still got quite a few different shots coming to us from Capitol Hill. As we mentioned, outside of Supreme Court, we are still seeing that fencing that is up. I haven't seen very many demonstrators or people out here today. This is now more than, it seems like, a few days after we've had that draft leak. So if we do see changes to this picture, we can always pop it up. We also do have a picture outside of Capitol Hill, where right now we do have Mitch McConnell speaking on the floor. Let's just go ahead, pop in live and listen into what he's saying from the Senate floor.
Juror, witness, or court officer at locations, listen to this, that include a judge's residence. Last year, Attorney General Garland's Justice Department was quick to treat the concerned parents of America like potential domestic terrorists. But curiously, I haven't heard any announcement about how the DOJ may handle these intimidation tactics aimed directly at federal judges. Washington Democrats have gone out of their way to fuel the hysterical, potentially dangerous climate. The president's statement about the unprecedented leak didn't condone it. His press secretary has repeatedly appeared to endorse rallies at judges' private family residence, as long as they don't turn into outright violence. The senior senator from Massachusetts stood on the Supreme Court steps and shouted, quote, "We're going to fight back." Democrats are renewing their calls to break the Senate in order to pack the court. They want to destroy two institutions for the price of one. One liberal Georgetown law professor helpfully summarized their mission as follows. He explained this past weekend that the key moral difference between this pressure campaign and the January 6th riot is that in this case, quote, now listen to this, the mob is right. So what has generated this reckless outrage? What is the Armageddon over which Democrats want to break the Senate, pack the court, and condone potentially illegal rallies outside judges' family homes? Here's the case in question. Whether the state of Mississippi can enact an abortion law that would still be more liberal than laws in Germany, France, and Switzerland. This is the case that's driving these hysterics. The possibility that abortion laws might begin to move away from China and North Korea and closer to Germany, France, and Switzerland. That's what prompted the calls to destroy our institutions. Nonprofit in Wisconsin got a Molotov cocktail through its window, and activists call for disruptions of Sunday worship. Today's Democratic Party is profoundly out of step with the American people on this issue. Their extreme position ignores modern science and public opinion. Leader Schutter wants the Senate to vote again on a Democratic bill that would effectively legalize abortion on demand through all 9 months. Their bill is written to protect abortionists rather than mothers. It would roll back health regulations. It would attack America's conscience rights and religious freedoms. It would overturn modest and overwhelmingly popular safeguards like waiting periods, informed consent laws, and possibly even parental notification. And it's written that so in practice, it would allow effective abortion until birth. Democrats' extreme position is radical on a global scale and wildly unpopular with the American people. Only 34% of Americans believe abortion should be legal in all or most cases into the second trimester. That drops to 19% in the third trimester. But that is what Democrats' bill would allow in practice. Every Senate Democrat but 2 and every House Democrat except a handful have put their name on this as co-sponsors. That means 97% of Washington Democrats support a position that only 19% of Americans actually want. So I'll say that again. 97% of Democrats in Congress are co-sponsors of an outcome that has 19% public support. And notwithstanding inflation, energy insecurity, open borders, a violent crime wave, and a war in Europe, Democrats want to spend this week explaining their extremism. Some Democrats even want to try again to break the Senate in order to ram this through. I've clearly stated I will never support smashing the legislative filibuster on this issue or any other. Yet Democrats want to wreck our institutions over their fringe position that Americans do not share. I can understand why my colleagues want to distract from their governing record. Their policies have created a living nightmare for working families. But Democrats' extreme and unpopular position on abortion is not going to bail them out. It just gives Americans yet another reminder that the radicals are running the show. I suggest you have no quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Watching live now from Fox News, we heard Senator Mitch McConnell wrap up there on the floor. You're taking a look here at the Dow, big time drop once again here as the markets continue its slide there. Inflation fears continue to worsen there, and Americans' 401ks starting to slip there as well. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to the White House briefing from the very beginning.
A few minutes ago, you heard the president talk about Victory in Europe Day, which the world commemorated this weekend as a celebration of the end of World War II and a victory for the United States and the Allied forces over the scourge of fascism and aggression in the defense of freedom and democracy. While President Putin and the Russian people celebrated Victory Day today, we are seeing Russian forces commit war crimes and atrocities in Ukraine as they engage in a brutal war that is causing so much suffering and needless destruction. This day is supposed to be about celebrating peace and unity in Europe and the defeat of Nazis in World War II. That is what is celebrated every year in Russia as well. And instead, Putin is perverting history, changing history to try to, or attempting to change it, I should say, to justify his unprovoked and unjustified war, which has brought catastrophic loss of life and immense human suffering. We're continuing to do what we can to provide support for Ukraine at this pivotal moment, flowing security, economic, and humanitarian assistance. Today, the President signed the Lend-Lease Act into law, which adds to our suite of tools as we provide Ukraine with the weapons and equipment they need. Yesterday, as you all know, the First Lady visited Ukraine in a historic visit to meet with the First Lady of Ukraine. She did that purposefully on Mother's Day to be there and recognize the sacrifices of so many mothers during this time in Ukraine, and send an important message of solidarity. And our chargé on the ground led a group of diplomats temporarily returning to Kyiv to demonstrate our unity with the people of Ukraine on Victory in Europe Day as they fight to defend their freedom and their democracy. President Biden also spoke with our G7 partners yesterday and President Zelensky about our collective response to President Putin's brutal war, and we announced a new round of actions to ratchet up the pain on Putin. This includes banning U.S. services that help Russian elites and companies build wealth and evade sanctions, additional restrictions on a broad range of inputs and products like bulldozers and industrial engines that Putin needs for his military, and sanctions on big executives at Russia's largest banks and Russian military officials. The United States also sanctioned the top 3 most watched TV stations in Russia that bolster Putin's war by spreading his propaganda. And for the first time ever, the G7 agreed as a whole to ban or phase out Russian oil. We will keep building on our unprecedented sanctions that are enacting a heavy toll on Russia's economy, with GDP expected to collapse by double digits. Our export controls with more than 30 other countries have throttled Russia's access to critical technology it needs to maintain its military. With that, why don't you kick it off?
Thank you. We have the Prime Minister of Italy News coming on Tuesday, and there's some pressures on the European bond market. I'm wondering, does the Biden administration believe that the European economy is facing a recession solely because of the effects of Putin's war, or are there other factors at work?
Well, we've seen the impact of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine here in the United States. We've seen in our own economy how inflation and inflationary data over the last several weeks or even months has been impacted a great deal by energy prices, and a great deal of that is because of President Putin's invasion. I don't have an assessment from here on the European economy other than to say we know, if we look at the past several months, even before the invasion, that the GDP here and our economic growth here was higher than the rest of the world, including Europe, because of the strength of the steps the president took earlier last year. So, they will have a range of topics to discuss, including ongoing efforts to hold President Putin and the Russian leadership to account, to continue to put in place crippling sanctions, to continue to support Ukrainians as they bravely fight this war against the Russians. And they will, of course, also discuss our close cooperation on promoting economic prosperity, increasing Europe's energy security, and combating climate change, all topics that we expect to be part of the preparations and on the agenda for the G7.
I'll do one more on another topic. You suggested that peacefully protesting outside the homes of judges and Supreme Court justices is part of freedom of expression and part of what we do in the United States. But there's a law in Virginia that actually prohibits protest outside private residence, even when it's done peacefully. So I'm wondering if any sort of demonstrations outside of private homes might run afoul of that law and other laws like it in other parts of the country?
We're certainly not suggesting anyone break any laws. I would note that the president's view has long been, and I tweeted this earlier this morning and repeated and made a number of these comments last week as well, that violence, threats, and intimidation have no place in political discourse. Yes, we are a country that promotes democracy, and we certainly allow for peaceful protest in a range of places in the country. None of it should violate the law. No one is suggesting that. And it should never resort to violence, to threats, to intimidation in any way, shape, or form. But that is what our position is and the president's position is. Go ahead.
Thank you. On abortion, Republican leader Mitch McConnell has said that a national ban on abortion could be possible, depending on the votes. Without court intervention, just how at risk does the administration believe the U.S. is to completely outlaw abortion?
I think we're at serious risk. You noted Mitch McConnell and other Republicans in Congress are talking about a national ban on a woman's right to choose. There were a number, I think it was something, I can get the exact number here, but dozens and dozens of Republicans in Congress signed on to the Mississippi court case and advocating for severe restrictions on a woman's right to choose and a woman's right to make choices about her own body. And we've seen in other places in the country. Just yesterday, the governor of Mississippi said directly whether that. Just yesterday, the government said directly whether they wouldn't say whether they would directly go after the right to use contraception, meaning that's another area where, so as the president has said over the course of the last nearly week, his concern is about, yes, a woman's right to make choices about her own health care, about what this final opinion could be. It's also about what choices could be made that go beyond that. I'd also note that Louisiana legislators advanced a bill to classify abortion as homicide, which would allow women who terminate their pregnancies to be charged with murder and potentially criminalize in vitro fertilization and forms of birth control. So in some ways, yes, you're seeing an outcry by the nearly 2/3 of the public, many of them peacefully protesting, who are concerned about what this opinion will say. But you're also seeing a number of Republicans in states and some in Congress double down on this potential to overturn a law that has been the law of the land for 50 years.
You mentioned that the Mississippi governor and his comments on the possibility of banning certain types of contraception. Is the administration planning to take steps to try and preemptively safeguard access to contraception?
Well, I would say there's a range of considerations that are underway, both by our counsel's office, by the Department of Justice, led by the Gender Policy Council, to take every step we can to protect women's fundamental rights and protect rights beyond that. I would note that, and the president talked about this a little bit last week, but when we're talking about Roe has been the precedent for a number of other laws passed by the Supreme Court that impacts people's fundamental lives, their basic rights, their freedoms, their privacy, and their protections, including, if you look back, Griswold versus Connecticut, Eisenstadt versus Baird, which ensured the right to use contraception was protected. That is law now, but we are clear-eyed about this being a precedent for that and what could come next. Obergefell versus Hodges, which protects the right to marry. Lawrence versus Texas, which stops government from preventing sexual relationships between consenting adults. For 50 years, Roe has been the basis for a number of these decisions that have impacted and changed people's lives, in our view, for the better.
You mentioned again, I mean, obviously you're discussing next steps here. You've said before that you're not going to detail what's sort of on the table, especially until the final ruling comes down. But why not? I mean, especially when states have trigger laws, sort of why not communicate at least what the options are to try and get ahead of some of this, give women some assurances, as we see, obviously growing concern across the country?
Sure, Mary. Well, what I've talked about a little bit in here in the past, which people can look to as a model for what we're trying to do, is what we've done in response to SB 8 in Texas, right? We created the Dire Need Grant Awards to provide funding to expand access to emergency contraception and family planning services. In addition, you also saw the Department of Justice and the Attorney General release a statement in response to Texas SB 8 that reaffirmed their commitment to using existing federal law to protect the safety of patients seeking access to reproductive health services. The Department of Health and Human Services has also been implementing a three-pronged department-wide response to protect patients and providers. We've also talked in here a great deal about the fact that we know that 26 states have indicated their plans on a different varying levels, I should say, of overturning women's fundamental rights. 13 have trigger laws, and what we're looking at, and some states have also taken steps. Connecticut, California are two of them. Others are also examples to protect women's rights. What we're looking at here is nearly half the country potentially not having, allowing women to have access to choices about their own bodies and their health care that has been the law of the land for 50 years. So, and we know who that will impact, because 75% of people seeking abortions make less than 200% of the poverty level. We know the majority of people seeking abortions are women of color. So we're taking into account all of that as we look at options. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on all that, Mary asked what I would for the most part, but
look at that collegiality at play.
When are we going to hear from the president on this issue? We've heard from just about every other Democrat. You've clearly come prepared with all the details today. Do we have to wait until the court ruling is official, or might he speak out beforehand?
I would say he spoke multiple times last week, and I expect you'll continue to hear him speak about this issue.
He spoke on the tarmac, it was noisy.
Does that not count?
There's going to be something slightly more prepared and thoughtful to try to, make use of the presidential bully pulpit the way he can. When he wants to, he can draw attention to issues.
You're right, and what I was pointing to, Ed, is that obviously this was in his mind and front and center for him last week, because he spoke multiple times to this, unprompted in some cases, some prompted by questions, of course, and I expect he will continue to do that. What I don't expect he will do is speak to an opinion that is not yet final, that has not yet been released, but certainly speaking to the protection of women's fundamental rights, of their rights to make decisions about their own health care, and certainly his concern, which he's talked about for decades, about privacy and privacy protections, which he said last week was the basis of his leading the fight against the board nomination. So I expect you'll continue to hear him talk about that, and hopefully there will be more opportunities for you all to ask good questions.
Two other, if I could real quick. Tomorrow he's giving a speech on inflation.
Yeah.
Wondering if you can give us some sense of what more he'll get into.
Sure. Well, I would note that as we announced and previewed a little bit, the president will be speaking to his plan, his continued plan to continue the fight to address inflation in the coming months. There's a lot of work that has been done to date on this front, whether it was the steps he's taken to address energy crisis, the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, additional steps he's taken on that front, or whether it was steps he's taken even in recent weeks to fix the family glitch, to help more people have access to health care, or steps he announced in the last couple of weeks to make E15 available to thousands of people at gas stations across the country. But what you will also hear him talk about tomorrow is the contrast, and the contrast that his plan and the plans he has been implementing for months now draws with those on the other side of the aisle who have not put forward any plan to lower costs for the American people. So it will be his opportunity to lay that all out together.
And there is growing concern about a persistent supply issue with infant baby formula.
Yeah.
There's about a 40% shortage right now. Major retailers having to limit how much people can buy, especially acute in places like Texas and Tennessee, Missouri, Iowa. This is partly an FDA issue, but it could be a Biden administration issue. I'm just wondering if you guys are planning on taking any steps to help remedy that.
Well, let me first say, as you know, but the FDA issued a recall to ensure that they are meeting their obligation to protect the health of Americans, including babies, who, of course, were receiving or taking this formula, and ensure safe products are available. That's their job. Ensuring the availability of these products is also a priority for the FDA, and they're working around the clock to address any possible shortage. Okay, that is like hearing your voice on the answering machine, which I know that's a very outdated reference, but we've all been there. So what the FDA is doing, which while they are independent, they are part of the administration, is taking a number of steps to address. That includes working with major infant formula manufacturers to ensure they're increasing production, because part of this issue is, of course, making sure there's stock on the shelves, right? And working with the industry right now to optimize their supply lines, product sizes to increase capacity, and prioritizing product lines that are of greatest needs. Because obviously, as someone who my child has long been out of formula, fortunately, but it's close enough that I remember remember when you're trying to go to the store and get the specific kind of formula for your age child or whatever their needs are. So they are taking steps with that in mind. They're also exercising flexibility and expediting review of notifications of manufacturing changes that will help increase supply, particularly in the case of specialized formula. So that applies to that as well for medical needs. And they're also trying to streamline import entry review processes for already notified infant formula products coming from notified foreign facilities. So what they're trying to do in the shorthand of it is increase supply by working with a range of manufacturers and what their capacity is to ensure that the kinds of formula that was recalled is where they're able to help ensure it's on the shelves.
Something that's kept in a national stockpile, you know?
I don't believe there's a national stockpile of baby formula, but the FDA is not just their responsibility in their view to ensure that we're meeting our obligations to protect Americans. It is also their obligation to take steps to ensure supply can be met when they take these steps. So that is what they're very focused on.
What's an answering machine? If you can.
Since you're 25, I'll explain it to you after the briefing.
Could you just give some general reaction to Putin's speech this morning?
Sure, I tried to do it a bit at the top, but what I will say is that what we saw President Putin do is give a version of revisionist history that took the form of disinformation that we have seen too commonly as the Russian playbook. Now, what is fortunate is that we are all aware. Reporters around the world are aware. Europeans are aware. Americans are aware of the disinformation factory that President Putin and the Kremlin seem to be. But the suggestion that this war that was prompted by, directed by President Putin, was prompted by Western aggression or Western plans is patently false and absurd. And otherwise, I would say, our view is that we should remember, and this is why I did this at the top, what this day is actually about, which is something that we have all celebrated, which is the defeat of Nazis after World War II, something that Russians have celebrated in the streets for many years.
Question on a totally unrelated topic. Biden has blamed large meat packers for the run-up in meat prices.
Yeah.
And today, Tyson's Foods had another record or very good earnings out that showed its average prices for beef had climbed nearly 25% compared to the same quarter last year. I wondered if you all have any reaction to that. Is this the sort of price gouging that the administration is seeking to stop?
I don't have any reaction directly to one company's earnings, but what the president's concern is, and what Secretary Vilsack, who's been here a number of times, is concerned about, is that the meat industry, the conglomerates are so small, not small, they're very large, but they're so dominant that they are elbowing out, of course, smaller producers, and that they have this capacity and ability to jack up prices and pass those on to consumers when they should not. But I don't have any direct reaction to one company's reports. I am not aware of this issue and our concern being addressed, though. So it's an ongoing concern. Go ahead.
Just a little bit more on the Victories Day speech. Given that he didn't really point to specific victories and he also didn't signal, some kind of upcoming massive escalation or some pathway to ending the war, I'm just wondering if there were any takeaways for U.S. officials specifically related to the trajectory of the war from that speech?
I would say what we're watching closely is what we're seeing on the ground. And what we're seeing on the ground is right now, a great deal of the war, as you all know, and my colleagues at the Department of Defense have briefed on this, even as recently as this morning, has obviously moved more to the east, and that terrain is very different. The Donbass is a lot more flat. It's little small villages. It's very different from what we were seeing in Kyiv. That is a terrain that the Ukrainians know well. And what we look at as we look to the totality of the country, and if we go back to mid-February when President Putin was giving speeches basically declaring he was going to subsume Ukraine, take over the country, the territorial integrity of the country, and go beyond that, that is exactly not what's happening today. President Putin and the Russians are not marching through Kyiv. They are struggling to fight in other parts of the country, and the Ukrainians are bravely and courageously fighting every day. So we look at what's happening on the ground. though it is important to note and to call out the revisionist history that we saw in this speech, and the fact that any such statements that we've seen for months from President Putin, that the war was prompted by the West, is just patently false and inaccurate, and we can't state that too often.
On the First Lady's trip to Ukraine, is there anything more you can share? You've talked a little bit about why she wanted to choose Mother's Day to travel into Ukraine. In terms of sort of the security concerns, which you've talked about a lot, how were you all able to get to a point where you could feel confident, the president could feel confident that she would be totally safe?
I'm not going to get into behind-the-scenes security concerns or considerations. Obviously, she would not have gone if we did not feel comfortable with the security arrangements. I will note that she went there, as you said, because she wanted to go on Mother's Day, because she thought it was important to show the Ukrainian people that the war has to stop, that the war has been brutal, and that the people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine. That's why she went yesterday, and to show that the hearts of the American people are with the mothers of Ukraine. She also, of course, she's been back now, and she's had an opportunity to speak with the president, and has conveyed, she said this publicly, directly to him, what she saw on the ground, the need to support the people of Ukraine. She saw the horrors and the brutality that the people she met had experienced, and that was something she conveyed directly to him. But in terms of security, obviously we have a range of security considerations we make, and I'm not going to get into detail those from here, though.
Just have a quick COVID question. Sure. The warning about the 100 million potential COVID infections by the fall and winter if new COVID funding isn't approved. Dr. Jha has said that this is based on a range of internal and external models. Could the White House point us to which specific models were used to get to that number?
There are a range of, as he said, internal and external models. Well within that range is that number. The point he was making is that we know what we need to do. We have put out an entire playbook to address the pandemic, to help a preparedness plan, to ensure Americans are protected and that we stay on the front foot in our fight against COVID. If we do not take action, we also know that we know that the virus is going to continue to evolve. And without us staying vigilant and prepared, like not having access to life-saving vaccines, testing, therapeutics, it has the ability to upend our lives. So he is a doctor himself, as you know, a very experienced one. He talks to a range of experts internally and externally. There's a range of models that are out there, and this is well within that range. And the point he was making is about the impact if we do not act, if Congress does not act.
Would the White House be able to make
public?
public?
Can we spread out the questions a little bit? Can you yield to your colleagues, please?
I would be happy to, but I think it would be polite if you let MJ finish her question.
Several.
Go ahead.
Could the White House make public the range of models so that we're able to see how we got to that 100 million?
I'm happy to see if there's more specific data we can make available, but what I can assure you of is that Dr. Jha is a very experienced public health expert. He talks to a range of officials internally and externally. That's what he's basing it on. Let me go to the back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
この度、日本に来ることに対して多くの方が感謝しています。That means many in Japan are welcoming the upcoming visit. And two quick questions. One, Japan has a population of 130 million, but only 39,000 deaths from the virus. I'm wondering if the administration is aware of that, and maybe some best practices can be studied while we're there. And second, will there be a reaffirmation of the security treaty, especially about the Senkaku Islands? And then I have one quick follow-up.
Sure. Well, what I can tell you is that we will certainly be doing a formal preview of the Asia trip, probably early next week, I would expect, before the president departs. While he is there, as you know, he's going to be holding bilateral meetings, including with his counterpart from Japan, and certainly discussing the ongoing COVID pandemic and the global fight to address the pandemic will be on the agenda, and we're grateful for Japan's contribution to that. They're also going to discuss a range of security issues, enhanced economic ties, climate change. There are a lot of topics that are on the agenda for this meeting, and of course, in light of North Korea's continued destabilizing actions in the region, including the test launch recently of multiple intercontinental ballistic missiles, the president will also make clear that our commitment to the security of Republic of Korea and our Japanese allies as well, range of topics, and we will have more, I promise. Go ahead.
Just follow up. I brought this up before, but many of us who were embedded during the wars we have a lot of personal relationships with people in Afghanistan as well as
Sure.
Iraq. We have one family, the Asher family, that have still haven't been able to get out. Just any update on, it's been almost 8 months, and these are really people that
For
keep
the
their lives
specific
lost.
family, I'm more than happy to take their information and check in with the State Department after the briefing. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. Lots of summits and meetings in the next couple of weeks,
Yes.
even ahead of the travel. Do you have any preview on what the president's participation will be in the COVID summit?
Sure. He will be addressing the COVID summit. We are, of course, convening the COVID summit in order to have an opportunity for the global community to continue to discuss our fight against the pandemic. I would note, just to get everybody up to speed as you're preparing for your coverage, we committed to sharing 1.2 billion doses of safe, effective vaccines with the world. We're making good on that commitment. We've shipped over 530 million doses of vaccine to 115 countries around the world, over 4 times more than our next closest donor. But what we expect to be a topic, or what part of our agenda is for this meeting, is to talk about the fact that those doses are getting harder to place because countries' freezers are simply full, and we have tens of millions of unclaimed doses because countries lack the resources to build out their cold chain, which basically is their refrigeration systems, to fight disinformation and to hire vaccinators. And there are actually some good examples of where we've had funding, where we have worked with countries. So, for example, in Zambia, the U.S. government programs engaging local leaders in vaccine programs helped double vaccination rates from 12 to 22%. We know meaningful gains are possible, but part of this is also going to be an opportunity to elevate the fact that we need additional funding to continue to be a part of this effort around the world.
Is it going to be a problem if over on Capitol Hill they move ahead with the Ukraine aid package and sort of leave that COVID funding to the side right as this summit is convening?
Well, that's an active conversation literally as we speak right now on Capitol Hill. So what I will tell you is that the president is absolutely committed to signing into law both the Ukraine funding and also COVID funding, and he will continue to fight for both. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. Last week you mentioned that the administration is talking to a wide range of people about how to respond to this upcoming decision on abortion.
Yeah.
You mentioned business leaders. I'm just curious if you could elaborate on that. What kinds of businesses, and how do you see their role in this, in this response?
I think the point I was making, I don't have business leaders to read out for you, and we're going to keep a lot of these conversations private, but I would note that 2/3 of the public, even in Fox News polls, have said that they don't want to overturn Roe v. Wade. This is a mainstream position for the majority of the public. I'm not saying everyone agrees on it. That's not at all what I'm saying, but it is about 2/3 of the public. So there are a lot of stakeholders, a lot of private sector citizens and leaders who are concerned about what they could see if this opinion if this is a final version or close to a final version of the opinion. And part of our role here is to engage with leaders, whether they're on Capitol Hill or they are women's leaders or they're in advocacy groups, and certainly private sector leaders as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. The president and you have talked about the MAGA crowd or the ultra MAGA. How does that jibe with his desire to be the bipartisan guy?
Well, the president's view is you can do both. He believes that there is work we can continue to do together. We're actively advocating for. He was out traveling in just last Friday on the Bipartisan Innovation Act. We believe that needs to move forward. It should move forward, and that can build on the nearly 80 bills that we signed into law last year that are bipartisan. But he's also not going to stand by and not call out what he sees as ultra MAGA behavior, ultra MAGA policies that are out of the mainstream of the country and are not in the interest of the American people. Whether that is efforts to prevent a woman from making choices about her own health care, or whether that is Chairman Scott's policy and proposals on that would raise taxes on people making less than $100,000 a year. He's going to continue to call that out, but he believes there is still a path to move forward on where we have agreement.
And on the First Lady's trip to Ukraine,
Yeah.
does that change the calculations at all about the president making a visit to Ukraine, since this presumably worked?
Their travel is a little bit different. I think you all know from traveling with the president, but there's not a trip currently planned. But again, he would love to go to Ukraine. I just don't have anything planned or anything to preview at this point. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. There are reports now, you just alluded to this a minute ago, that Democrats are in fact going to bring forth that Ukraine aid without the COVID funding attached. I know you've told me last week that was something that the White House wanted to see them attached, but we're being told that the president actually had said, look, the Republicans don't support that, let's leave it aside. Can you confirm that? Was there a change in thinking over the last few days at the White House over how this package should proceed?
Well, that has been his preference, to get both of them done together, which he has thought that would be the most efficient process. Since this is actively happening right now, I don't have any confirmation of it from here. I expect we'll have more. Even though I have dwindling days left here, I'm still not going to get ahead of the president because, I want to enjoy those last few days. But hopefully we'll have more to say on where we stand soon. Go ahead.
Does the president plan to condemn the leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion or the doxing of the justices now that we've seen violence unfold?
Well, I would say that we have been clear, and the president's position has long been, that we should not see protest that takes the form of violence, that takes the form of vandalism, and that threatens anyone. That has long been his position for his entire career and continues to be his position.
And for tomorrow, your office released that...
But can I say one more thing? Sorry. We have not seen violence or vandalism against Supreme Court justices. We have seen it at Catholic churches. That's unacceptable. The president does not support that. We have seen it at some conservative organizations. That we don't support that. And we certainly call for, we know the passion, we understand the passion, we understand the concern. But what the president's position is that that should be peaceful, the protest. But continue, go ahead.
And as for tomorrow, the president plans to offer, as you said, a contrast, and it was written, quote, to congressional Republicans' ultra-MAGA plan to raise taxes. Now, the Washington Post has called that claim false, that there is a Republican congressional plan to raise taxes. Why is this statement still being shared?
Because Chairman Scott's plan, and we welcome, we know he's asked for people to go to his website. We would encourage people to do the same thing and check out his plan that raises taxes for people making less than $100,000 a year.
Mitch McConnell and this report, there aren't any other Republicans signing on to this at this point. So is it fair to say that Republicans as a whole are pushing?
He's the chairman of the committee. If Republicans want to repudiate his plan, they should go do that. But otherwise, that continues to be what they're running on. So that's their position, not ours. Go ahead.
Jen, is the White House satisfied with the legislative strategy on abortion rights, which appears to be to have this vote on Wednesday, which will fail, and then make this a midterm issue?
Well, we support Leader Schumer's decision to get people on the record on this, on codifying Roe. And that's something the president would be happy to sign into law. At the same time, we certainly recognize that the votes, we don't have the votes. You can tell me, you cover the Hill closely, you can tell me if I'm wrong. We understand that, but we think it's important and an important issue to get people on the record on. Without getting into politics from here, again, I don't make the rules, I just try to follow them. In the president's statement last week, he noted that in order to take legislative action, we would need more Democratic senators, and we would need more pro-choice House members after the election in November. So we certainly recognize that, and we know that's on the minds of many people across the country.
And then if I can follow up on that, one of the votes you don't have is probably Joe Manchin's. I'm curious, when was the last time the president spoke to him about either this issue or his domestic agenda, which Manchin has been signaling he's open to maybe reviving some of these conversations that basically died in December?
Well, we are open to this moving forward as well. I will say that just because we don't confirm conversations happening, it doesn't mean they're not happening. But the president has asked us not to get in specific details or confirm the timing or specifics of their conversations, so I'm not going to do that.
Is it fair to say they're still actively happening?
I can tell you that we are still in touch with Senator Manchin. We certainly are in touch with a range of Democrats about the need and the importance of moving forward. And as it relates to the president's remarks tomorrow, obviously moving forward with a reconciliation package that would lower costs on American people, on elder care, on health care, on child care, would be a step that would help address how inflation is impacting people across this country. So we're having a range of conversations. A lot of Democrats are having a range of conversations with each other. I'm just not going to detail them more from here. Go ahead.
Jim, on the sanctions against Russia, what would it take to lift those? If Ukraine agreed to a peace deal, is that enough, or would the U.S. want something more?
I'm not going to negotiate from here on that. We do know that an end to this will require a negotiated diplomatic process, and we support that. But our role is to continue to strengthen the Ukrainians' hands, whether it's through military assistance, economic, humanitarian, continuing to keep the world united, and we're just not going to get ahead of the process.
And just real quickly, back on the Rick Scott question, Senator McConnell did repudiate that plan. So how can you say it stands for what Republicans?
Well, he's the chairman of the committee. I wouldn't say every Republican has repudiated. If that's not at all the plan they're running on, and none of them are for it, then they can speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Jen, on abortion, this country is about to engage. Some states that don't have trigger laws are going to decide what they think the restriction should be on abortion, and that's going to be a tough question in many of these states. Does the president have a clear belief in what he thinks the restrictions should be on, or if there should be any restrictions on abortion? You've been asked this before, but I just want to get a clear answer.
The president's view is that women should be able to make choices about their own health care. I'm not going to detail it further beyond what he said in the past from here.
Restrictions?
Again, I'm not going to detail his opinion. He's spoken to this a number of times. Go ahead.
And I have one question on ASEAN and one question on Russia.
Sure.
On ASEAN, the rotating chair of ASEAN, Cambodia, said prior to the upcoming summit that it's a normal practice that the host of the nation to meet with the chair of ASEAN. And we know President Biden actually wrote a letter to Prime Minister Hun Sen, and will the president have a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister?
I'm very happy to check on that. The schedule, I know it feels very close because it is. It's in a couple of days. But I will check and see. He obviously invited the leaders of ASEAN, from Brunei to Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, as well as the ASEAN Secretary General to Washington to participate in the summit. But in terms of bilateral meetings, I can check and see if there's any on the schedule.
Another question on Russia about the intel leaks by the American officials. Thomas Friedman said that he was told that President Biden called the Director of National Intelligence, Director of CIA, and Secretary of Defense to make clear in the strongest and most colorful language that this kind of loose talk is relentless and has got to stop immediately before we end up in an unintended war with Russia. Is that true? And is the president worried about the unintended war with Russia?
Well, what I will tell you, without confirming private internal calls, that the president was displeased with the leaks. His view was that it was an overstatement of our role, an inaccurate statement, and also an understatement of the Ukrainians' role and their leadership, and he did not felt they were constructive. Go ahead. Did not feel. That was grammatically inaccurate. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Jeff. There seems to be a lot of bipartisan support for listing Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Is that something on the Hill I'm talking about? Is that something being discussed in the White House? And if the president's not there, how would he define the line that would have to be crossed to go there?
I know we've talked about this quite a bit in the past. I would note that to be named a state sponsor of terror, there's only about 4 countries that have been named state sponsors of terror in the world. There are a number of actions that are often taken if a country is named a state sponsor of terror. A number of those we've already taken, including crippling economic sanctions, sanctions on individuals, other restrictions for the country, and obviously making the country a global pariah is part of that objective. Those are all steps that we have already taken and implemented as it relates to Russia. I don't have anything to preview in terms of a consideration here, and certainly we'll see what happens in Congress. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. What's the White House reaction to Sinn Féin's gains in the Northern Ireland Assembly over the weekend?
Let me check with our national security team, and we'll see if we can get you a comment on that specifically. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Jen, you were unequivocal in condemning violence, but as you know, there's also some allies who are protesting outside justices' homes, including Brett Kavanaugh, who, if there's any kind of a compromise conservative ruling that preserves some of Roe, he could be part of that with Roberts. So my question is it appropriate to protest outside people's homes, and is it productive or not productive?
Look, I would say in terms of the productive question, that's not for me to speak to. Obviously, these justices make decisions as an independent body. How they are influenced or if they are influenced is not for me to make a determination of. We do believe in peaceful protests. We do not believe in or support any intimidation of any kind. Obviously, the violation or breaking of any law, as somebody raised before, or threats or intimidation of any individual. What we do support is people peacefully protesting, and they do that in a range of places.
But you wouldn't wave anybody off for tactical reasons.
We're not here to give tactical advice to protesters. What we are here to call for is peaceful protest, for people not to resort to violence, to vandalism, or certainly intimidation of any kind. Go ahead.
Yeah, as we look ahead to tomorrow's inflation speech, let me ask you to look back at some of the warnings that were issued last year by Summers and Ratner and so on. In retrospect, were they right that some of the government policies were going to lead to inflation?
I wouldn't say we agreed with them then, and we don't agree with them now. I would note that as it relates to actions like the American Rescue Plan, the alternative to not putting in place and advocating for the American Rescue Plan would have been the economy continuing to spiral, right? We were providing assistance and relief in the form of checks to people who needed that assistance at the time. That package also helped fund and prepare for a fight against COVID. It helped keep schools open. 100% of schools are open today, in large part because of the American Rescue Plan. It helps states and localities support and keep police, keep local authorities, keep local governments open at a time where that was in question. So we know, if we look at the recent inflation data, depending on which data you look at, 2/3 to even 70% of inflation data is a result of energy prices. A large part of that is the result, and Chairman Powell has spoken to this, and Secretary Yellen has also spoken to this, as a result of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the impact on the global energy markets. Those are all steps and impacts that I don't think anyone could have predicted a year ago. Go ahead.
So, thanks, Jen. So on that, the economy is signaling some weakness going forward. What's the level of concern? First of all, is the president watching the markets and the data coming in, and what's his level of concern there's a recession in the next 12 months?
Well, without, as you know, we don't really speak to or comment on the judgments, ups and downs of the stock market, or the daily movement of the stock market, I should say. While it's volatile, we've seen that, and we certainly monitor it from here. I would note that since President Biden took office, the market is up considerably. When we look at economic data internally, and when a lot of external economists look at economic data, they look at the fact that we've created over 8 million jobs since the president took office, that the unemployment rate has dropped to 3.6%, that GDP grew up 5.7% last year, the fastest rate since 1984, and also that household balance sheets are strong and businesses are investing in the United States. So we look at that base data, that data, as we look at the economy, and of course we continue to monitor as data comes in and as we see fluctuations.
What's his level of concern about a recession?
Again, we monitor it. We are continuing to. We're not predicting that at this point in time.
One more thing on new sanctions that was just announced on Russia. Yeah. But China last week cut tariffs on coal from Russia coming in to 0. The Chinese have also had a record imports last month from Russia to China. 57% was the increase. At what point is China breaking the sanctions? And then when is the president going to stand up and say, and call out China to stop this behavior in supporting Russia?
We clearly will watch closely, and if that were to happen, I don't think we have seen to date a breaking of the sanctions at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks. So I'd like to ask you first about the coronavirus and then about a transparency matter.
Sure.
On the coronavirus, the CDC data indicate that we are getting pretty close to the 1 million death mark. Some outlets say we've already crossed 1 million deaths. I was hoping, as we're talking about potentially rolling back tariffs on Chinese goods, can you say, where the tariffs question comes into pushing China to be transparent on the origins? And can you detail anything that President Biden has done with his levers of power, be it sanctions or tariffs or anything else, to press for transparency from China?
Okay, there was a lot packed in there, so let me do my best here. I would say first, as you noted at the top, or at the top of your question, we track the CDC data as well as Johns Hopkins data, and you are right, we are getting close to 1 million, and we will be marking that from here, and as we get closer, we'll have more to mark from here. The President has had recent engagements with President Xi, as we have had at a very high level from a range of national security officials, and we always raise transparency in those conversations, but I don't have more to read out from those at this point in time. And what was the third part?
Or tariffs, or, I mean, is
There's
that
an
part of the
ongoing
question?
review. I would look at it separately from the COVID deaths or from Russia. There's an ongoing review on Chinese tariffs. We've been looking at those through the prism of how they're impacting industries here in the United States. We feel that a number of them have not been constructive and have hurt had a negative impact on a number of industries. So we're looking at and we're continuing our review of that, which is being led by our ambassador, Catherine Tai.
Would tariffs be used to pressure China to be transparent, though? I mean, is that part of the consideration at all when considering rolling them back?
Well, again, we consider a range of factors as we look at the tariffs. The largest factor is the impact on the economy and a range of industries.
And the transparency question I have, in 2017 and 2018, the president routed $13 million of income through S corporations. There are some ethics experts who are calling on him to divulge the specific sources of income in those revenue streams. Richard Painter, who ran for the Senate as a Democrat, has been among those who are calling for this. Will President Biden be releasing the sources of income that were in that $13 million, particularly as there's attention being paid to his son and whether he earned any money from his businesses?
Well, again, the president doesn't have dealings with his family members about business, and he has released decades of tax returns, which is more than I can say for his predecessor. Go ahead.
Thanks, John. I wanted to ask about North Korea. So some South Korean officials are saying that North Korea is likely to conduct another nuclear test around the time that President Biden goes to South Korea. Is the president monitoring this, and is the White House going to roll out any preemptive sanctions in the next week or so?
Well, I will say we are certainly monitoring, and I would note that when the president goes to South Korea and Japan, North Korea, especially given their recent tasks, will be front and center in the agenda and discussing security in the region with them. I don't have anything to predict or preview in terms of any preemptive sanctions or actions.
Just ask, the new South Korean president is coming in tomorrow, and he's expected to take a much more hawkish stance on China and North Korea compared to his predecessor, who wanted to really work closely with North Korea. So does the White House welcome this kind of new hawkish stance against the two countries?
The president looks forward to having a conversation with him about security in the region and, of course, denuclearization of the peninsula. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just a
Last
few
one. Go ahead.
follow-up
Yeah.
questions. About the Cambodian Prime Minister.
Sure.
He's been in power since 1985, which is the last time answering machines were a thing.
Yeah. More recently than that, I would say, but
He's been accused of corruption,
yes,
of violence, of repression. This is the first time he's come to the White House. How does the White House respond to criticism that by allowing him in here and meeting with him, you're legitimizing that?
I would say that the president has never held back in raising concerns about human rights when he has conversations with leaders where that's relevant. And this is an ASEAN meeting where all of the ASEAN member nations are included and invited. It's not isolating. It's not doing a state visit or anything along those lines. It's an opportunity to discuss with leaders in the region a range of topics that we work together on, whether it's COVID or economic growth or security in the region, and that's exactly what will be the focus, but he has never held back in raising concerns where he has them, including with countries where we have a range of work we do together. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
White House briefing there, wrapping up with a range of topics from inflation to abortion rights to the President Biden's trip later this week to Chicago. So we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Chicago, where the mayor and other city officials coming together to talk about reproductive aid and health care for many in Chicago.
She got us fired up. I just want everybody to know.
Yes.
I was actually, knowing that I'm a calm person and very rational, I was going to give a few calm comments, but I don't think I will do so now because I am in the mood. As a black woman, born here in Chicago, during the years of 1972 and 1973, while Roe versus Wade was being discussed, I was 12 years old and on the cusp of puberty and still learning about my body. Where we are today, I see it taking us back to places where we could not have even imagined that we, the United States of America, would take our women. I watch the news every day and I look at men stand up there and make laws and make decisions and interpret what women should do with their bodies. I listen to these men try to hide behind the United States Constitution. And by the way, folks, women weren't a part of that Constitution. That's the reason that we have amendments to the Constitution, because it was not and is not a perfect document. What the Supreme Court plans to do now is reprehensible. And we as women, not just here in the city of Chicago, but throughout the state of Illinois and throughout the rest of this country, will fight. Understand, we'll fight in a way that you have never seen before. We will organize in ways that you have never seen before. And men, we will vote in ways that you have never been before. And leading us in that fight is our wonderful mayor, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who's going to outline some of the things that we're going to do and really talk about how we're going to protect the citizens of Chicago. It's my pleasure to introduce Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
So we are soldiers. We are soldiers prepared to fight. And I think Alderwoman Hairston's words were completely appropriate. I'm joined here today by a room full of fearless leaders who, like me, felt outrage and great disappointment and concern at the draft opinion that was leaked last week that outlaws and bans Roe v. Wade and the right of abortion. I feel angry, but with each passing day, I feel determined and energized. Now, we all know that for the last 50 years, Roe v. Wade has paved the way for people in need of reproductive care to access safe abortions for themselves and, importantly, decide for themselves the circumstances under which they choose to bear children or not. The court's draft decision truly epitomizes the dangers that exist at the intersection of racism, sexism, and homophobia. And make no mistake, this is not and never has been just about abortion. We know that the extremists pushing this agenda, that one pillar of which is coming to fruition, understand that too. To be clear, this is driven by a faction of our country that will stop at nothing to gain power, and especially power over our bodies. That's what this is about. And we know that the impact of overruling Roe will fall disproportionately on women of color and poor women. Roe v. Wade never fully protected us. And that's important for people to also recognize, because for far too long, people of color living in poverty have always struggled to access and pay for good quality health care that they must need, how to get time off for work for the procedure and recovery time, and even how to get to a clinic to get these reproductive resources. And on top of that, they've had to weigh their safety in walking to a clinic in the first place. Soon after Roe v. Wade became the law of the land, we then saw the Hyde Amendment, named after Henry Hyde, a former congressperson from Illinois, which further restricted access to reproductive health care for poor individuals by prohibiting the use of federal dollars, namely Medicaid, to pay for abortion and other reproductive services. So over these last 50 years, class, race have continued to work against the most vulnerable women in our society. And the eventual Supreme Court decision to reverse Roe and Casey means that we must take action, which is precisely why we are here today. And as long as I am mayor, the city of Chicago will continue to take a comprehensive approach to reproductive justice, and I want to emphasize justice, to ensure equitable access that eliminates barriers with deep racist roots in our country. Because everyone has a right to have children, or not to have children, and to raise children in an environment on their terms and on their schedule. What's important to note is that this draft opinion had offensive language signaling the dismantling of other fundamental rights protected and arising from the right to privacy. This means the decision would establish precedent for gutting the legal underpinnings used to protect against gender-based discrimination overall. This includes women's rights, trans rights, immigrant rights, and of course, the right to same-sex and interracial marriage. We simply cannot stand idly by and let that happen. That's why today, I and we are announcing the City of Chicago's Justice for All pledge. Through this pledge, we are leaning into the fact that the city will continue to be a beacon of democracy and freedom for everyone. We must be, and we will be, a city that enhances and facilitates everyone's ability to thrive and fulfill their God-given potential. And expressing our commitment to creating a safe haven for all who are unjustly denied the resources and opportunities that they deserve and need to live. We will fight for the rights of all people, regardless of race, color, sex, gender identity, age, religion, disability, national origin, or sexual orientation. We will fight to ensure that no person will be attacked, assaulted, bullied, or discriminated against because of who they are, the choices they make regarding their bodily autonomy, or who they love. And unfortunately, we already saw what is going to hopefully not be a precursor, but just this weekend, we saw a Molotov cocktail that was lodged at an abortion facility in Madison, Wisconsin. And unfortunately, we have to assume that more copycats will follow, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect and safeguard women's rights to reproductive care. We will protect and increase access to all safe reproductive, obstetric, and gynecological health care, regardless of the patient's age, sex, identity, race, disability, socioeconomic status, immigration status, or place of residence. As we know, many states surrounding us have trigger laws that the minute that Roe is reversed, abortion in all forms will be banned in those states. And Chicago will then be an island of freedom for reproductive rights and other rights. So we've got to be ready, and we've got to step up. And we will build up the capacity for anti-racist and anti-discriminatory leadership to reckon with the deep impacts of our history while working with affected communities to advance the cause of justice. We will create safe environments to support and directly address the racial and health disparities experienced by people of color, health disparities experienced among a wide array of folks, particularly the alarming statistics around the rates of maternal and infant mortality experienced by Black women in Chicago. We will support and reaffirm a search for the truth and free expression that does not propagate hate and erase anyone from our history, our present-day fight, and our present-day fight for justice. We will not support bans of book, bans of thought, and bans of speech, as we are seeing sweep through certain states in our union. Now, The only way that we can get through this incredibly difficult moment is by working together and casting this social safety net and this quest for freedom and justice far and wide. That's why I will be calling upon my fellow mayors across the country, many of whom I've spoken to in these last few days, to join me in making this pledge to protect people in need. Furthermore, we are in the city of Chicago backing this pledge with an immediate investment because we've already seen an influx of patients to Chicago seeking care that will only continue to escalate as the final decision comes this summer. Recall, as I said, that all around us there are trigger states. We've got to be ready. So in order to continue to make sure that Chicago is ready and prepared to provide access to reproductive care, in partnership with the Chicago Department of Public Health, we are investing $500,000 to scale up access to reproductive health care for those who are going to need it, for Chicagoans and our neighbors. These dollars will go to support transportation, lodging, follow-up care, and if necessary, the safe and legal procedure of abortion. So I want to say to women here in Chicago, in Illinois, and in neighboring states here in the Midwest, regardless of where you live, you deserve safe and accessible health care. And in the city of Chicago, we are prepared to prepare it to support you. Reproductive rights are a fiction without access to health care. And access to health care cannot be a commodity that's only available to the wealthy. The announcements we are making today follow on a long history and tradition in Chicago as an important center for reproductive rights. Some of you may know that in 1969, a group of women who called themselves the Jane Collective was founded to reduce the number of unsafe and expensive abortions being performed many times by unqualified providers. From 1969 to 1973, when abortions became legal, the underground organization helped thousands of women access critical reproductive health care resources and helped facilitate the performance of 12,000 safe abortions. In many ways, the Jane Collective and the many other women's liberation activists of that time who came before us prepared Chicago for this moment and made this place a safe haven for women to receive abortions and other reproductive rights services. So we stand on the shoulders of those women who knew that it was critically important that we had safe access to abortion and reproductive services here in Chicago. And many of the people that are gathered with me here today are also the sisters who have inherited that rich history of service to our fellow women and girls in need. And those who have an appointment, I want to make sure you know, if you have an appointment with a reproductive health care providers, those appointments still stand. Roe has not been overturned yet. We anticipate it at the end of the court's term sometime in June. But abortion is still the law of the land across the country, unless you're in Texas. And more on that another day. Oh, my goodness. But I just want to say to you, we stand with you here in the city of Chicago. We want to make sure that we are doing everything that we can. And I want to emphasize that this is not only about reproductive rights. Again, if you read that draft opinion, they're coming for the rest of us as well. Particularly my brothers and sisters in the LGBTQ plus community, they're coming for our rights. The appellants, the amici on behalf of the appellants, and that horrible, mean-spirited draft opinion call our rights phony rights. They want to undermine the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage, the right to be free of sodomy laws across the country. And I even saw this weekend that one of these folks is talking about challenging the bedrock of our public education system, Brown versus the Board of Education. There is no depth to which these folks will not sink. Do not kid yourself. So this moment has to be a call to arms. And I call upon all people of goodwill in this moment to make sure that you are investing in the organizations that are on the front lines. Certainly the legal defense funds that are out there that are carrying this fight into the courts, but also the frontline service providers, like many of the folks that are with us here today, Chicago Abortion Fund, Midwest Access Coalition, Planned Parenthood for Chicago, and Chicago Foundation for Women, just to name a few. These women, these leaders, have been preparing for decades, and we will not surrender our rights without a fight. And as the older woman said, we are ready. We are ready to fight and fight hard all the way to victory. Now with that, I'd like to ask Commissioner Allison Already to come up and talk about the public health implications of this fight. Allison.
Thank you, Mayor. The Chicago Department of Public Health is proud to be newly investing $500,000 as part of our maternal and reproductive health portfolio to help support patients who need access to reproductive health care, including abortions, whether they live in Chicago or whether they may need to travel to Chicago even more in the future. As a department, we believe in access, education, and empowering people's choices. A lot of our maternal and child health existing work focuses on this. Our Family Connects program, for example, which follows up with new parents right now in 4 Chicago hospitals, but we are expanding to all Chicago obstetric hospitals over the next year. A nurse follows up with that new family, supporting the parents, but also assessing their future pregnancy intentions via a patient-centered approach, providing birth control education and counseling based on that individual's choice. We also fund the CHAT program, Chicago Healthy Adolescents and Teens. And the CHAT program is the city's school-based sexual health education and sexually transmitted infection screening program for adolescents aged 13 to 24. Through a delegate agency, and we're proud that Planned Parenthood of Illinois is our delegate, students are offered sexual health education, confidential urine screening for chlamydia or gonorrhea, private one-on-one meetings with health educators, and linkages to a comprehensive range of reproductive health services. Last year alone, we served more than 8,000 students, and we know the majority of teen pregnancies are unintended. This highlights the important access of reproductive health care and education, because, make no mistake, access to abortion is a health care issue. As a doctor, I feel very strongly about guaranteeing access to safe abortion care. Prior to legalization, we saw thousands of women showing up in emergency departments with botched abortions and threats to their own health. We can't go back there. And I have seen as a doctor firsthand that people who need abortions get them for a lot of different reasons. It is a decision that needs to be made between a pregnant person and their health care provider. None of those reasons are anyone else's business. So when I counsel someone about their health, or when the Chicago Department of Public Health is providing education, it is imperative that we provide medically accurate, honest, and unbiased information about their options, and that we work to, along with that education, provide access. So this is a time of great concern, but I am proud to be in a city that is making, to my knowledge, the largest investment to date that a city has made in continuing to make sure these kinds of services are available. And with that, I will bring up Melissa Conyers-Irvin, the city treasurer.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I certainly want to thank our mayor for convening us on this afternoon. I think about this. It's not even an initiative. This is a movement. The Justice for All, creating a safe and equitable city for all Chicagoans, and even those, as the mayor said, that will travel to our city for care. Really, when we heard about this leak, we were shocked. I think we all were devastated to really hear about a law that was changed 50 years ago to be overturned now. And, you know, usually I'm like all smiles and everything. I have to tell you, I was thinking about something as I was sitting down here and Dr. Awady was talking, I have to admit. I'm a mother of a small child and I'm married. But I'll tell you, sometimes I look around the room and it's just my daughter and I. So how dare someone who's not going to be in that room with that mother, with some very tough decisions that a mother has to make, how dare anyone tell them what to do?
That's right.
And mind you, the same people making these laws are not just denying them this health care right, but they are denying them other benefits as well, not providing additional resources for these mothers to take care of their children. How dare them?
That's right.
And so I'll say this, because I haven't even looked at this written speech that I had. I'll say this. I thought about something the mayor kept, and I hope you all grabbed this, the mayor kept saying that this is just the beginning. I thought about this. This is an attack on women. I feel like it's an attack on me because it's an attack on women. But I thought about something else. We've come too far as women to turn back now. You know, the Supreme Court is changing. We're so happy we had Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson appointed to the Supreme Court. That's exciting. To date, it doesn't feel as exciting, does it? But it is exciting. And there will be more to come. And here's why. Because we as women, and please let this announcement be made, we will not be quiet.
Right. No.
We will not sit still.
No.
And please know that if the people we have in place will not make decisions on our behalf, we will put people in place that will do such a thing. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you for convening us. Thank you for making a stand and saying that Chicago, regardless as to what's around us, Chicago will make a stand. And so I'll say, as I bring on this next person, you know, Chicago has 3 citywide elected officials that are women of color. And as you know from our mayor, she's certainly fierce and not quiet. And, well, you already know me. And we have our Madam Clerk that is here, certainly a woman whom I know feels near and dear about this topic. Another fellow laborer, Anna Valencia.
Thank you, sister. Well, I think we're all just going to go off our own scripts today. You know, last week when we heard this, it felt like I was describing it like a gut punch, like just how we felt after Donald Trump was elected. I remember coming into city council chambers that day after, and it was just like a funeral, people wearing black. I remember people, you know, tears and getting frantic calls for women from undocumented communities wondering what was going to happen. Would they be facing deportation? Would the LGBTQ plus community be getting, you know, rights taken away from them? Would this be overturned, Roe v. Wade? And the answer is yes. The Republicans played the long game and now we're here. And what I think is even more troubling, as Melissa so eloquently said, is that we all 3 are women leaders of daughters. And we have to have a conversation with our daughters about rights they will not have that we've had our whole adult lives. How do you even have that conversation with your daughter that your life does not matter to a male counterpart? Because that's what you're saying, is that you don't trust women and young girls to make decisions about their own health care. That's right. And let me tell you, I grew up downstate in a working class neighborhood, first my family to go to college, and Planned Parenthood was the only place in our community and surrounding areas that I could go to have honest conversations, to get access to birth control, to have my annual exam. And there are still women in my community and just across the river in St. Louis that have to come over the river to get access to health care, to keep us healthy, to understand the information. A lot of times people of color and people in marginalized communities, we don't have access to information. And our parents don't have access to information to have those conversations with us, so we have to rely on Planned Parenthood and other services to get that. So I want to tell you, we are fired up. We are fired up, and we are going to march. We are going to vote. We're going to put our money where our mouth is. We are going to support candidates who believe in what we believe in and say we trust you women to make decisions about your lives and the future of our women and girls. And I've always been an advocate for our women and girls, and I'm not going to stop now. So you bring everything you've got, because we've got our squad. We've got our women. And we are going to be holding press conference every day. And I got to say this about the mayor. I talked to her last week. And we were having a conversation. I said, whatever you decide to do, sign me up. And Representative Kelly Cassidy last week at a press conference, I don't know where she's at. Where are you at? Over there. She said, we need to think creatively, outside the box, innovative solutions right now. She made that call. Mayor Lightfoot stepped up. She got all of us in the room, asked what ideas we could do, got our team together, worked over the weekend, and we're here now. That's women leadership. So I want to thank you, Mayor, for bringing us together and all of us coming together as women leaders. This is what you get when women lead office, and we need more of it. Thank you. Oh, and next up, Jennifer Welch, Planned Parenthood.
Emotions are running pretty high, you can imagine, right? And we've been at this all weekend, so thank you, Clerk Valencia and Mayor Lightfoot, for calling this group together. I am honored to be here. I admitted last week when we talked, Planned Parenthood, collectively, we were just furious at what had happened, that the Supreme Court was going to ignore half a century of settled law, and as so many of my colleagues have said, take us back, take us so far back. And as the mayor said, right now, Roe is the law of the land, but not for much longer. Fortunately, here in Illinois, because we have reproductive rights and health champions, Illinois will be a haven in the Midwest. It will be the only place where patients can still get the care that they need and deserve when the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. So when every state that borders Illinois bans or so severely restricts abortion as to make it impossible, millions of people will find themselves in a vast abortion desert. And that's where Illinois comes in as the oasis for care. Planned Parenthood of Illinois is preparing to see double to 5 times the number of patients that we currently see for abortion care. That is staggering to continue. And at the same time, we have a deep commitment to our existing patients, people who come to us for family planning, every form of legal birth control, STI testing and treatment, HIV prevention, gender-affirming hormone therapy. We will still see all of those patients for their family planning needs. And that's part of the reason why what the city is doing here is so important, because we still have to serve the health needs of the people in Inglewood and Austin, and also in Peoria and Decatur. That's what Planned Parenthood of Illinois does. And we can't do that alone, which is why I am so grateful to stand here today with all of these amazing leaders. I cannot think of a better squad. I think we need t-shirts. Squad. I think t-shirts? Okay. All right. So the mayor's commitment to this funding program will help healthcare providers and support organizations significantly reduce barriers at this critical moment. We know that people with financial means will always be able to access abortion and healthcare in general. The real impacts of overturning Roe will be felt largely by Black and brown communities, people who are living in poverty, LGBTQ communities, disabled people, all those communities who already face barriers to healthcare because of systemic inequities and discrimination. So I'm honored to share the stage today with the mayor and all these esteemed guests, and especially the Chicago Abortion Fund and the Midwest Access Coalition, because they are leading the on-the-ground work, helping to ensure that all people can access health care no matter what. It's important to remember we cannot rely on the courts to provide us the reproductive freedom we deserve. Reproductive rights can only be achieved when people have the economic and the social power they need to access life-saving and life-changing care and to be free to make their own decisions about their bodies, their families, and their communities. It is my pleasure to introduce another warrior in the work, Felicia Davis Bleakley, president of the Chicago Foundation for Women.
Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, for inviting me today. It really gives me hope to stand with so many champions for women's health, including Mayor Lightfoot, City Treasurer Melissa Conyer Irving, City Clerk Anna Valencia, Alderwoman Hairston, Dr. Arwady, and Jennifer Welch, as well as Jackie Kaplan-Perkins, chair of the Women's Advisory Council, and two of Chicago Foundation for Women's grantees, including the Chicago Abortion Fund, as well as Midwest Access Coalition. And Representative Kelly Cassidy holding it down. Thank you. Like many, I have been both dismayed and angry since I read the leaked Supreme Court decision on Roe v. Wade. As a Black woman, mother of 5, the leader of the Chicago Foundation for Women, and a person who has lived her entire life in Chicago, where according to Department of Health statistics, there is a severe maternal disparity for Black mothers. And the decision as it now stands really scares me. And let me state clearly, I am not pro-abortion. I am against reproductive oppression. I am pro-choice because I am pro-woman. I trust women to make decisions for themselves, full stop, period. The ability to control decision around one's own body is fundamental. It is a fundamental freedom, and it is foundational to our democracy. When this freedom is taken away, it threatens the ability for over half the population to have equal participation. Reproductive justice is a core focus area for the Chicago Foundation for Women. Reproductive justice is a phrase was coined here in Chicago. We know that Chicago is the center for community organizing and organizing people to come together. It is about liberty in its truest form, liberty and bodily autonomy. Reproductive justice understands that controlling women's bodies, sexuality, and reproduction is a strategy employed to hold women back and communities, especially those of color. Reproductive justice is so much more than just access to birth control and abortion. Significant investments in reproductive health, like the ones that the mayor is making here today, are critical to addressing the severe healthcare disparities that disproportionately plague women, especially women of color, trans, and gender non-binary individuals across Chicago. Reproductive health is not only about abortion access, but we want it to be available, but it's also a life and death issue for many. People of all gender identities should be informed of and have access to safe, effective, and affordable contraception, as well as access to gender-affirming healthcare services. And if they choose, women should have the ability to go safely through pregnancy and childbirth with the best chance of having a healthy infant. At Chicago Foundation for Women, we have long understood that no conversation about the challenges to Roe should be had without also discussing the intersection of poverty, education access, racism, and the multifaceted health disparities faced by women of color today. Through informed grant making and strategic programming, things like training, convening, and capacity building, Chicago Foundation supports a network of grassroots organizers, of women of color-led nonprofits, and leaders like the ones you will hear from today to fight and to reduce racial health disparities in Chicago. CFW is investing an additional $300,000 in organizations to foster community and strengthen the reproductive justice movement in Chicago and the region and beyond. We're investing in funds that support reproductive justice, including our Catalyst Fund, We are building the leadership, the engagement, and the power of those who experience the most significant health disparities and face the greatest barriers to reproductive freedom. We work with organizations and coalitions to dismantle systems that limit access to health care, that protect sexual and reproductive health benefits, and more. And we do all of this because we believe that our liberty and that of our posterity is at stake. We applaud Mayor Lightfoot's Justice for All pledge, doubling down on her commitments to create safe and equitable city for all. We applaud the efforts of everyone standing with the mayor here today and the grassroots organizations that fight every single day, ensuring every pregnant person has the liberty and autonomy to choose when and how many children that they would like to have. And this can only happen when we all commit to using our privilege and our voice to lift up those not always heard. And we hope that you will join us in joining this fight and fighting for what's right. And now I would like to introduce you to Kasiya Sharif of the Chicago Abortion Fund. Thank you.
Excuse me. Oh gosh. Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Kasiya Sharif. I use she, her, and they, them pronouns, and I'm the Deputy Director at Chicago Abortion Fund. As folks have spoken to already, we provide financial, logistical, and emotional support to people seeking abortion care in Chicago, in Illinois, and across the Midwest. At Chicago Abortion Fund, we envision a world where everyone has the freedom and autonomy to make the reproductive choices that are best for them. While abortion remains legal, the leaked draft opinion has signaled that the Supreme Court is prepared to overturn our fundamental right to abortion and deny us the ability to make decisions about our bodies and our families. The implications of this potential outcome will fall hardest on the most marginalized of our community, those who are already facing extreme barriers to accessing abortion care due to historical, systemic, and structural oppression. And Illinois has long been a receiving state for people who are traveling from the surrounding Midwestern states for abortion care. In 2021, an average of 77% of Chicago Abortion Fund callers were from out of state, and that number has only increased this year. This is why we are ramping up our infrastructure and capacity and deepening our commitment to supporting every person that reaches out to us. In this moment, I'm thankful that our local leaders are taking immediate action for abortion access. We are all faced with the responsibility to not simply protect abortion access in our state, but expand it. We need policies that support people's whole lives and look forward to the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois' further investments into community resources that support advancing not only not only abortion access, but reproductive justice, as we've spoken to today already. I want to uplift that reproductive justice acknowledges the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, as pretty much everyone has emphasized today. And this also includes the right to control our sexuality, our gender, our work, and our reproduction. When talking about abortion care, it's important that we do not unnecessarily gender our words, since not only women need access to abortion care. There are people of different gender identities across the gender spectrum that need access to care, and it's important that we are not exclusive in our language and rather uplift this marginalized community and their need for support in accessing abortion care. Today's announcement, which includes this investment in Chicago Abortion Fund and Midwest Access Coalition as grassroots organizations supporting people, is so much needed, and it will help Chicago Abortion Fund and other organizations like ours around the region continue to provide the much needed support and resources to folks calling us. We will continue to fight so that abortion is there for everyone who needs it, no matter who they are, where they live, how much money they make. We can all contribute to community safety by leading with empathy and compassion, by sharing credible information and resources, exposing fake clinics, also known as crisis pregnancy centers, and supporting our local abortion providers, Planned Parenthood, as well as independent providers. Everyone loves someone who's had abortions. I am pro-abortion. We can all contribute to keeping each other safe and sustaining this justice for all pledge that we've declared today by standing strong in our position that abortion care is essential. Together, we will ensure that each of us have the freedom and autonomy to create lives, families, and communities that are healthy, safe, and thriving, and where the full range of reproductive choices, including abortion, are accessible and affirmed. Thank you. Thank you, yes. And I'm excited to announce Diana Parker from Midwest Access Coalition.
Thanks, Kasiya. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Diana Parker Kafka, and I'm the Executive Director of Midwest Access Coalition. We provide one-on-one practical support to anyone traveling to, from, or within the entire Midwest for abortion care. Since 2015, we've built our model based on the needs of the people that reach out to us. That means every day we provide free emergency contraception, volunteer rides or ride shares for people in the Chicagoland area to and from their abortion provider. And it also means that every day we book and pay for flights, hotel rooms, meals, childcare, medicine, clothes, cell phones, whatever is needed. Our first year,
as we must all join in making our own investments, just as our mayor does, just as our city does, and just as are very proud to be associated with the Chicago Foundation for Women since its beginning. We must support the Midwest Access Coalition, Chicago Abortion Fund, Planned Parenthood, CFW, places like Personal PAC that help us elect pro-choice leaders, like the one who's batting cleanup, my good friend Kelly Cassidy.
Thank you so much. I am Kelly Cassidy, State Representative of the 14th District. I use she, her pronouns. This has been a week, and it's Monday. As Clerk Valencia mentioned, last week, right after this news broke, I called on my pro-choice colleagues to get creative. And just as she has done through the 30 years of our friendship, Mayor Lori Lightfoot answered that call, and I thank you, because we all have to. Making this investment to ensure access is critical. And based on what we've heard from the providers and the community organizations who are here today, it's a drop in the bucket from what the need will be. We are watching in real time as our rights are being stripped away. And I don't mean just my rights as a woman or as a member of the LGBTQ+ community. I'm talking about every single group that is not straight, cis, white, male, and Christian. We're all on the menu, y'all. We have to continue to innovate. We have to continue to challenge ourselves and each other. I am thrilled that the city of Chicago is stepping up. Cook County, it's your turn. State of Illinois, it's your turn. I'm working on a bill with my colleagues to ensure that we create comprehensive safe haven language so that we are protecting the patients, the parents, the providers who have to come here as refugees, medical refugees from their home states. We have to be there for them. We made a very conscious decision to build a firewall around Illinois. We were one of the first states to codify marriage equality in our statutes. We passed House Bill 40, removing our trigger law. We passed the Reproductive Health Act, codifying Roe. We repealed the Parental Notice of Abortion Act. We have excellent pro-trans legislation in place in the state of Illinois. But that firewall won't hold if we lose the national elections. So we can't sleep on these rights. I'm going to keep doing what I need to do in Illinois to ensure that I'm protecting all of my people. But we all have to work together to ensure that it's not needed. I spent yesterday with my 3 sons. My 3 sons that are the result of the full spectrum of reproductive health care, from the fertility treatment that was required to bring them into this world, to the abortion that was required to save my life and preserve my fertility, to being able to deliver them, according to my birth plan, in a safe place with good medical care, something that we as a country should be ashamed of, our maternal mortality rates. And I looked at them, my two almost 18-year-old boys who are embarking on their college exploration journey. And we talked about narrowing that college list and where they would be safe taking this next step in their adult lives. If that means they get to stay closer to home, I'm good with that. But the reality of my life as a lesbian, married to a non-binary person, with 3 children who are adopted by their other mom, I described my life as a Jenga game. And I'm watching it crash in real time. Not in Chicago, not in Illinois, not on our watch. I want each and every person who is listening to be like Mayor Lori Lightfoot. Get creative and put your money where your mouth is, put your body where your mouth is. I love Jackie's line, make it match your Facebook. We got work to do, people. Thank you. Oh, by the way, tell Geneva Auntie's got her. I believe I'm bringing the mayor back. Yeah.
Well, let me also acknowledge Alderwoman Sophia King, who's joined us today, and I know has been a long-time champion of women's rights, of making sure that we eliminate hate and discrimination in our world. So thank you so much, Alderwoman King. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Rachel Arfa, who is our Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities, and who has been an incredible contributor to our internal and external discussions about making sure that equality also includes the disability rights community. This is a lot of powerful testimony here today, and I hope the message has gone out loud and clear. We are ready, and we are ready to fight. We are ready to organize, and we are ready to do whatever it takes, because we will not stand idly by, watch our rights disappear like smoke, and have people treat us as if we don't matter, as if our lived experience is irrelevant.
Director of our host, Silver Spring Neighborhood Center. UNCOM's mission is to make Milwaukee's neighborhood stronger through a united collaboration of member organizations working to achieve the greatest community impact. We stand together with our community partners to help make our great city of Milwaukee safer for everyone. We are motivated to distribute gun locks to all gun owners in the city in a judgment-free way. We simply ask that if you've got it, lock it. Gun locks will be available at the UNCOM home office at 16th and North and through our UNCOM members. City on a Hill, COA Youth and Family Centers, Journey House, Milwaukee Christian Center, New Life Community Development, Neighborhood House of Milwaukee, Northcott Neighborhood House, and here at Silver Spring Neighborhood Center. Check out our website, uncom-milw.org, for more information. That's uncom-milw.org for more information. Thank you. I will now introduce our great Mayor Cavalier Johnson. Cavalier Johnson, excuse me.
Thank you. That's all right. That's all right. Well, thank you so much, Renee. I really appreciate that. And thank you again to all of our partners who have joined us here this morning. I often talk about partnerships, and what you see right now before you is an example of that. I want everyone to know as well that I am continuously and comprehensively working to reduce violence in Milwaukee. We are together. This includes strong law enforcement. I'm happy to be joined by Chief Norman as well as Chief Lipsky, who Renee mentioned as well. But not just law enforcement that also respects and adheres to the Constitution and the constitutional rights of the citizens that folks in our law and protective services engage with in the community of Milwaukee. But reducing violence also includes not just police, but it also includes prevention, as well as education and intervention. And the Office of Violence Prevention that's represented here with us today is playing a leading role in that effort. Violence reduction also includes everyone in Milwaukee working together to add safety to our city. You know, as a father of young kids, I often think about the youngest victims of gun violence, the blameless victims who are unintended targets. And we've seen too much of that already in Milwaukee, including not terribly long ago where a 10-year-old girl was shot and her 13-year-old sister was killed. No child should be afraid in this city, anywhere in this state or in this country, to play in their front yard. No parent should be at the hospital bedside because their young child was a victim to unnecessary gun violence. I want every reasonable step taken to prevent these sort of tragedies from happening here in Milwaukee. And today we're highlighting the importance and the availability as well of gun locks in Milwaukee. Every single gun owner has an obligation, a moral obligation, to make sure that their firearms are secured. Under no circumstance should a gun be within the reach of a child. And if you own a gun, it needs to be locked. Point blank, plain and simple. If you own a gun, it needs to be locked and not available for the hands of little people, of young people, including teenagers. A locked gun is less likely to be stolen and then in turn used by a criminal for a criminal behavior on the streets of our city. So there's no excuse. Guns should be locked when they're not being used responsibly by the owners of those guns. So if you don't have a gun lock now, there's no excuse because they're available and they're widely available, and we're making sure that that's the case with the partnerships that you see before you now. So today we're highlighting the availability of gun locks at members of the United Neighborhood Centers of Milwaukee, UNCOM. And Renee just talked about that a little bit ago. Gun locks are also available from city agencies, including the Milwaukee Fire Department, as well as the Office of Violence Prevention. Chief Aaron Lipsky and Venicia Kendrick are here representing those agencies. Also want to thank as well, again, Chief Jeffrey Norman from the Milwaukee Police Department for his involvement in this effort too. I want this to be a safer summer in Milwaukee. Gun locks are a start of that. But it's not just that, right? It's all of us, again, working together. There's no time this summer for anybody to sit on the sidelines. So if you're a parent, if you're a father or a father figure, if you're a mother or a mother figure, if you are an activist out in the community, if you are a teacher, if you're a preacher, if you're a police officer, we need everybody in the game. We need everybody to stand up. We need everybody to do their part to make sure that this is a safer summer, because lives literally depend on it. When you think about what's happened this year already, again, 3 law enforcement officers who have been shot, unacceptable. You think about the children who've been shot and those who've been killed in this community, unacceptable. So we need everybody to step up and to be a part of the solution. Everybody has a role to play. Nobody has time to be on the sidelines. All right, with that, I'll turn it back over to Renee.
Thank you. I'd like to now introduce Police Chief Norman to say a few words.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the Milwaukee Police Department, we're proud to be a partner in this fight to impact firearm violence in our community. Appreciative to be with our partners, UNCON, also with Mayor Johnson, my other partner there, Chief Lipsky, and also with the Office of Violence Prevention, because we understand that the Milwaukee Police Department cannot take on this challenge alone. We know that there's many aspects of impacting firearm violence within our community. And I've said this many times. The platform I use is in regards to making sure that we put focus on those who are harmed significantly by those weapons that are not being locked up in their homes or within the respective places that keep guns safe, our children. We need to understand that our children needs us in regards to ensuring that we have preventative measures to understand that we understand their safety is in our hands. These gun locks provide that. So Milwaukee Police Department is proud to be part of these preventative measures. I said this time and time again, I do not want us to be always on behind the impact of this situation by investigating these particular crimes. It's important to be in front of this. We see the challenges. We're coming into a summer, as the mayor just said. We want to see a safer summer. We understand that these are things that are impacting our community. This is a tool amongst many tools that are provided for our community to provide a safer Milwaukee. It's important, again, that you take one of these locks, you use it. It's not meant to be put into a drawer or put into the side. We understand that firearm negligence contributes to harm in our community. This is a preventative measure to ensure that we are keeping our community safe by any means necessary. So again, I'm glad to be part of this partnership. As the mayor said, we cannot do this alone. The Milwaukee Police Department have always said, we need your community. If you are in this community, you work in this community, you play in this community, we need that partnership from all aspects of our community. So appreciate that, and I would like to turn it back to our moderator.
Thank you, Chief Norman. I'd like to now introduce Fire Chief Lipsky.
Good morning. Can't thank you enough for your interest in this. This is a story about maybe pessimism, maybe optimism, maybe pain and suffering, maybe hope. But in the middle of all that, it is definitely a story of all hands on deck collaboration to begin to chip away at this. Nobody up here is under the illusion that there is a catch-all solution that is going to turn this tide overnight. But I can tell you this much, it is not sustainable. It is not sustainable to continue down the path that we are on, when the answers, some of them, are this simple. We have a lot of outstanding partners up here with the Office of Violence Prevention, 414 for Life. We have people who are doing things to actively intersect and interrupt that exact moment where that circuit breaker trips and a person goes from angry to committing a fatal, deadly act against another human being. There is a specific moment in time that that happens. The mayor has convened an all-hands-on-deck approach to this so that we can start to stretch that moment of time out a bit, interrupt, slow down that explosion that is happening in someone's emotion and brain where they trip over to, it's time to start shooting. This lock right here is available in every fire station. It's available on every fire truck and every paramedic unit for free, no questions asked. Our partners in the Office of Violence Prevention, the police department, I'm certain the health department's involved as well. We'll get one for you. We'll get you one. This is going to prevent the absolutely horrific accidental shootings, many of them child on child, that have occurred in relatively recent history in this city. But consider this for 1 second. Emotions are rising, people are arguing, and somebody needs or feels that they're going towards that space where fatal violence is appearing to be an option. If we can add one more step to give a person just a few seconds to think about what they're doing, we are adding another few seconds of consideration that fatal violence may not be the answer. It certainly isn't the answer for the person that is shot. And I'll tell you this much, it is ending lives and destroying families just the same on the part of the shooters. Those families are destroyed just the same. We haven't even had a real hot weekend yet. We have just had less worse weekends. It's Wisconsin. So am I 100% that we have all the answers? I'm not going to stand in front of you and preach that. But I am telling you, we need everybody's help because this is not sustainable. Can't express my appreciation for the interest in this, and I'm so proud to be in partnership with all these folks. Please help us help everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lipsky. Our final guest today, guest speaker today, is from the City of Milwaukee Office of Violence Prevention, Venetia Kendrick.
Good morning. I am Venetia Kendrick, Community Outreach Specialist, Adolescent Suicide with the City of Milwaukee Health Department and Office of Violence Prevention. How important are gun locks? Whether a firearm is kept in the home, in a vehicle, etc. Proper firearm storage is essential to the safety and livelihood of our communities and our city. When a firearm is properly stored and locked, a child does not have access to a firearm, assuming it is a toy gun. When a firearm is properly stored and locked, a suicide has the potential of being avoided. When a firearm is properly stored and locked, it minimizes access to a weapon that has the ability to change and adjust lives forever. A gun lock that is safely secured and stored means that a life can be saved. The Office of Violence Prevention locks arms with MPD, MFD, UNCOM, and, and other organizations in promoting the message focusing on safety measures around firearm storage and gun violence prevention. Gun locks are available at the locations mentioned by our local partners. Also, each MHD Health Center, Keenan Health Center, Northwest Health Center, and Southside Health Centers, and the Office of Violence Prevention continues to have gun locks available upon request. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for attending today. And with that, we'll take a question or two. Yeah, you know, one of the most effective things that we can do, this is outside of government, is look back into our homes. Look back to those family members. I mentioned it when I spoke about mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles and grandparents and mentors and friends and folks who have some insight, some inroads into people who might commit some sort of violent act in our community, right? We can't be everywhere. I cannot be, the chief cannot be, his officers cannot be, the fire department cannot be, the Office of Violence Prevention cannot be in every home at every time. And so we need folks in our neighborhoods who have relationships with folks that might commit violent acts to encourage them not to do that, right? To encourage them to put guns down, to encourage them to use things like this, gun locks, so that, you know, the firearms that they have, they take a second thought at before they use them, or so that they're not accessible to kids who are in the house who may use them, or who may end up using them, unfortunately, on themselves sometimes, like we've seen in this city in the past. So it's very complex. It's all the partners that we have here today, but it's also reaching out and engaging with folks where they are in their homes. That, I think, is the most effective tool that we have, is the ability for folks who have those direct contacts, the direct communication with people who may commit violent acts, to reach out to them and encourage them to take a different way. Well, I think it's what I just mentioned, right? There are so many people, so many good people in Milwaukee who don't want violence erupting in their neighborhoods. There are so many people of good conscience that want to see peaceful neighborhoods, and they want their kids, their grandkids, their nieces and their nephews to be able to play outside, to be able to ride their bike without violence, you know, happening. And so if they've got inroads to folks that may commit violent acts, I'm asking those folks to stand up and encourage those individuals in their lives to go get a gun lock, to make sure that those firearms are secured, so that, again, they think twice. You got to take this off before you use it. You think twice about it. And if the gun is in a vehicle or at home, then it makes it, again, less likely that it would be stolen and then used by somebody in a criminal, violent behavior. You know, and perhaps the chief can talk about this, Chief Norman rather, could talk about this a little bit as well, but in this city, a significant number of the shootings that we have happen because people who are in close contact with each other get into arguments. They have a disagreement, and instead of using their words, or, you know, if things escalate, perhaps even having a fist fight, they decide to use guns. You know, and this is against, you know, folks that they know that they have some relationship with. So encouraging them to use one of these makes them think twice about it, at least, before they go off and pull a trigger. That has deadly consequences, that not only disrupts and shatters, kills the person that they're into a confrontation with, but you also got to think about that person's family, right? When you kill somebody, when you hurt them this way, it's not just them you're hurting their mom, you're hurting their kids, you're hurting their friends and family. And not just that, but you're also, you know, hurting yourself. Because, you know, law enforcement will continue to work to make sure that there's justice brought forward. When you look at your own news stories, when you hear people in our neighborhoods who have been hurt due to violence, what do they say? You know, they want people to stand up. They want people to say something. They want those individuals to be brought to justice. That's what people want in this community, and that's what we're encouraging too. I'll let one of our partners to talk about that a little bit more, about whether or not it's an indefinite gun supply, or a gun lock supply rather. But I'll say this before allowing that to happen, is that right now they are available. Right now at all of those locations that were mentioned, the UNCOM sites as well as the fire department sites, these are available, and we're encouraging folks who have guns, who want to make sure that we have a safer summer, folks who want to have all hands on deck, to go out and get one to make sure your firearms are secure. They are available and in great quantity right now at this moment. Anybody can answer that question about the supply of gun locks? The supply of gun locks, how many of them is it will be ongoing?
Yeah. We are working with UNCOM is working with our partners at MPD and with the Office of Violence Prevention, and having access to gun locks will not be a barrier for us. We're going to get as many gun locks out into the community as possible, and we're all motivated to do so.
Thank you, everybody.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We've been listening in to Milwaukee officials talking about combating gun crimes there, and that's unfortunately bad news on that front. Chicago coming out, though, the police department saying that they are actually lowering their gun crimes, and statistics are looking a lot more positive. They're heading in the positive direction. We're going to step away from stories about violence, reports about violence, but kind of stay on the crime track here, as we're now hearing about opioids of a different form. These are what they're calling Frankenstein drugs. They are more lethal than fentanyl, and Ohio officials are trying to combat them. We'll be getting a live report from down on the ground in Cleveland with more after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 2:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona. 5:40 out on the East Coast. Want to take you a couple of live looks across the country. This one on Capitol Hill here, which we're going to be going out to just momentarily. Want to alert you to a news story that we are tracking here, though, and we'll be hearing from our reporters down on the field about a new strain of synthetic drugs stronger than fentanyl that's posing a threat for law enforcement. But medical officials trying to combat this out in Ohio. That's as Senator Schumer wants $3.2 billion in federal funds to amp up prevention, treatment, and recovery programs for opioid abuse. Let's listen in briefly to those remarks from earlier.
Coordinator, thank you, Linda. Aaron Rosenfeld from the Marion and Aaron Gorell JCC. Here. I don't know if you know this, I spoke at Aaron Gorell's funeral. He was a good friend of mine. Yeah. Next, we have Kathy Byrne, who's a registered nurse and Director of Social Services at JCC. Next, we have Susan Blauner, Director at JCC Saving Lives, and Ryan Kaiser. That's who I was looking for before. Is Ryan here?
He's over there. He's shy.
Come on, Ryan. And then I want to give a special acknowledgement to all of the FCA peer counselors and advocates. Please raise your hands. counselors. Where'd you go?
They'll be in
They're
at
here.
12. They'll be in at 12.
They'll be in at, okay, very good. Okay, please tell them what a great job they do. So, we're here today because Long Island needs to supercharge a fight in what Newsday has shown with new numbers. And that is, we have a tale of two pandemics here on Long Island. We all know about COVID, but today we're talking about opioid addiction, which has significantly increased during COVID. And we're here today to reveal something new and troubling that our county executive will discuss. So far this year, just in Nassau, fatal overdoses are up 14%. It breaks my heart when I hear that number, because 14% is not just some kind of abstract number or increase. It's the lives lost. The people who could have been productive citizens and started families and had families. And then you think of all the people who now have a hole in their hearts for the rest of their lives because a loved one, often a young loved one, was lost. And they're always thinking, oh, could I have done something differently or this or that? So it breaks your heart to hear that that is up. So it means lives, of course. It means families, and it demands action. We know this is a problem, but we also know solutions. What Jeff and FCA and Thrive here show us is these treatment and counseling works. There's just a huge shortage of money. That's the problem. And I always tell the story, this was up in Buffalo, this happened to me. This shows you it's everywhere. I met a guy, he was a big construction worker guy, and he had all these tattoos and all that stuff. And he cried in my arms. He told me his son had served in Iraq. His son got PTSD and then became addicted. And we all know when you're addicted, you have to really hit bottom before you want treatment. You have to want treatment. And everyone gets there, takes different amounts of time. We all know people. That's how I know a lot about this, because I know people who've been addicted. And so his son hit bottom, and they went to the various places like Thrive and like FCA, that FCA runs here, but in Buffalo. And the best one, the one told him, okay, it's 23 weeks. You have to wait 23 weeks before you can get an appointment because we're so crowded. And he killed himself in the 22nd week. Okay? And that was, now it's more than 5 years ago, but it was 5 years ago when the father told me. And he was crying. This big construction worker with big muscles and everything else was crying and stayed with me. So we know there are solutions. And we know we can solve it. What are the 3 silos that we're trying to fund? Oh, so we know there are solutions. And here we are, the day before National Fentanyl Awareness Day, that's tomorrow, to supercharge 3 silos of solutions. And I am pledging as Majority Leader to push to get $3.2 billion in federal funding over that Long Island can tap. So we now have about $42 billion. I want to get it increased by 3.2.
Well, we've been listening into Senator Schumer's remarks, like he said, one day ahead of National Fentanyl Awareness Day. We're going to stick on some of this news, not only about fentanyl, but a new strain of synthetic drugs that they're saying is stronger than fentanyl, is posing a threat for law enforcement. Some are calling them Frankenstein opioids, and they're starting to show up everywhere. Fox's Stephen Goin joining us live in Cleveland with more. And Stephen, what are we learning about this tonight?
Well, Daytona, we know that scientists first studied these opioids in the 1950s, and now they're hitting the streets again, and they're deadly. We are looking and talking to people in Ohio about how this state is leading the charge to find out just how bad it could be. A dangerous new group of synthetic drugs.
That's the sample in.
At least 7 different opioids called nitazines are quickly spreading across the country, mixed with other substances and flooding communities already at risk for overdose deaths.
We probably routinely see a new drug once a month to every other month.
At the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, forensic experts are sounding the alarm after tracking an increase in nitazines like ISO, which can be 20 to 100 times more potent than fentanyl.
Anything that you could see fentanyl being abused in, it's likely that they could also contain a nitazine compound as well. But going in, you don't know the safety concern that they present.
Ohio reporting 143 nitazene cases in just the first 3 months of this year.
This is a spike, something new, frankly, something kind of worrisome.
That massive increase prompting a warning from Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost about what he calls Frankenstein opioids, nitazenes, and other new drugs coming from China and Mexico.
These things that are produced on the black market, and they're really, in a lot of ways, chemistry experiments.
Taking aim at the issue, Ohio outlawed nitazenes in April, and the DEA classified them as Schedule I drugs back in December. Still, experts warn those efforts may not be enough to keep nitazenes off the street.
Because that's what dealers are looking for, drugs that are very, very potent and at the same time are going to be harder to identify.
A powerful slate of substances also harder to treat in those who overdose. Now, after the worst year on record for deadly overdoses driven in part by synthetic drugs, the threat is only growing as officials try to gain the upper hand. And while it's not yet clear how many people nitazenes have killed, the Ohio Attorney General's office says they have such a high potential for abuse and overdose accidents that no matter when they are used, they are often fatal. Daytona.
Stephen, you mentioned it a little bit in your story there, but what is the origin of these drugs? How are they coming in? Because you've done so many stories out on the border, the southern border, and fentanyl is the main focus out there, but explain more about the origin.
It's believed that these drugs have similar origins to fentanyl. Some of these drugs are produced in China, some of them are produced in Mexico, but a lot of them come across that southern border. There's also a belief that some of these drugs are made in clandestine labs here in the States and then distributed from there. But there's a lot of theories and not a lot of answers about how these drugs are getting in and quite how to stop them.
Right. And Frankenstein drugs, do you know how they got this name?
Yeah, I think that was all from the Ohio Attorney General. He kind of said it there in my story earlier. It's kind of the idea that these drugs are really just experiments, like Frankenstein's monster was just an experiment, and of course that didn't turn out well, and these drugs aren't turning out well either.
All right, Fox's Stephen Goen, thank you for this report. We'll talk to you soon. And we want to move back into some of those remarks from Senator Schumer a little bit earlier today. As he was pointing out, he wants $3.2 billion in federal funding to amp up prevention, treatment, and recovery programs, saying that opioid abuse has gotten worse during the pandemic, and data shows that fatal overdoses are up 14% and suicides up 40%, sharing some of those intimate stories that he has shared with people who have struggled with opioid abuse. So we'll go back out to that proposal there. We also have some other live events that are going to start up here in the next few minutes. So we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox.
$1 billion in federal funding over that Long Island can tap. So we now have about $42 billion. I want to get it increased by 3.2. And there are 3 silos that the money goes to. First is prevention, going to the schools and everywhere else, telling the kids this is no way out. Don't listen to the drug dealers and those, even your friends who may be pushing this stuff. The second is treatment. As I said, we know treatment works. And the third is recovery, making sure that once people are treated, they walk into good lives. Okay? Long Island has been, the data shows, will continue to be on the front lines on the opioid scourge, and today's push to supercharge the funds that can and have helped put out this fire is no drill. It's really a necessity. As Newsday has showed, as you'll hear confirmed today, and I myself have seen and discussed throughout the state and with our county officials and with Jeff and his group, we have a lot of work ahead to ameliorate the collateral damage caused by the pandemic. And opioid addiction may be one of the most intense aspects of what the COVID crisis will leave behind. So, my job is to keep what's working going, ensure the toolbox has its tools, prevention, treatment, recovery. Those are the 3 silos. We need to fund all 3. We have to keep them full with funds that deliver the resources across Long Island. So, as I said, I'm pushing a $3.2 billion budget push to increase these important federal programs. I've spoken to the White House about my intentions, and they know Congress has the purse. They're supportive, but we got to get this done. And right now, on the heels of the new Nassau numbers that show the opioid addiction on Long Island continues to demand robust federal help, and on the heels of the reporting done in Newsday, I'm supposed to hold up a chart. Where is said chart? It's in all of my said papers. Here it is. Here's the chart that shows the increases. Okay? And as you can look, 2018, 2019, 2020, but the biggest leap occurred in 2021 in Nassau County. In Suffolk County, there was a leap, not also the highest ever, but the percentage increase wasn't quite as high. So let me talk about this, okay? The National Drug Control Program funds these three silos: prevention, drug-free community support program, $106 million. We want to increase this federal pot so Long Island can tap into it. And let me tell you some groups that have received some money. Hempstead Prevention Coalition received $249,000. Saving Lives 5 Towns received $250,000. Northport East Northport Community Drug and Alcohol Task Force received $250,000. They all tell you they need that number to increase. Also, HIDA, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program, we want to increase that as well. So Long Island is a HIDA, but we want to be able to give them more money. The SAMHSA, we want a $1.4 billion increase in SAMHSA. That's in drug treatment-related funding. That's the treatment side. We want a $553 million increase for CCBHCs. That's the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, and that's designed to increase access and improve the quality of community mental health and substance abuse disorder services. So, we also want to get $2 billion for the state opioid response grants, and that would be an increase of $500 million. So that's where the $3.2 million would go. What we also want to do is create a recovery center on the East End. We now have recovery centers in...
That's actually happening right now with federal money that's already gone to FCA.
Oh, good. All right, Jeff will talk about that. We want... What about the Anti-Drug Coalition in Roosevelt?
That's all part of
this is all getting, all just...
But there's still work to do. We don't want you to think we're done.
Good. But these are show you that this money is actually getting into the hands of people who need it. When we increase money, and then we say that now the East End will have a recovery center, that there will be an anti-drug coalition in Roosevelt supporting the one in Hempstead, when we train more people at the Thrive centers, this is all happening, and that's a good thing. So, bottom line is, he gave me a lot of stuff to say here. I think I'm going to stop. Okay. All right. So, bottom line is that's where the $3.2 billion's going. We need it. People are struggling. We can give people a good life. We can get them out. We can get them out of addiction and into good lives. And every one of us here, of course, these people, but me and probably every one of you knows people who have recovered, knows people who count the days, whether it's alcoholism or drug abuse, that they are drug-free or alcohol-free. And every day they count another day. They're a happier, better, stronger, and more productive person in today's society. So we have to do this. We have to do this, and I am committed to doing it. And with that, let me call on our great county executive, who has some new numbers to discuss. County Executive Bruce, what's your middle name?
Arthur. Bruce Arthur.
Bam. Bruce Arthur.
I never
Bleakley.
used that, by the way.
Yeah.
Only when I've been in trouble. Thank you very much, Senator Schumer. First of all, thank you for being back in Nassau County. You're here a lot, and as a matter of fact, we are contemplating sending you a tax bill. You're here so much, so But you know what? That's indicative
But it's
of...
going to be a lower tax bill.
That's for me. But that's indicative of Senator Schumer's responsiveness. Both he and his staff are very responsive to the needs of Long Island, and certainly this is one of the most important needs that we have. It's just heartbreaking to see how many people now are being addicted to all kinds of drugs, other types of substance abuse, alcoholism. And the senator's right. We have to take a layered approach to it. Certainly, we have to try to prevent it. We do that with education. We do that with law enforcement going after the greedy drug dealers that prey on people's weaknesses and misery. And of course, recovery and rehabilitation are incredibly important. The family counseling and all of the component parts that go into making people well again after becoming addicted. And in Nassau County, as Senator Schumer said, our addictions are up 14%. Our suicide rate, I just learned today, has increased by 40%. Coming out of the pandemic, coming out of the COVID-19 crisis, people were isolated, they became depressed. Unfortunately, now they're turning to all kinds of substances, and that's why we need institutions like here at Thrive and all of the other groups that are represented here today, and you truly are lifesavers. Thank you all for your service, but this $3 billion is so incredibly important. And again, Senator Schumer, I want to thank you for being so responsive and addressing the needs of Long Island. I know my counterpart in Suffolk County, Steve Ballone, feels the same exact way, because this is a Long Island problem. It's a regional problem. It's a national problem. But we have to fight it, and it starts right here in our own community. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for your advocacy. And I know when we get this money, God willing, that the county executive and the people he oversees, as well as the private organizations and they oversee, will spend it well. And that's why we're able to announce a few new things have happened already on the East End and Roosevelt, etc. So I don't know anyone who does more in this area than Dr. Reynolds. He is just an incredible person. The network of organizations he has set up has done good for tens of thousands of people and families on Long Island. He's an amazing man. He's a dedicated man who both his heart aches for the people who are addicted and need help, but he's got a great brain and a whole lot of energy to make sure that he takes those feelings and puts them into action that does real results. So, Dr. Reynolds. Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So, and likewise, I'll return the favor and say there's been no one who's been more consistent than Senator Schumer on this issue. You know, we're in the third phase of the crisis. It started with prescription pills that were emptied into our community on the part of manufacturers and distributors. Young people then saw a cheaper alternative in a $7 bag of heroin, and that was the second phase. And the third phase, which we're going to really emphasize tomorrow, is fentanyl. We now expect to see fentanyl in pretty much every street sample that's out there. We found fentanyl in pretty much every drug that's out there, and one of our main lessons to young people has been one pill can kill. And so that Xanax you buy on the street, that Adderall you pick up at a party, that bag of heroin that you buy and you think you know the landscape really, really well, these days is likely to be contaminated with fentanyl. As the Senator mentioned, the dollars are already being put to good use. This is one of 3 recovery centers we run across Long Island. There's another one in Hop Hog. It was actually our first one, and the latest one is in West Hampton Beach. When we opened the one in Hop Hog, we said recovery finally has a home, and Long Island needed that almost more than anything else. Finally, you don't have to drive 60 minutes to get to a recovery center in order to get the support you need. Along those same lines, our Hempstead Prevention Coalition and Roosevelt Drug-Free Coalitions are working really hard on the prevention side. And that's the thing about prevention. We know that substance use is a preventable activity as long as we get to young people early, as long as we support them around their mental health issues so they're not turning to drugs or alcohol to medicate away the anxiety, depression, or uncertainty that comes along with COVID. But we also know that treatment works, and making sure that it's available in all its forms on demand is absolutely critical. Since the beginning of this, we've said we have to make it easier to get treatment than it is to get heroin. We're not there yet, but we're getting close, and this addition to the budget will finally realize that dream. And then finally, as we stand in a recovery center, we know that people can recover, People can go through addiction and go through everything that entails. And like other chronic diseases, they can come out the other side. And I will say,
we do want to listen in to this update from Alabama officials about, again, the manhunt underway for a corrections officer and an escaped inmate in Alabama. Take a listen.
A very difficult job. Our district attorney, Chris Conley, is joining me. And this is the press conference that we've been talking about all week that we wanted to call. Casey White and Vicky White are in custody. There was a pursuit this afternoon in Evansville, Indiana. Evansville, Indiana is about 219 miles from here. The U.S. Marshals were in pursuit of a black Ford pickup. I think it was a F Ford 150. And Casey White was driving that vehicle. Vicky White was a passenger. During the pursuit, the pickup truck wrecked. Casey White surrendered. Vicky White has been transported to the hospital for treatment. So this has ended a very long and stressful and challenging week and a half. It ended the way that we knew it would. They are in custody. What I'm very thankful for tonight is that no one was hurt. No citizens were hurt. No law enforcement officers were hurt as a result of this escape. Casey White is now back in custody, and I cannot express enough to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force for the assistance they've been in this. Their agents are actually the ones that were involved in the pursuit. And my team of investigators who worked diligently alongside the U.S. Marshals Task Force, all the other partners and players in this, the least of which is not the media. You guys have made this happen. You've kept this story out there. You've kept it on everybody's mind. And the tips, what led us to the arrest and the capture of them today was a tip that came from citizens. And they call those tips in because of the coverage y'all have provided us. You don't know how much I personally appreciate the way y'all have helped us in this case. We got a dangerous man off the street today. He is never going to see the light of day again. And, that's a good thing for not just our community, but that's a good thing for this country. So thank you very much for your help. I'll be glad to take a few questions.
What's the nature of Vicky White's wounds?
Don't know. Just know she's been transported to the hospital for treatment. There was a wreck. I don't know if the wounds are related to the wreck or not. I'm sorry.
Are they found in the same vehicle that
Yes, I think so. That Ford F-150.
What's the connection to Evansville, Indiana? Why there?
Don't know if anything particular drew them to that town. But that's where we got the latest tip, which came in late last night, I think, or last night. Followed up on it first thing this morning, and they were able to get some leads there, and it led to their capture.
Where exactly did the chase start?
Where did the chase start? I'm not sure. My understanding is that they had located them at a hotel, and they spotted them, ran, and the pursuit ensued.
Sure. We spoke to some of the folks that called that tip in up in Indiana, and they said they had actually alerted local law enforcement last week on Tuesday about that abandoned truck, and that it's taken several days for all the tips coming in to be able to get through those, get down the list. Was there something last night that changed your idea about why it might actually be a real sighting of Casey White, Vicky White?
No, I'm not aware of the earlier tip.
When will they be brought back here?
Not sure. They'll have to be extradited if they don't waive extradition. That can take some time. Of course, court proceedings involved in that. Over here, I heard someone over here.
Will they actually be brought back here, or
Yes.
the connection, is it just too deep to...
No, they will be brought here. He has to be brought back here, and she does, to face arraignment on the new charges. He is charged with escape. She has multiple charges on her now. They will have to be brought back here for arraignment. We've already made arrangements with the Department of Corrections. He will be brought here for arraignment. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't matter. The judge has agreed to come out. He will be arraigned and immediately transferred to the Department of Corrections.
Are you concerned
she will not be logged. She will not be confined in this detention center.
Sheriff, what, if anything, at this point would you like to say to Vicky, perhaps?
I hope she survives this. I don't know the extent of her injuries. I hope she survives it. You know, we don't wish any ill will on Vicky in terms of her health or her, you know, her well-being, but she has some answers to give us, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to get those answers.
Was there any kind of struggle?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it was just a pursuit. They wrecked and they were taken into custody. I understand he surrendered.
Were they found with any guns or?
I haven't got that information. I'm not sure.
How was she injured?
Don't know. I don't know if it's a result of wreck or if it's some other kind of injuries.
Is there any indication, Sheriff, that one of them shot themselves during this chase?
Can't confirm that. I know that no law enforcement officers fired any shots for sure.
Sheriff, the eyes of the country, people across the world, in fact, have been watching and following this manhunt, you know, from here in Lauderdale County and now through 3 different states. How have you managed to keep going every day and keep that energy that we've seen here throughout this search?
I just wanted to get them off the street. I was committed to that. I was committed to every resource we had available to us to use those resources to make this event happen, to make this press conference possible.
Did you expect this outcome?
I'm sorry?
Did you expect this outcome?
I did. You know, I've always expected this outcome. I knew we would catch them. It was just a matter of time. What was so challenging about this escape was, you know, most escapes from a county jail especially, they're not planned. They're just sort of spontaneous. There are no resources available, no plan in place about what am I going to do when I get out here other than just run. This escape was obviously well planned and calculated. A lot of preparation went into this. They had plenty of resources, had cash, had vehicles, had everything they needed to pull this off. And that's what made this last week and a half so challenging. You know, we were starting from ground zero, and not only that, we were they got a 6-hour head start on us. So it's been a very, and this just speaks volumes to the effectiveness and the efficiency, that speaks volumes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the United States Marshal Service. This is what they do. They track down fugitives, and today is obvious that they do it well.
Is there any reason to believe they had help in their escape?
No evidence that I know of that there was anyone else involved other than Casey White and Vicky White.
Someone going to get the money?
That I don't know about. That's not my deal.
Are they talking yet or keeping quiet? Did they have anything to say once they were in custody?
I have no idea. They're obviously in Indiana, and I'm here, so I don't really know what's going on as we speak. But
are you all sending folks to Indiana? Do you have people up there?
The U.S. Marshals are up there. We will probably wait until they get back here. I don't see any need in us sending someone up there, because they'll be brought back here. And now if they don't waive extradition and are up there for a while, we may end up sending a team up.
Sheriff, can you talk about lessons learned? We've talked over the week about protocols that are in place for your employees, but will there be changes or lessons that you learned from this entire situation?
Well, the lesson that I think I've learned, and I think everybody's learned, you don't know who you can trust. You know, I had every bit of trust in Vicky White. She has been an exemplary employee, and what in the world provoked her or prompted her to pull a stunt like this, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. But, you know, I mean, you as a leader, you've got to have people in place in these key positions like she was in, that you have confidence in, that you have trust in. And when they violate that trust, I don't know how you can predict that. You know, we had the policies. You know, a policy is a piece of paper. It can't prevent anything. A policy is there for me as a leader to take disciplinary action when a policy is violated. I can't predict when someone's going to violate a policy. But you know, it just one more time, you know, I've learned that you just don't know people sometimes. You think you do, and you really don't know who they are.
How would you compare this moment to some of the other events that have happened in your tenure as sheriff?
Not just my tenure as sheriff. September of this year will mark the 50th anniversary of me beginning my career. I've never experienced a week like this in my career.
Sheriff, you've been in contact with Pat Davis, Vicky's mom, over the course. You had one sheriff that you said that was kind of your liaison.
Yes.
Have you spoken to her since their capture?
I have not. That deputy is at her home as we speak.
So he's talking to her
he was dispatched there. That's one reason we had to delay the press conference a while, to give him time to get to their house.
So she was alerted before the press
Yes.
conference.
You said Vicky will be in the Lauderdale County Detention Center. Do you know what the plans are when she's brought back here?
Vicky, we'll make arrangements to have her detained in another facility. And in fact, those arrangements have already been made. Those arrangements were made 3 or 4 days ago.
Mr. Connolly, can you speak a little to the general about upcoming prosecution of this? Just talk to us about
Well,
that.
we primarily want to bring him back here and hold him accountable, not only for this escape, obviously, but for the murder of Connie Ridgway. So we're going to be working with the Sheriff's Department to make sure that we can get him extradited and get him back here and hold him accountable.
In general, though, how do you, obviously, the extra precautions placed on him given this escape, what are your thoughts about that in terms of bringing him to trial and filing charges? Can you go over the immediate charges that are coming out of
Well,
this?
I mean, his capital murder case is set for June, so, you know, plan A would be to try him in June for that. And there are a lot of moving parts between there and now, but I mean, that's plan A. And obviously, I know that we got a great staff at the jail, and I know that they're going to be on high alert to house him and make sure that he doesn't get away from us again.
You talk about the charges coming against Vicky, how you will pursue that.
So she's charged with facilitating the escape. That's a Class C felony, so she's looking at up to 10 years in prison.
Mr. Connolly, you've been in contact with Connie Ridgway's family, her sons. Can you talk to me about making that call to them and letting them know about this capture? Has that been done yet?
Yes, I mean, that was our first priority when we found out that they were captured, is to let them know that, and we've done that, so they know.
Can you tell me about that conversation? You seemed like you were probably excited to make that call. What was their take on the other end?
Well, to be frank, they already knew it from Facebook. So apparently the people in Indiana had already released it on Facebook. But yeah, I mean, but you know, that's part of what we take very seriously, is to make sure that our victims are informed and consulted about the case, and we've done that.
And all of this, everyone talking about Vicky and Casey and their love story and whatnot, they're real victims of Casey White's crimes and alleged victims of Connie Ridgway.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's one of the really sad things about this, that after finally being able to indict him for her murder, of having this twist and turn in that case, it's got to be devastating to them, so we look forward to bringing him to justice.
What was the reaction from Casey's ex-girlfriend when he tried to kill him?
I have not spoken to her, so I don't have any reaction from her.
For you, Mr. Connolly, just one last question. There's a lot of media attention, there's a lot of just eyes on this case. What does that mean for you and your office to make sure that everything, your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed to get this pushed through?
I tell you, my main concern is the media. I obviously in favor of fair reporting, but we want to try this case right here in Lauderdale County. So, you know, our goal in the next days and weeks as we go ahead is we want to be cooperative with the media, but we also want to be mindful that we don't want to change a venue, for instance. We want to be able to try this case here in Lauderdale County among his peers. So we've got to take that into account as we go forward in the days ahead. Thank y'all.
Let me add, a question was asked earlier about changes in protocols or whatnot. The day will come when Casey White will have to be brought back here for trial. And I can assure you, we have a crowding dilemma at our corrections facility. We have about 315 inmates with 256 beds. We're using every crook and cranny we can in that bed to house inmates. But he will be in a cell by himself if we have to put other inmates on the floor to make it happen. He will stay in handcuffs and shackles while he's in that cell. And if he wants to sue me for violating his civil rights, so be it. He's not getting out of this jail again. I'll assure you that. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
All right, so that's going to do it right there for that update from Lauderdale County. We've been showing you video and surveillance that really is all that they've been able to go off of for this case, this Alabama manhunt. Just to recap what we now know, Indiana police also reporting that Vicky White, who was unfortunately that corrections officer in Lauderdale County that helped Casey White escape that jail in Lauderdale County. Well, they say that she was driving the car, the getaway car, and shot herself. She's now facing 10 years in prison. She has since been transported to the hospital. The extent of her injuries really unknown. Casey White surrendering in Evansville, Indiana to police. They led police on a pursuit here, and we're going to be hearing from officials out in Indiana in just a few minutes here. They say that this is all thanks to a tip that came in about the fact that they were in Indiana. Someone had spotted their car. They're not releasing a lot of information about that. Again, remember, there is reward money that was being offered for any information. They say they don't know if that money is going to be given out because of this. We'll update you on that. They are going to be brought back to Lauderdale County, though, for their arraignment. The sheriff there is saying that he does hope that Vicky White survives. Doesn't know the extent of her injuries, but says that she will be held accountable. Again, this was 3 states that were involved in this manhunt. 11 days later, both in custody. Again, we'll have an update for you where that pursuit happened out in Indiana. We have our teams down on the ground there, so stick with us. We'll play out that full update for you in just a little bit here, but we want to move on to one of the other stories of the day that we are following. A Red Wing area woman arrested in connection to the death of a baby boy who was found in the Mississippi River in 2003. She's also been identified through DNA as the mom of a baby girl found in the river in 1999. To break all of this down, I want to bring in Fox 9's Rob Olson. Rob, this is a devastating story, but a lot of questions being answered.
Yeah, and questions that have persisted here for so long, you know, since more than 2 decades. Now, to be clear, there have been 3 infants, newborns, found in the Mississippi River in 99, in 03, and in 07. Now, the woman arrested early this morning has been linked as the mother of the first 2, and she admitted that she's the mother of those 2, charged with homicide in the second case. The third at this point appears to be entirely unrelated, so that is still a mystery. But for these first couple of cases here in Red Wing, some answers, albeit difficult ones, have finally come.
It has been 8,222 days since we discovered our first newborn, wrapped in a towel and floating in the water near the city of Red Wing.
For more than 22 years, the discoveries have haunted the community of Red Wing. A newborn girl found in November of 99 floating among the boathouses at Red Wing's Bay Point Park. A newborn boy found in December of 03 on a beach of Lake Pepin near Frontenac, and both were deceased.
2 words, tenacity and perseverance.
Now in custody, arrested early Monday, 50-year-old Jennifer Matter of rural Red Wing, charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder for the death of the infant boy in 03. Red Wing resident Jeannie Madsen paid for the funerals and burials of those children.
It's really hard to put into words what I'm feeling right now.
What broke the case now is genetic genealogy, essentially running the infant's DNA against public DNA databases and building a family tree, which through identified relatives led to Matter. Last week, a court-ordered DNA sample confirmed she's the mother of both infants. Now, she's not charged for the 99 case because she told investigators the baby was born blue and not breathing. No evidence at this point that that baby was alive.
Charges may be amended or added at a later time as more evidence comes to light.
But in the 03 case, she told police she gave birth at the beach on Lake Pepin and then left the baby hoping somebody would find it. Though when someone did, it was days later and too late.
I mentioned it, the tenacity of our investigations, all these people, was amazing, and I think we're just sighing a sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, so they will still investigate the 1999 case to see if there's any evidence that would indicate otherwise, that that baby was in fact alive. potentially at birth or maybe even when placed in the water. So again, further charges could come if the evidence leads them there. So far, the second-degree homicide charges for the second case from 03. And again, the infant found in 2007, they say, completely unrelated at this point. So that's something that they will continue to do genetic genealogy on to try to locate relatives and figure out answers in that case. But for these first two, again, some answers that are difficult to hear, but welcome at the same time to know what happened.
Well, this is just a testament, Rob, to the advances in technology over just the past couple of decades here.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and that's what the superintendent of the Minnesota BCA, that's a Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the statewide investigative criminal agency, talked about too. That so many of these cold cases that they're going back to look at because of the advances in DNA technology, and in this case, it's essentially like running, if you're doing your own ancestry with DNA. That's kind of what they're doing now with these cold cases, where they can basically submit the DNA of these dead children from so long ago and run their ancestry. And in this case, they said they found relatives from the 1850s. Eventually, it led to identifying a father of the first child, who identified Jennifer Matter as the likely mother of that, and then DNA tied her to both infants. But again, it's not as easy as you and I just submitting a sample to Ancestry. It's much more complicated than that in terms of processing the DNA sample, and so it's costly. They raised $10,000 locally through donations in Red Wing to pay for it because the county sheriff didn't have the budget for it. But they said they raised that money in days to send this off. But then essentially, after the complicated DNA processing of the samples that you have, the rest of it is like you and I running our ancestry and trying to match up people and see where that trail leads.
Wow, that's unbelievable, and quite possibly another cold case to be solved with that other baby that was found in the river there. So thank you so much for your reporting, Fox 9's Rob Olson. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
And we want to take you back out to the scene that we were kind of showing you a little bit earlier here. This is in Evansville, Indiana, where we got yet another update from the Sheriff's Department there after a pursuit with the escaped inmate, the Whites, that we have been following out of Alabama here. You'll remember Casey White and Vicky White sending law enforcement on a massive manhunt, 3 states. Today, the 11th day of that search. Now, both of them in custody. Vicky White has been hospitalized. Casey White now in custody here. We'll give you details from these officials. As you can see, the car that was completely smashed here due to this pursuit. We are getting reports that Vicky White was driving the car and eventually shot herself, but we'll hear from down on the ground after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. 6:30 out on the East Coast. Take you out live to Evansville, Indiana. This is where eventually that manhunt ended between the corrections officer Vicky White and that inmate, that escaped Alabama inmate Casey White. He has since surrendered. Vicky White taken to the hospital. This is a live look at their car that they were fleeing in. Some would say their getaway car here. This is the end of the scene. Officials giving a briefing just minutes ago. We want to listen into that in full.
I'm just rolling on this, so you guys can take media. You just arrived to the media staging area.
Okay. So today, the Bamberg County Sheriff's Office and the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, and even members of the Marshal Task Force from Alabama and Mississippi, and we have Marshal Stillwell here, inspector from the Marshal Service. They were here because a vehicle had been located in Evansville almost a week ago that appeared to be related to the Alabama escapee and Sheriff's Office employee that had fled the area. As we were working on this today, we gained information that a vehicle matching the description of a suspect vehicle was near our Sheriff's Office. So the U.S. Marshals Task Force and Deputy Sheriffs went to the area. Soon thereafter, the male and female fled in a vehicle on Highway 41 northbound, went past Highway 57. As you can see, they turned here on Birch Park Drive. They came through this grassy area. The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured, not too seriously. They've both been taken to local hospitals to be examined for their injuries. Her injuries are very serious. I don't know the true extent, but I want to commend the Marshals Task Force for being here and working diligently with the Bamberg County Sheriff's Office to put two bad people and get them off the street.
Are these the Whites from Alabama?
Yes, they are. It is.
She's still alive?
She's still alive.
His condition?
What's that?
His condition?
He seems to be okay. She's in pretty serious shape.
Do you know where she was shot?
I don't know where she was shot, but it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Do you know where the pursuit first took place? And where?
It was Highway 41 south of St. George Road is where the pursuit initiated.
Any indication on how long they've been in Evansville?
We can't clarify that at this time until we speak to him. We know the vehicle that was recovered had a date of May the 3rd. It's hard to believe that they've been here that many days, but we were lucky that we stumbled upon them today.
Yeah, the car wash surveillance photos were from the 3rd. It's only speculation, of course, at this point, but why would people on the run stay in Evansville for 6 days?
Well, they're criminals. Sometimes they do things that are unexplainable, but in this case, I'm glad they did.
Yeah. How did law enforcement catch eyes on them? Was somebody called in, or did law enforcement just catch them while they were driving?
A member of the Evansville Police Department observed the vehicle and thought that it could have matched the description of the vehicle that we've been looking for, and that's when we went to investigate.
So the vehicle that's found at the car wash, was that impounded? The blue Ford?
Yes.
So they changed vehicles?
Or you guys jump there with media on.
They changed vehicles to a Cadillac?
Okay, so anybody here?
Was it a Cadillac that was eventually stopped and crashed?
No, as you see, it was this vehicle in the. It looked like a truck, wasn't it? Was it a truck?
Oh, it's a Cadillac.
No, well, I'm sorry, it is a Cadillac. That was stopped. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Would you like to come up and speak?
We'll just let the sheriff handle it for now. I know he's planning on doing a press conference.
Can you talk about the cooperation between the various law enforcement agencies to get this done?
Well, probably one of the best federal agencies that we work with is the U.S. Marshals Task Force. They do a very good job. They supply a lot of resources and personnel to us. And when we have serious crime that needs to be addressed, we can usually handle it through the Marshals Task Force in our office. And the state police is involved in that, and other police as well. So it's a very good multi-member law enforcement agency.
From when they were spotted initially to whenever the crash happened, how long was that?
Very short period of time. From the time we initiated the pursuit until the time it ended was less than a few minutes.
Do you think there were other accomplices that may have
Well, I'm sorry.
with this, and obviously this has been national news, has there been other ways that you guys have prepared for this than you guys expecting? I'm sure you guys weren't.
Well, anytime you have people that are on the run, you're notified and you're keeping a watchful eye on any suspicious activity or suspicious vehicles. In this particular case, one of the suspects being 6'9", that's good for us because he wasn't a normal sized human being, so it was an easy target for us.
Whenever criminals are on the run, even we in the media, even the regular Joe citizen wonders, I wonder if they come our way. When did you first get the indication that they might be coming our way?
Well, after the vehicle was located a while back, we at least knew they may have been in our area, but I couldn't believe that they had remained here.
Did they resist at any point when they were when the car did?
Oh no! Once the accident occurred, they no resistance.
How long from the time that vehicle was found at the car wash until it was determined that was probably their vehicle? How long?
I don't know the time frame that they developed the lead. That was probably later.
How many weapons were found in the car?
What's that?
How many weapons?
Just one so far, but we haven't really looked through the vehicle yet. We're going to get a search warrant for the vehicle, and we'll examine it later on this evening.
Sheriff Wedding, there were previous reports. I'm with 44 on the other. Sorry, there were previous reports from Casey White saying, you know, he was ready to go all out. He was even, you know, asking for law enforcement to shoot him. Are you surprised that it was Vicky White?
Well, once again, with criminals and criminal minds, they're very unpredictable. We don't take anything they say with any merit. They can change on a dime, and this was a perfect example of it.
Did you say that it was Casey who was driving?
It was the female who was driving.
Vicky.
The main thing is we're lucky that no law enforcement was injured, no innocent civilians were injured. The pursuit was short in nature, and we have both people in custody.
Everybody, thanks a lot. All right, go bring Brady Williams, and you heard it right here.
So that was the latest update out in Evansville, Indiana. This is once again a live look of that car that crashed following the pursuit. The sheriff saying that the pursuit only lasted a few minutes. This was the U.S. Marshals Task Force that pursued that, saying that one weapon was found and recovered in the car and that Vicky White shot herself. The extent of her injuries, serious. So we'll keep you updated on the condition of her as they will be sent back to Lauderdale County for their arraignment, of course. The tow truck also there on the ground, and many of our news crews also there. Looks like they're speaking one-on-one with the sheriff. Let's listen in.
This is a recording, right?
This is, yeah.
Recording.
And as they get ready for this interview, they're going to be talking. It's just going to be a Q&A, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we always do here, as he'll be speaking about the pursuit, 3 different states that they traveled here, the tips that came in to allow them to find Vicky and Casey White here. We'll listen in.
You look good.
There you go.
By just editing it out properly. That's very important.
First things first, you know the drill. Say and spell your first and last name. Tell me your title, please.
Okay, I am Sheriff David, last name Wedding, W-E-D-D-I-N-G.
All right, so tell me what happened. You know, we found out about this surveillance footage over at the car wash over there. We found out this happened Tuesday, so kind of piece to me together what happened from there.
Okay, beginning this morning, the Vanderbilt County Sheriff's Office and our local United States Marshals Task Force, along with members from the Alabama and Mississippi Marshal Task Force, met due to information given us that the fugitives from Alabama could be in the area of Evansville, Vanderbilt County, based on a vehicle that was abandoned here on May the 3rd. As we were gathering information and trying to figure out whether they could or could not be in our area, a vehicle that matched the description of another vehicle that they supposedly had driven off in about a week ago. Well, and on surveillance video, was noticed by an Evansville police officer. So we were contacted, so the U.S. Marshals Task Force with our members and other members from Alabama and Mississippi went to the area where the vehicle was supposed to be located, and the two fugitives spotted us, got in the vehicle quickly, and sped away on Highway 41, which is to my left. It was about a 3-minute pursuit. They drove pretty quick, and they came to a large factory here in northern Vanderbilt County known as Anchor Industries. They drove to their parking lot, went to the grassy area, and several of our units rammed their vehicle to end the pursuit, pushed them into a small ditch. Once the vehicle was in the ditch, the female driver took a handgun out and shot herself. She is in serious condition. She's transported to the hospital. The male suspect is also taken to the hospital just to be examined before he goes to the Vanderbilt County Jail.
What hospital are they in right now?
I don't know the hospital.
Okay.
We usually don't get that.
Right. I mean, how does it feel that this is happening right here in Evansville, Indiana? This is obviously a huge national story that I think pretty much everyone knows about right now. Were you expecting this in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I was surprised that these fugitives would have stayed in our community for 6 days. But they are criminals. They make stupid decisions, and this stupid decision they made helped us apprehend them.
Where is it believed that they were staying?
What's that?
Do we know?
We think they were staying at a Motel 6 on Highway 41, we believe, just south of here.
Anything else that is important to know right now?
Well, what's important to know is that, you know, crime occurs. We're responsible for trying to solve that. We were very fortunate today that things just fell in place, and we put 2 bad people, hopefully, behind bars.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you.
Hello there. How you doing?
And once again, Fox's Madison Scarpino there down on the ground. She's one of our Fox reporters talking one-on-one with the sheriff in Evansville, Indiana. We'll also be speaking with one of our other reporters who's currently in Lauderdale County, which is where all of this started in Alabama. We'll be speaking with him within the hour. So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox, as we do have Casey White and Vicky White now both in custody here. Vicky White transported to the hospital with serious injuries. Her condition still somewhat unknown, as it was self-inflicted gunshot wounds following the pursuit. Again, a live look of that car that crashed. A 3-minute pursuit is what the sheriff said, and we'll give you more details through the rest of the evening here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
info that made that.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Hurricane season is coming up, but some folks in Louisiana are still fighting their insurance companies for payments. After last season, 4 companies have gone bankrupt since Hurricane Ida hit the state, leaving many families without the money to fix their own homes. Fox's Rebecca Castor live in New Orleans with this story that you have been following. Rebecca, what is the latest with all of these residents?
Well, Daytona, people are anxious here as we're getting closer to hurricane season, and many homes are still relying on these blue tarps. The insurance bankruptcies have impacted thousands of families. The damage from the last few storms just too much for some companies to handle. 4 named hurricanes in 2 years and a deadly tornado have put a massive strain on Louisiana's insurance market.
We are under pressure for insolvencies, several companies failing, others withdrawing from our market in the aftermath of their losses.
More than 60,000 homeowners now have to find new coverage. The Vaqueros are one of them.
The mold was just from top to bottom to our ceilings. And especially the kids' rooms took on a lot of water. We had to throw away, like, you know, some toys and books and clothes.
It's been 8 months since Ida, and the Vaqueros' home still looks like this. They were waiting on an insurance check before their insurer went under.
You just assume that you pay for insurance all this time, and you think they're going to take care of you. So you never expect that all of a sudden they're just gone. It's scary not knowing if we're going to have insurance when hurricane season comes, and is our house going to be fixed?
When companies go under, if the state can't find another insurer to take over the claims, they'll pay policyholders through the Louisiana Insurance Guarantee Fund. It's safety net for failed companies.
Those folks will see, I do believe, better service and quicker payment because the Guarantee Fund has the money they need to service those policies.
Nicole Vaquero hopes she'll see a check soon.
Just want to get my kids back in their home so they can do what kids are supposed to do, and we can be home as a family.
Now, the state's insurance commissioner is optimistic that many companies will return to the state after several years of mild weather. Colorado State University, however, is predicting this upcoming hurricane season to be another above-average year with 19 named storms. Daytona?
Hey, Fox's Rebecca Castor, thank you so much for tracking this story. We'll talk to you soon. And we're going to keep it moving here with a couple of live looks across the country. We just brought to you that breaking news coming out of Evansville as we had an update from officials about, again, that Alabama manhunt that is now ended after today would have been the 11th day for that Casey White and Vicky White now in custody. We'll be tracking it through the rest of the evening. We also have a live look outside of the Supreme Court as barriers have been put up. You'll remember they started kind of erecting those last week. We'll be talking about abortion rights as many lawmakers are taking new stances, including New York Attorney General Letitia James announcing new proposed legislation that would help pay for abortions for women in New York and those who travel there from out of state. We'll be bringing on our own expert analysis about next steps when the conversation of Roe v. Wade continues here on Live Now from Fox.
and those beyond the lines of our state have access to this critical and absolutely this life-saving and critical right.
New York Attorney General Letitia James announcing new proposed legislation that would help pay for abortions for women in New York and those who travel here from out of state.
New York has already experienced an uptick in people coming to our state to get an abortion.
The bill would establish the Reproductive Freedom and Equity Program. Money from the fund would go to nonprofits and abortion providers so they could treat women who do not have insurance or need money to travel to New York from another state. New York Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas co-sponsored the bill.
This fund will direct money, $50 million, to the Department of Health in order to offer grants to abortion providers and nonprofits that assist people in accessing the abortion care that they need.
All this coming after Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announcing he will hold a vote Wednesday to codify Roe v. Wade into law. Even though he doesn't have the votes to pass it, he says he wants to force Republican senators to show where they stand on abortion.
Every American will see how every senator stands. They can't duck it anymore. The Republicans have tried to duck it. They have surreptitiously tried to take away rights by packing the courts, but they don't get up and talk about it. Well, now they're going to have to show which side they're on.
Protests are expected to continue through this weekend until the Supreme Court releases a final ruling on federal abortion rights. Demonstrations erupting around the country after a leaked draft opinion from the High Court showed a majority of justices appear to be ready to overturn Roe v. Wade and toss abortion rights back to the states.
So that was the latest from Fox 5 in New York. We have the ability to play out full press conferences for you. So we want to play out those remarks for you from New York's Attorney General Letitia James about that new proposed legislation. We'll also be hearing from our experts at the top of the hour about next steps when it comes to Roe v. Wade, and on Capitol Hill with, of course, Senator Schumer wanting to codify Roe v. Wade. And everything really surrounding this conversation that people are still talking about a week later.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to recognize the bill sponsors: Senator Cordell Clear, Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, Assemblymember Emily Gallagher, Council members Crystal Hudson, Council member Lynn Shulman, advocates Andrea Miller, the president of the National Institute of Reproductive Health, Dr. Jessica Altrio with the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists, and Cynthia Steele, the board member for Girls for Gender Equity. Good morning, everyone. So almost 50 years ago, Roe versus Wade guaranteed people the freedom to make their own decisions about their bodies. This was a landmark decision that had immeasurable impact on women and individuals, members of the trans community all across this country. In the 50 years since, there have been countless attempts to undermine and to overturn this right. And we have seen conservative states, state after state, basically enact and systematically chip away at those rights. We've seen states where they seek to criminalize abortion. We have seen states where they seek to deputize and incentivize bounty hunters to report individuals who have had abortions, or those professionals who assist them. We have seen bans with no exception for rape and or incest, and we know that that these laws will impact low and people and people of color all across this country. Every person in this nation should have the freedom to control their own body and their own health care. And this fundamental right is implicit in our Constitution, and that right should not be abridged and or denied. And we are taking action today to make sure that remains true here in New York, both for New Yorkers and for people living in states that are poised to ban abortions. We're here today to announce new legislation to protect and expand access to abortion. This new bill, sponsored by State Senator Cordell Clear and Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, will create a dedicated state program that will give financial resources to abortion providers in our state. Again, give financial resources to abortion providers in our state. And these funds will help New Yorkers who need financial support to seek abortions. And it will also provide and support the influx of individuals who have and will continue to come to New York from other states to seek abortions. Because if Roe is overturned, 26 states will ban and or are likely to ban abortion. And 58% of women of reproductive age, or about 40 million women, live in those states. And a significant number of members of the LGBTQ community as well live in those states. And over the past few years, as states have rolled back this right and made it harder to get an abortion, New York has already experienced an uptick in people coming to our state to get an abortion. According to the CDC, in 2019, almost 9% of abortions performed in New York were for people from other states. That amounts to about 7,000 individuals. And New York, as you know, is one of the states which has the highest number of individuals coming to it to get abortions. According to the Guttmacher Institute, that number could grow to more than 32,000 individuals, or perhaps even more. And that's just for people traveling to New York from Ohio and Pennsylvania, where they have restrictive laws and, in some cases, lack of access to abortion providers. And these funds will help individuals without insurance and or individuals who are struggling to make ends meet. As elected officials, we are lucky to live in New York, law, and where the people in power actually care about the health and well-being of the people that we serve, and those who live outside of the state of New York, who require access to an abortion. Because for many of us, this is personal. And it's important to understand that, as Dr. King once said, that as long as one of us lacks the right to protect our own bodies, none of us is free. And today that reality is truer than ever before. And that is why we are pushing the boundary and stepping up to protect our freedoms, but also our lives. And on days like today, it's so important to remember that Americans believe in the right to abortions. Most Americans believe in the right to abortion. And we are everywhere, in blue parts of the map and also in red ones. And we will continue to act to ensure that every New Yorker and those beyond the lines of our state have access to this critical and absolutely this life-saving and critical right. And that under the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, that we will not be treated like second-class citizens. Because the reality of the situation is that bans will not stop abortions. Bans will not stop abortions. Bans will only stop safe abortions. And that is why we are here today, to provide access to safe abortions. And now it's my honor and privilege to invite the Senate sponsor of this legislation up, State Senator Cordell Clear, to deliver some remarks.
Thank you so much, Attorney General James. Healthcare is a human right, and abortion is a fundamental and essential aspect of women's health care, plain and simple. I'm sorry. Any rollback or constraint of any health care right is fundamentally unjust, and we know it will have particular harm on women of color, those of modest means, and those already suffering disparities under our current system. We cannot and we will not let it stand. I am proud to sponsor new legislation introduced last week, A10148, S9078, Clear, and Gonzalez-Rojas, called the Reproductive Freedom and Equity Program. This legislation will ensure that in New York, we not only protect, but also fully fund and support all aspects of women's health care, including comprehensive abortion services. We will not be subject to the arbitrary whims of a politicized Supreme Court, nor can we fund health care services via private fundraising. To do so is an effrontery to the principles of equity, fairness, and good government. The Supreme Court will not take New York, New Yorkers, and anyone who enters our borders seeking refuge, comfort, and empathy back to the Stone Ages with tortured opinions that put women's lives at risk. New York will lead the way, and we will redesign our system to align with the values, rights, and priorities, the health of women. It's our bodies, and it's our choice.
And now I'd like to introduce Assembly Member Jessica Gonzalez-Rojas, who sponsored the legislation in the Assembly.
Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you all for being here. I've spent my career fighting for reproductive justice. I served 13 years as the executive director of the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice. And what's fundamental is that the ability to determine if, when, and how to create the family you wish to create, and then to be able to raise that family with dignity, is crucial in the pursuit for reproductive justice. It is about health, it is about dignity, and it is about justice. And I have been fighting to address all the conditions that have continued to impact the ability for someone to make that decision. And even as the legal right for Roe has been in existence, the ability to access that right was often out of reach for so many people, including immigrants and trans people and low-income folks and folks on Medicaid. However, we're now facing an even darker reality. The access to Roe may fall before us in June, as the leaked memo has presented. So it is up to New York, a state that is rooted in the ability for folks to determine if, when, and how to create their families, and to stand proudly by that ability to make those decisions for themselves. I'm so proud to be the sponsor in the Assembly alongside Senator Clear of the Reproductive Freedom and Equity Fund. This fund will direct money, $50 million, to the Department of Health in order to offer grants to abortion providers and nonprofits that assist people in accessing the abortion care that they need. And that means everything from allowing providers to get training and education and bringing more staff and security, as well as ensuring uncompensated care is being reached so that people who don't have insurance, don't have access to insurance, can get this care. And it also provides resources for folks to get here, travel, child care. Most people who have abortions are already parents, and doula care as well. So this is a critical piece of legislation. There may be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that are going to turn to New York for access to abortion care, and we have to be ready and willing and able to welcome everybody with compassion, with dignity, and with quality abortion care. So that's what our legislation will do. And something I want to remind everybody. My friend Renee Bracey Sherman always says that whether you know it or not, everyone loves someone who's had an abortion. So New York needs to stand with our loved ones and fight to protect that right and access to that right while the Supreme Court has failed us. So thank you so much for being here.
I'm proud of these two sponsors. And throughout the weekend, as I rallied in Long Island and in the city of New York, I was surprised by the number of senior citizens, individuals who were proud Catholics, who whispered in my ear, I too had an abortion. I've been dealing with reproductive rights for a long time, and the next speaker, she and I go way back to the days in my days in the city council, and I think even before that when I worked in the state legislature. And we've been fighting and dealing with reproductive rights for a long time. And as someone said to me over the weekend, I can't believe that we're still dealing with this. Now it's my honor and my privilege to introduce the president of the National Institute for Reproductive Health, Andrea Miller.
Thank you so much, Attorney General James. I am so proud to be here today as president of the National Institute for Reproductive Health and the NIRH Action Fund. We're an advocacy organization that fights for just and equitable access to reproductive health care, including abortion, at the state and local level here in New York and all across the country. I want to thank the Attorney General for bringing us all together, and of course, Senator Clear and Assemblymember Gonzalez Rojas for being sponsors of this legislation. Last week's news confirmed what we have known for a long time. A majority of the justices of the Supreme Court are chomping at the bit to overturn Roe v. Wade. Appointed expressly for that purpose, we have zealots that are willing to place anti-abortion idolatry and ideological fervor over the health, well-being, and bodily autonomy of millions of people across this country. If the Supreme Court overturns Roe, as you have heard this morning, we know what will happen. nearly half of the states will ban abortion or otherwise push it almost entirely out of reach. They will do so despite the views and the needs of their residents, the majority of whom in every state support legal access to abortion care. They will do so regardless of the tremendous harm that it will do to the health, well-being, families, and futures of hundreds of thousands of people who need abortion care every year. And they will do so throwing out decades of precedent and turning a blind eye to the harsh consequences, which will likely stretch far beyond the issue of abortion. Make no mistake, Justice Alito's callous and draconian draft opinion is a call to action, and this morning, New York is answering that call, as we have time and again, even before the days of Roe v. Wade. I'm so grateful to be here today because together with the Attorney General, the Senator, the Assembly member, members of the City Council, and other allies, we are clear that we are going to not only protect access to abortion care, but we're going to make it more accessible, more affordable, more possible for anyone who needs an abortion, whether you are a New Yorker or you are someone who has to come to New York for that support and care. The New York Freedom and Equity Fund will build on the New York Reproductive Health Act that together we all passed in 2019 to protect abortion rights, and it will create a real pathway to abortion at a time when we need it the most. It will cover medical, travel, and other costs for people seeking abortion care. It will ensure that a person's income and zip code do not have to be the insurmountable barriers to accessing this critical service. And it will also ensure that our incredibly courageous and brave healthcare providers who provide abortions to those who seek them have the sufficient capacity, resources, and infrastructure to accept all patients. Because we know banning abortion, making it illegal, doesn't take away the need for abortion. It just makes it much, 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 much harder to get one. No one should have to travel hundreds, if not thousands of miles to get an abortion. But if they do, they need to know that New York is here for them. At the National Institute for Reproductive Health, we are proud that we have partnered with advocates in Oregon to be the first state to pass a multi-million-dollar fund like this. And now New York has the opportunity to be a leader that it's always been and to become the second state to help people across the country and here in New York. This moment demands that we act, and we are doing so now. And I'm so grateful to the leadership in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, our last speaker is Dr. Jessica Artrio, the Legislative Chair of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and an OB/GYN physician herself to speak. Dr. Artrio.
Thank you and good morning. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist and the legislative chair of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. I work every day to support health and well-being, and I consider it a deep privilege to personally provide abortion care. I have compassionate and patient-centered approaches, and I'm available to our most complex patients. In my daily work, I see the way abortion improves the lives of all the pregnant patients I take care of if they choose to pursue that path. It's essential health care that empowers my patients to chart their own life course. Abortion is the right decision for many pregnant persons faced with challenges, including a desperately wanted pregnancy that has a profoundly poor prognosis or is incompatible with life, a person with severe cardiac conditions who may be weighing their own morbid prognosis in the face of a pregnancy, which they also desperately wanted, or a mother who's currently parenting and navigating severe and profound financial hardship. All abortions are medically indicated and necessary. My work and the work of my clinical community will strive to make sure that every complex and high-risk abortion receives the superlative medical attention that they deserve. I'm so proud to stand with our New York elected officials today to uplift this proactive legislature, which will help us to ensure that New York stands as a bright light for abortion care access, equity, and human rights. The Reproductive Freedom Act and its legislation will grant financial support for the staff, services, facilities, infrastructure that has made abortion access, even to our New Yorkers at times, a very difficult challenge, and will be an even larger challenge from persons coming from hostile states. It will ensure that New York will continue to have access and will protect the needs of those coming to our borders. Thank you again to the New York State elected officials for their sincere commitment to break down barriers to abortion access and to stand as a leader in this difficult time. Abortion is healthcare. Access to abortion is essential. ACOG stands ready to be a partner in this action.
Thank you, Doctor. I apologize. The sponsors of the legislation had to leave to catch the Amtrak train. As you know, the legislative session begins this afternoon. I want to thank the members of the City Council who have joined us, and I specifically, and who were responsible for organizing the rally at Foley Square last week. And I specifically want to shout out my council member, Councilmember Crystal Hudson, who was one of the main organizers. Questions on topic?
General, how much money will be in the fund? Essentially, how does this work? If a woman in Texas wants an abortion, does she fill out a form? Does she go online? Give us the nuts and bolts.
So the thank you, and please call me Tish. The legislation establishes a fund that the Department of Health will oversee to provide funding to abortion providers. This will not go to individuals, but actually to abortion providers and nonprofit organizations aimed at facilitating access to abortion care. The funding would specifically go to increase access to care because abortion is health care, and the fund and it will also fund uncompensated care and to address the support needs of individuals accessing abortion care. Yes, sir.
You said for many it's personal, and you've been open about your abortion.
Yes.
Run through me, if you could, in your mind as you're doing this. Is this something that you were thinking about what you went through, and you want to make sure these girls have access? I mean, tell me what's personal.
As was mentioned earlier, everyone knows someone who has gone through or experienced abortion. I think less about myself. I think about the young girls who came to my office when I was a member of the City Council, girls who unfortunately were in need of health care, reproductive care, and one girl in particular who was needed an abortion. And I assisted them, recommended that they go to Planned Parenthood. These were individuals with limited means, and I will continue to do that. And that's why it's really critically important that we support young ladies not only here in New York, but all across this country, particularly at a time when we recognize and we understand that a ban will not stop abortion. A ban will only stop safe abortions, and we're here to provide safe abortions. We don't want to go backwards. Yes, ma'am. So we want to be prepared. To be forewarned is to be forearmed, or the other way around. And it's important that we protect the individual right to choose, that we stand up for abortion, that we stand up for health care in the state of New York, that we provide access to individuals outside the state of New York, and we protect that right, and that it be ingrained in our Constitution, embedded in our Constitution. And that's why I came out over the weekend in support of a constitutional amendment. The governor has supports such an effort, and I joined with her in supporting a constitutional amendment to protect the right to privacy, which is implicit in our Constitution. Yeah, the providers who will receive the funds from the Department of Health, again, will be responsible for outreach and education. It will be part of the program. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. Let me go her, and then you'll second. Yeah. Well, again, we believe that abortion is health care, and so the appropriate agency would be the Department of Health. We don't have a specific figure for you, but again, it will be determined by the members of the legislature. Yes, sir.
Why should state tax dollars be used for health care for people from out of state?
So, you know, New York State provides a wide range of services to individuals currently under the law. We provide health care for individuals who unfortunately do not have insurance for other health care costs. And again, we think it's a basic right and a basic freedom, and it's really critically important that, again, we provide access to safe abortions in the state of New York. We do provide funds for a wide range of services to individuals who live outside of the state of New York, and we're going to continue to do this. New York, obviously, is a compassionate state, a state that cares about others, and a state that recognizes that if one individual is not free, then all of us are not free.
All right, we've been listening in to this press conference with New York Attorney General Letitia James as she is proposing legislation to help fund and maintain abortion rights as the conversation protests throughout the week here, and there's barriers that have even been put up at the Supreme Court itself as safety was a concern following that first draft leak from Politico, reported by Politico there, and now with the looming idea of the possibility of Roe v. Wade being overturned, abortion rights are top of mind, not only in New York, but also on Capitol Hill. To break down all of the top news here, I'm going to bring in our expert, our constitutional law expert, Jessica Levinson. Jessica, thanks for being with us. You were here when all of that news was breaking last week, and now we have lawmakers like Tish James coming out in New York and saying they want to kind of initiate and maintain abortion rights despite whatever happens.
I think that that's exactly what we're going to see throughout the country, where we're going to see blue states and particularly attorneys general taking a larger role here, but blue states saying, not only are we going to provide abortion services for people who live here, but we're going to provide more resources, and we're going to make it easier for people to travel into our state to obtain abortions. You and I talked about this last week, this idea of traveling to and from states to try and obtain abortions is going to be one of the next big battlegrounds legally and politically. And then we see the opposite in red states, where we see proposals. You and I have talked about a proposal coming out of Louisiana, another proposal out of Missouri, where it's absolutely, as I said, the opposite, where in fact states are not just trying to ban abortions, but criminalize them, and in ways that could potentially affect the use of contraception.
Right. I'm actually pulling up a map here that shows those states that have banned abortions already. That's in the red, and then the blue states saying no ban, and then those pink states likely to ban. So 4 additional states could add on when it comes to the possibility of Roe v. Wade being overturned. That would make 26 states that would move forward with the full ban of abortions, and some being a little more strict on it than others, and we'll get into that in a moment. But we've had this conversation in the past, Jessica, about how that would change people traveling across state lines. Letitia James saying that they already have seen a surge in people who are trying to get abortions coming into New York. She said Ohio and Pennsylvania being 2 of those states. And now that could even increase with changes in the future. But what is the legality of all of that? Is this going to restrict that possibility if they end up changing the legislation even on that front? Could it be that you can't even travel across state lines?
So that's what some red states are going to try and say. They're going to try and say, not only can you not get an abortion within our boundaries, but you can't travel to get one. And we've already seen blue states have responded to that. There's a bill pending in Connecticut, I believe, where the blue states are saying, pardon me for my technical difficulties, where the blue states are saying, not only can you travel into this place, into this state, but we will actually provide you with resources. We will not cooperate with your home state, and we will allow you to countersue for damages. So politically, we're going to have that battle where we have the red states saying, don't travel out of states, the blue states saying, yes, come here, you can find a place to obtain an abortion. But then legally, the question is, can a state like Missouri reach outside of its borders and tell its residents what to do? I think the better answer is absolutely no. You cannot do that. We've seen that with respect to, imagine a law where we take abortion out of it. Imagine a law where it's Arizona saying, you're not allowed to, I think we've used this example before, wear polka dots on Tuesdays, no matter which state you're in. Arizona can't reach into other states to try and enforce that type of restriction.
Well, many of these states, as you kind of stepped into, are becoming quite restrictive, including Louisiana. You mentioned a proposal out there which wouldn't just ban abortion, it would essentially make it a felony and step into other things such as IUDs and birth control. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the Louisiana language talks about creating personhood at the time of fertilization. And based on that definition, what I understand, not being a medical expert, is that it would call into question the ability to use, for instance, emergency contraception like Plan B, and other types of more commonly used contraception like IUDs. That's certainly what critics of the proposal have said, that it's not just affecting surgical abortions, it's not just affecting the use of abortion pills, but again, it's also stepping into the realm of fairly commonly used contraception. We're going to see more of that. That's the part of the Louisiana bill that I actually think is quite predictable, where we're going to see conservative states pushing the line again, not just we're outlawing abortions, but we're criminalizing abortions, and we're going to try and define personhood really, really, really early, earlier than we ever have in our nation's history. But this really surprising part about Louisiana's law is that it says this goes into effect notwithstanding a Supreme Court decision, which is not how our government works. State laws have to respect federal laws, and the Supreme Court makes decisions about what the federal law is. And it says if state court judges try and prevent this law from going into effect, the legislature can impeach the state court judges. This calls into question all sorts of really important separation of powers concerns.
Which leads us into our next point, because we have Senator Schumer speaking out today in New York, talking about a proposal, the Senate to vote on Wednesday, about codifying Roe v. Wade into federal law. This is obviously somewhat unlikely, but if that was to go through, what would that do? How would that change things?
So if, in fact, and I agree with you, I think it's maybe more than unlikely, I think it's all but exceedingly improbable that this would happen, then you have a federal law. And if the Supreme Court decides to uphold that federal law, which I do think is a question, whenever the federal government acts, it has to point to a source of authority, unlike the states. So if the federal government can point to a source of authority to the Supreme Court's satisfaction and the law is upheld, then any state law that tries to outlaw abortion would be preempted under the supremacy clause. The supremacy clause saying you have a federal law, you have a state law, they conflict, we know what happens, the federal law wins.
But of course, states are definitely going to be watching what happens with the Supreme Court, which the timeline on that, how quickly could we be hearing an official ruling?
So I think for these big blockbuster rulings, the typical rule of thumb is that we get it the last week of, we get these rulings the last week of June. Now, it could be a week earlier, it could be a week later, but that's about when we'll see it. Will the leak, which is unprecedented, shake up the timeline? Potentially, but I still expect last week of June.
All right, we'll be watching that. Last question for you, Jessica, because aside from just all of the conversations surrounding abortion rights, there's also the conversation of the investigation underway into who leaked these very, very confidential documents within the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts on the investigation thus far, and possible interviews to people who had their hands on them and did eventually leak them?
So, yeah, as we've talked about a little bit, I think the universe of people who potentially leaked this opinion is about 45 people, the 9 justices and the 36 clerks. Supreme Court justices get 4 judicial law clerks every term. My guess is that it's probably about half that it's really, we're looking at either a conservative justice or a conservative clerk. It's hard to emphasize what a betrayal this is of how the Supreme Court functions. How will this particular investigation go? I don't know if they're going to ever find the person who leaked it. I don't know if we're going to find out years later. But I still suspect that it was somebody on the conservative side of the aisle, somebody who supports the majority opinion, to try and solidify the majority, to make it look like if anybody changes positions, then they're just bowing to political pressure, and to try and have this conversation and maybe diffuse the energy of Democrats further away from the midterm election. So again, it's just a hunch. I don't know for sure. In terms of how the investigation is going, the Chief Justice has put the marshals on it, and we may never know more than that.
Yeah. Well, we could go on for a long time about everything surrounding this, and there's sure to be new developments every day, but we appreciate you, Jessica Levinson, joining us here on the show to break it all down. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
Well, we are, as we said, going to take you along every single step of the way of not only what happens next with Roe v. Wade, but that vote on Capitol Hill coming up on Wednesday, as she said, quite unlikely, but still will be something to watch, as a lot of senators are going to have pressure to vote one way or the other. Well, there's a lot of other conversations on Capitol Hill, including baby formula. There's a shortage right now. We'll break it down after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Parents in nearly half of the country experiencing a baby formula shortage, and that problem only getting worse. Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us the latest from D.C.
It's incredibly stressful to not know if I'm going to be able to feed my baby next week.
Concern for parents over how to feed their babies. The nationwide shortage of formula is growing worse. More than half of states have a 40 to 50% out-of-stock rate of formula. The shortage began with supply chain problems, then made worse after a major producer, Abbott Nutrition, had a voluntary recall in February. When 4 infants that drank their products became sick, 2 died. The Food and Drug Administration in March announced they found Abbott's plant in Sturgis, Michigan, failed to maintain sanitary conditions.
As a parent, you just want to provide for your child, and it's your worst nightmare if you're unable to do so. And I feel that we're on the verge of a public health crisis if this isn't fixed.
In a statement, Abbott Nutrition said they are working with the FDA to fix problems at the Michigan plant and are ramping up infant formula production at other facilities. Quote, "We are dedicated to doing everything possible to ensure parents and caregivers have what they need to feed their babies."
Ensuring the availability of these products is also a priority for the FDA, and they're working around the clock to address any possible
shortage. Doctors warn against homemade formula.
There's a chance for a bacterial infection through those homemade formulas. So we recommend against making your own formula.
Some major retailers like CVS and Walgreens say they are limiting the number of formula people can buy in order to prevent hoarding. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And our very own Christy Larson speaking with a doctor, Dr. Wexler, about what parents need to know amid this baby formula shortage. Here's that conversation.
States across the country having trouble stocking their shelves with infant formula. Here to talk a little bit more about this issue and also help parents get through this now it's becoming a crisis for some states is Dr. Joshua Wexler. And we appreciate you coming on here because I know there are so many concerned parents. And I just want to first start with why this shortage is happening. It didn't seem to be something that we were warned about all of a sudden. It seemed like this was this report that some people couldn't even find it on the store shelves.
Well, this has actually been going on for several months. There was a couple of infants that had died of a bacteria called Chronobacter, and it was ultimately traced back to a factory in Sturgis, Michigan, that produces a number of formulas for Abbott. And ultimately that led to a closure of that factory. And initially that really hit the specialty formulas hard, the formulas that are really necessary for patients that have complex allergic diseases or very restricted on formulas for a variety of reasons. But it seems that that's ultimately affected even the folks that are requiring cow's milk formulas as well, things like Similac, which is really less available now given the shortage. When we started off this crisis, it was really a crisis of the hypoallergenic formulas. And so my patient population was severely affected. And really, Facebook was in some sense their only alternative, or the patient advocacy groups was really their only alternative at that point. And we didn't talk so much about the term DME, but this is durable medical equipment. So a lot of people who don't buy formula in the stores, who are on specialty formulas, get their formula from DMEs. And it is these DMEs that have seen massive shortages that have led patients to have to purchase formulas outside of that normal process. For the regular old formulas, that can be manageable cost-wise, but for these hypoallergenic formulas, we're talking hundreds of dollars per month in expenditures. And for a lot of families, just staying on a hypoallergenic diet is already itself a massive expense. So there's lots of costs that's endured by families during this process. So, what's been more recent is now we're seeing this affect the cow's milk formulas. And I think that's just because in the beginning of the process, the supply of the cow's milk formulas is so widespread that it was able to hold up for a good month or so. And we kind of saw this early on in the pandemic, where there were some things that really held up pretty well in the supply chain. There were other things where shortages developed more quickly, but then those other things that held up well, some of them eventually there were shortages of, because it's just there gets a point where whatever the supply is on the market, it's just not enough to keep up. And it's hard to imagine that one single factory can be this crucial. But it's not as much just the factory, but it's also the fact that when there's word of mouth out there that there is a potential national shortage, people go and stock up. I spoke with some friends today, some colleagues actually, about this, and they told me that, once they saw that the hypoallergenic formulas were starting to go, they started stocking up on their baby formula, and their babies are not on specialty formulas, but that's how they have enough of a supply right now. But even their supply might only be 1 or 2 months, and I have patients that are just counting down the days. There are 100 and some odd days left until there's nothing left. And we generally hear from the DMEs that it'll be 8+ weeks to get someone a 1 month supply of formula. And for a period of time, they were only giving them 1 week at a time. And that does create really significant issues. And I truly have seen a lot of weight loss from this crisis. So we've kind of looked at the last several months when normally as a pediatrician, we're focused on growth, and growth is sort of a parameter. We say, how are you doing? But for the last several months, we've said, oh, well, I guess it's from the crisis. So I guess your growth isn't good, and that's from the crisis. And it's a horrible answer, I think, but it is really what's going on. So
And when we are talking about these different types of formula and how now it just seems like no matter which brand you were using, and then all of a sudden you decide, okay, well, that one's on the store shelf today, maybe I need to switch brands. That's all something too that some parents need to be concerned about, especially if your baby does have some other underlying health issues that you may be dealing with.
Well, certainly you can't just switch one formula for another. In the category of formulas that tend to treat kids with severe allergic disease, they're referred to as elemental formulas, and there's only a few on the market. And so if you're switching from, if you can't find availability of one particular elemental formula, you have to switch to another elemental formula. And if you can't find any elemental formula, you can't start feeding your baby something that they may not tolerate without talking to your doctor. And there's even within the formulas that are broken down but not entirely elemental, there's only a select few of those as well. And again, you just can't switch to any formula without really understanding what's in it.
Right. It's really important that you're having that conversation with your doctor. I know that a lot of the stores try and help alleviate some of this problem by putting some restrictions on the amount you're able to buy, but what are parents supposed to do if they are running into problems where they aren't able to find that exact formula that they need available right away?
Yeah, it's not entirely a simple issue right now. There's Facebook groups that have popped up, but I think that poses a big challenge in terms of what you're receiving. People are buying formula on places like eBay. Again, I think that poses another big issue. There are available formulas that can be purchased direct from companies that may not sell in the grocery store. I think the challenge with these formulas is cost. And so you really run into an issue where you may be able to find something, but it's just a matter of how much you're willing to pay for it. And certainly having a conversation with your pediatrician in particular, or if you see a specialist who helps manage that formula, that specialist. I myself am a pediatric gastroenterologist, manage a lot of patients with eosinophilic gastrointestinal disorders. They, of course, require those elemental formulas. You have to have a conversation with your doctor about what's going to be a suitable option. They oftentimes are in contact with the sales representatives from those companies who can work to understand who may have received a recent shipment of that formula and therefore where that formula might ultimately be available, or at least an alternative.
I think it's something that's just so concerning to parents, because at the end of the day, really, it doesn't matter if your baby was being breastfed and now they're on formula, or maybe they were on formula from the get-go. At the end of the day, you still want them to be able to be fed those important nutrients so they can continue to develop and grow.
No question. I mean, the first year of life, it's critical for growth, and any amount of failure to thrive that occurs as a consequence of loss of an appropriate formula is significant. We've certainly seen kids that were off their formula for weeks or even a couple of months. Most of them lose weight to some extent. In rare cases, we've actually had to hospitalize kids if we're transitioning them to a formula and we're not entirely certain if the composition of the formula is going to be well tolerated. But that first year of life for growth, or for other children that are older, that are on these other specialized formulas, every amount of growth is valuable and can affect not just your weight gain, but ultimately your linear growth as well, brain development, and it can be very difficult to have prolonged periods without significant nutrition.
So as parents are facing this shortage, maybe they do notice, okay, our supply is dwindling and we're having a hard time finding exactly what we need. I know you kind of warned people about buying the formula, from Facebook groups or wherever you might be joining in on the conversation on social media, but some even saying, make sure you're not trying to, minimize the amount by adding more water to make it last longer. Anything else you're trying to warn your patients about?
Yeah, you don't want to certainly alter the mixing practices of the formula. You don't want to make new formula compositions that ultimately are not going to be well tolerated or potentially put the baby at harm's risk. If you're obviously putting in too much water and you have a very dilute formula, it could create issues for a baby as well. And you certainly need to be wary of whether the formula is potentially contaminated because of the source you got it from. Obviously, buying it from a supermarket or getting it from a reputable supplier is going to make sense. But if you're buying it from a place and you can't really verify the content, it could pose an issue.
And as we are trying to get through this, I know obviously, as I mentioned before, stores trying to help kind of limit your amount that you have on hand at a time. Anything else that you think can be done to try to help alleviate this problem? And then also, do you know when we might see an end in sight coming to the shortage of this formula?
Two great questions. I mean, I think this really raises the question of a national conversation around a stockpile. I mean, it's really something we haven't ever talked about as a nation. You know, whether we would have a national stockpile of formula to feed young children dependent on formula. Certainly the pandemic created all sorts of needs for stockpiles of various things. I think this is now rapidly becoming one thing we absolutely need to consider a stockpile for. As far as when it will end, we don't know. We have no idea when this facility may be up and running again. Obviously, it was producing a very significant amount of formula. I think the fact that people have now switched to alternative formulas has created sort of a daisy chain effect within the supply chain. There were already supply chain issues to begin with. Even last year, we were seeing small amounts of effects on shortages. I believe as much as 9% of stores would have periodic shortages. Now we're up to maybe even 40%. So yeah, there's not really a clear end in sight. And you know, certainly working with an advocacy group can be an option for patients on hypoallergenic formulas. There's good patient advocacy groups out there, such as the Cured Foundation, and they really help connect people who can bring formula that can be consumed from one family to another.
And again, at the end of the day, you know, while we're having this problem, it's all about the babies and helping set them up for the best possible outcome. And so hopefully this will just be something that we can push through, just like we have with all of these other supply chain issues, but this one, a really important one when it comes to feeding your babies.
No question. I completely agree with that. I really hope it ends sooner rather than later. I think we all thought maybe this would be an 8-week shortage, but it's clearly turned out to be much more significant than that.
Yeah, and hopefully just some of the restrictions that they're putting in place will help kind of alleviate some of those problems. But obviously, it's something we need to, as you said, think about for in the future. Dr. Joshua Wexler, thank you so much for kind of breaking.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, great conversation there about this shortage that so many parents are experiencing nationwide. That was Dr. Joshua Wexler from Lurie's Children's Hospital out of Chicago. If we get any more updates on that story, that's a huge story today, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot of Live Now looks that we are monitoring right now. This in Washington, D.C., Washington National Cathedral right now, taking the time to commemorate those American lives lost to COVID-19. Right now, of course, we passed that really grim milestone just last week. More than 1 million Americans now have died due to COVID-19. The bells there are tolling at the National Cathedral 1,001 times, one for every 1,000 American deaths. We're also monitoring this live event that's going to be starting very, very soon here. We're going to be hearing from Texas Governor Greg Abbott in San Antonio. If we don't take it live, we'll be taking it in full, maybe a little bit later on. We just got this Live Now look as well. This is right outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home in Northern Virginia. This is significant. We've seen protesters outside of some of the homes of these conservative Supreme Court justices protesting what they see and what they think is going to be the overturning of Roe v. Wade at the end of the Supreme Court's term later this summer due to that majority draft opinion that was leaked to Politico just last week. If we get any protesters outside of Justice Alito's house, we'll take that to you. We also have a Live Now look outside the Supreme Court. Some of the security perimeters still up outside the court. Of course, just a week ago today, we saw hundreds of protesters gather on the steps last Monday night. But right now, we do want to take a quick commercial break. We have Fox's Austin Westfall, who is standing by in Lauderdale County, Alabama. We'll be speaking to Austin very, very soon here. Of course, those two individuals who were on the lam, a corrections officer and a murder suspect, an inmate. Now they have been taken into custody. We'll have an update from Alabama in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. You're taking a look right there. Vicky White, Kasiya White, they're now in custody. Of course, they were on the lam for several days after Vicky helped Kasiya escape. Right now, we want to go out to Fox's Austin Westfall, who is live for us outside of the sheriff's office in Lauderdale County, Alabama, with the latest. Austin, this story has moved so rapidly in the last few hours. Take our viewers back from where it all started.
So it's really been a slow burn over this past week and a half. So we've been out here pretty much talking with the local sheriff, Rick Singleton, here in Lauderdale County every day, getting updates from him. It all started when one of his corrections officer, a high-up corrections officer at the local jail here, Vicky White, she was supposedly in a special relationship, that's what authorities here are calling it, a special relationship with one of the inmates that was in the jail that she was helping watch over. That's Kasiya White. Both of them do share the same last name, but they are not related other than the fact that they were said to have a special relationship. Now, once they went missing, their escape car was found about 2 hours north of here in Tennessee. That was the first clue as to where they went. But still, we were asking the sheriffs, updates every single morning. And the conversation would start off with, unfortunately, we don't have any huge leads as to where they are right now. Fast forward a week, here we are to today. As you said, things it was sort of rapid movement today. We saw some security camera footage from a car wash in Indiana that may have shown Kasiya White near a truck. And then it was only maybe an hour or two after those pictures were released that we caught wind that there was some sort of pursuit between the U.S. Marshals, which have been trying to track down these two for the past week and a half and have offered rewards in order for information leading to their capture. So we find out that the car chase happens. Apparently a U.S. Marshal car rammed into the suspect vehicle in an effort to stop it, ran off the road into a ditch, it crashed. It was discovered that it was Vicky and Kasiya White in that car. Kasiya surrendered to police. Vicky pulled out a handgun and shot herself and survived. She's in serious condition. Both of them are in the hospital right now. There's no word on any injuries to Kasiya, but for Vicky's case, it sounds like she's in serious condition, and a press conference just wrapped up here in Lauderdale County. The sheriff here, after a long week and a half, he's happy that it ended this way. He's happy that no law enforcement officials were hurt, no innocent bystanders were hurt, and he said ultimately he is going to see Vicky and Kasiya be brought back here for arraignment. He expects that they will be brought to town for arraignment. Vicky will not be staying at the jail that she once helped look after. Kasiya, if and when he's brought back here, the sheriff had some pretty choice words saying Kasiya will be put in a cell by himself, will not be with anybody else, and when he's in that cell by himself, he will be cuffed at all times, and he's going to make sure that he doesn't go anywhere. So it's been a circus in this small northwestern Alabama town, but ultimately, if you ask most people around here, this is about as positive as an outcome as could have come, Andrew.
Yeah, and of course, Austin, just give us a sense, because you've been there for several days, just what the town is saying. This is a small community. This has really been the talk of the town ever since they went on the lam. They were evading arrest. But now that this has kind of come to a resolution, and we heard there from the sheriff earlier today saying that, he hopes Vicky White survives because there's still a lot of answers that she needs to provide. What are just everyday folks there telling you?
So this is a small town just about an hour and a half west of Huntsville, Alabama. This is a small, tight-knit community. When you walk around with the sheriff knows everybody in town. A lot of people know each other in town. A town like this isn't used to having all of this media and all of this. It's really a circus that's developed here over the past week and a half. So a lot of the people who are just walking around town, they'll come up, they'll talk to you, they'll say, this quiet town, it's just so bizarre that something like this could happen. I got a text from some people that I've met, here in town over the past few days. they texted me with excitement as soon as the news came out that they were captured. And again, it's excitement that not only were they captured, they were captured in Casey's circumstance, alive and well, and in Vicky's circumstance, in serious condition. The sheriff saying that, in more of a somber tone, saying that he hopes that Vicky ultimately, he wishes the best for her health, and he looks forward to coming back for those answers, like you said. But it's really, this is something that this town, I think, they're all incredibly happy that nobody got hurt. First of all, that nobody got hurt, and that it appears that Casey White, possibly Vicky White, will be brought to justice.
All right, Fox's Austin Westfall there, live for us in Alabama with the latest. Austin, thanks for your reporting. We'll talk to you again.
Andrew, thank you.
Okay, right now we do want to show you the press conference from the sheriff and other law enforcement officials in Lauderdale County in Alabama just about an hour ago, announcing the end of that police pursuit, and then, of course, the apprehensions that were made. It's an interesting story. It'll be interesting to see now where does the story go. But out to Lauderdale County right now.
All right, guys, I appreciate everyone being here. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce Sergeant Shane Keaton to you. I know he's been your point of contact for the last several days, and we appreciate all the hard work he's put in. He's had a very difficult job. Our district attorney, Chris Conley, is joining me. And this is the press conference we've been talking about all week that we wanted to call. Casey White and Vicky White are in custody. There was a pursuit this afternoon in Evansville, Indiana. Evansville, Indiana is about 219 miles from here. The U.S. Marshals were in pursuit of a black Ford pickup. I think it was a Ford 150. And Casey White was driving that vehicle. Vicky White was a passenger. During the pursuit, the pickup truck wrecked. Casey White surrendered. Vicky White has been transported to the hospital for treatment. So this has ended a very long and stressful and challenging week and a half. It ended the way that we knew it would. They are in custody. What I'm very thankful for tonight is that no one was hurt. No citizens were hurt. No law enforcement officers were hurt as a result of this escape. Casey White is now back in custody, and I cannot express enough to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force for the assistance they've been in this. Their agents are actually the ones that were involved in the pursuit. And my team of investigators who worked diligently alongside the U.S. Marshals Task Force, all the other partners and players in this, the least of which is not the media. You guys have made this happen. You've kept this story out there. You've kept it on everybody's mind. And the tips, what led us to the arrest and the capture of them today was a tip that came from citizens. And they call those tips in because of the coverage y'all have provided us. You don't know how much I personally appreciate the way y'all have helped us in this case. We got a dangerous man off the street today. He is never going to see the light of day again, and that's a good thing for not just our community, but that's a good thing for this country. So thank you very much for your help. I'll be glad to take a few questions.
What's the nature of Vicky White's wounds?
Don't know. Just know she's been transported to the hospital for treatment. There was a wreck. I don't know if the wounds are related to the wreck or not. I'm sorry.
Are they found in the same vehicle that received?
Yes, I think so. That Ford F-150.
What's the connection to Evansville, Indiana? Why there?
Don't know well, if anything particular drew them to that town. But that's where we got the latest tip, which came in late last night, I think, or last night. Followed up on it first thing this morning, and they were able to get some leads there, and it led to their capture.
Where exactly did the chase start?
Where did the chase start? I'm not sure. My understanding is that they had located them at a hotel, and they spotted them, ran, and the pursuit ensued.
Sure. We spoke to some of the folks that called that tip in up in Indiana, and they said they had actually alerted local law enforcement last week on Tuesday about that abandoned truck, and that it's taken several days for all the tips coming in to be able to get through those, get down the list. Was there something last night that changed your idea about why it might actually be a real sighting of Casey White?
No, I'm not aware of the earlier tip.
When will they be brought back here?
Not sure. They'll have to be extradited if they don't waive extradition. That can take some time. Of course, court proceedings involved in that. Over here, I heard someone over here.
Will they actually be brought back here, or
yes.
The connection is it just too deep to?
No, they will be brought here. He has to be brought back here, and she does, to face arraignment on the new charges. He is charged with escape. She has multiple charges on her now. They will have to be brought back here for arraignment. We've already made arrangements with the Department of Corrections. He will be brought here for arraignment. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't matter. The judge has agreed to come out. He will be arraigned and immediately transferred to the Department of Corrections.
Are you concerned about Vicki White coming back to this detention center if she worked here?
She will not be logged. She will not be confined in this detention center.
Sheriff, what, if anything, at this point would you like to say to Vicki, perhaps?
I hope she survives this. I don't know the extent of her injuries. I hope she survives it. We don't wish any ill will on Vicki in terms of her health or her well-being, but she has some answers to give us, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to get those answers.
Was there any kind of struggle?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it was just a pursuit. They wrecked and they were taken into custody. I understand he surrendered.
Were they found with any guns or?
I haven't got that information. I'm not sure.
How was she injured?
Don't know. I don't know if it's a result of the wreck or if it's some other kind of injuries.
Is there any indication, Sheriff, that one of them shot themselves during this chase?
Can't confirm that. I know that no law enforcement officers fired any shots for sure.
Sheriff, the eyes of the country, people across the world, in fact, have been watching and following this manhunt, from here in Lauderdale County and now through 3 different states. How have you managed to keep going every day and keep that energy that we've seen here throughout this search?
I just wanted to get them off the street. I was committed to that. I was committed to every resource we had available to us to use those resources to make this event happen, to make this press conference possible.
Did you expect this outcome?
I'm sorry?
Did you expect this outcome?
I did. I've always expected this outcome. I knew we would catch them. It was just a matter of time. What was so challenging about this escape was, most escapes from a county jail especially, they're not planned. They're just sort of spontaneous. There are no resources available, no plan in place about what am I going to do when I get out here other than just run. This escape was obviously well planned and calculated. A lot of preparation went into this. They had plenty of resources, had cash, had vehicles, had everything they needed to pull this off. And that's what made this last week and a half so challenging. We were starting from ground zero, and not only that, we were they got a 6-hour head start on us. So it's been a very, and this just speaks volumes to the effectiveness and the efficiency, it speaks volumes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the United States Marshal Service. This is what they do. They track down fugitives, and today is obvious that they do it well.
Is there any reason to believe they had help in their escape?
No evidence that I know of that there was anyone else involved other than Casey White and Vicki White.
Someone going to get the money?
That I don't know about. That's not my deal.
Are they talking yet or keeping quiet? Did they have anything to say once they were in custody?
I have no idea. They're obviously in Indiana, and I'm here, so I don't really know what's going on as we speak. But
are you all sending folks to Indiana? Do you have people up there?
The U.S. Marshals are up there. We will probably wait until they get back here. I don't see any need in us sending someone up there because they'll be brought back here. And now if they don't waive extradition and are up there for a while, we may end up sending a team up.
Sure. Can you talk about lessons learned? We've talked over the week about protocols that are in place for your employees, but will there be changes or lessons that you learned from this entire situation?
Well, the lesson that I think I've learned, and I think everybody's learned, you don't know who you can trust. You know, I had every bit of trust in Vicki White. She has been an exemplary employee. And what in the world provoked her or prompted her to pull a stunt like this, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. But, you know, I mean, you as a leader, you've got to have people in place in these key positions like she was in, that you have confidence in, that you have trust in. And when they violate that trust, I don't know how you can predict that. You know, we had the policies. You know, a policy is a piece of paper. It can't prevent anything. A policy is there for me as a leader to take disciplinary action when a policy is violated. I can't predict when someone's going to violate a policy. But you know, it just one more time, you know, I've learned that you just don't know people sometimes. You think you do, and you really don't know who they are.
How would you compare this moment to some of the other events that have happened in your tenure as sheriff?
Not just my tenure as sheriff. September of this year will mark the 50th anniversary of me beginning my career. I've never experienced a week like this in my career.
Sheriff, you've been in contact with Pat Davis, Vicki's mom, over the course. You had one sheriff that you said that was kind of your liaison.
Yes.
Have you spoken to her since their capture?
I have not. That deputy is at her home as we speak.
So he's talking to her right
he was
now?
dispatched there. That's one reason we had to delay the press conference a while, to give him time to get to their house.
So she was alerted before the press
Yes.
conference?
You said Vicki won't be in the Lauderdale County Detention Center. Do you know what the plans are when she's called back here?
Vicki, we'll make arrangements to have her detained in another facility. And in fact, those arrangements have already been made. Those arrangements were made 3 or 4 days ago.
Mr. Connolly, can you speak a little to the general upcoming prosecution of this? Just talk to us about that.
We primarily want to bring him back here and hold him accountable, not only for this escape, obviously, but for the murder of Vicki Ridgway. Connie Ridgway. So we're going to be working with the Sheriff's Department to make sure that we can get him extradited and get him back here and hold him accountable.
In general, though, having obviously the extra precautions placed on him given this escape, what are your thoughts about that in terms of bringing him to trial and filing charges? Can you go over the immediate charges that are coming out of
Well,
this?
I mean, his capital murder case is set for June, so, you know, plan A would be to try him in June for that. And there are a lot of moving parts between there and now, but I mean, that's plan A. And obviously, I know that we got a great staff at the jail, and I know that they're going to be on high alert to house him and make sure that he doesn't get away from us again.
And talk about the charges coming against Vicki, we will pursue that.
So she's charged with facilitating the escape. That's a Class C felony, so she's looking at up to 10 years in prison.
Mr. Connolly, you've been in contact with Connie Ridgway's family, her sons. Can you talk to me about making that call to them and letting them know about this capture? Has that been done yet?
Yes, I mean, that was our first priority when we found out that they were captured, is to let them know that, and we've done that, so they know.
Can you tell me about that conversation? You seem like you were probably excited to make that call. What was their take on the other end?
Well, to be frank, they already knew it from Facebook. So apparently the people in Indiana had already released it on Facebook. But yeah, well, I mean, but you know, that's part of what we take very seriously, is to make sure that our victims are informed and consulted about the case, and we've done that.
And all of this, everyone talking about Vicki and Casey and their love story and whatnot, they're real victims of Casey White's crimes and alleged victims of Connie Ridgway.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's one of the really sad things about this, that after finally being able to indict him for her murder, of having this twist and turn in that case, it's got to be devastating to them. So we look forward to bringing him to justice.
What was the reaction from Casey's ex-girlfriend when he tried to kill him?
I have not spoken to her, so I don't have any reaction from her.
For you, Mr. Connolly, just one last question. There's a lot of media attention, there's a lot of just eyes on this case. What does that mean for you and your office to make sure that everything, your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed to get this pushed through?
I tell you, my main concern is the media. I obviously in favor of fair reporting, but we want to try this case right here in Lauderdale County. So, you know, our goal in the next days and weeks as we go ahead is we want to be cooperative with the media, but we also want to be mindful that we don't want to change a venue, for instance. We want to be able to try this case here in Lauderdale County among his peers. So we got to take that into account as we go forward in the days ahead. Thank y'all.
Let me add, a question was asked earlier about changes in protocols or whatnot. The day will come when Casey White will have to be brought back here for trial. And I can assure you, we have a crowding dilemma at our corrections facility. We have about 315 inmates with 256 beds. We're using every crook and cranny we can in that bed to house inmates. But he will be in a cell by himself if we have to put other inmates on the floor to make it happen. He will stay in handcuffs and shackles while he's in that cell. And if he wants to sue me for violating his civil rights, so be it. He's not getting out of this jail again. I'll assure you that. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, so we were just listening into law enforcement officials there in Lauderdale County, Alabama, announce the apprehension and arrest of now the two suspects. Remember, one corrections officer, Vicky White, and that murder suspect, the inmate Casey White. They made off more than 200 miles, getting captured after this crash there earlier today in Evansville, Indiana. We're going to go there now in case you missed it. Some of our reporters on the scene spoke to the sheriff in Evansville about what exactly transpired. Let's listen in.
So today, the Bamberg County Sheriff's Office and the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, and even members of the Marshal Task Force from Alabama and Mississippi, and we have Marshal Stillwell here, inspector from the Marshal Service. They were here because a vehicle had been located in Evansville almost a week ago that appeared to be related to the Alabama escapee and Sheriff's Office employee that had fled the area. As we were working on this today, we gained information that a vehicle matching the description of a suspect vehicle was near our Sheriff's Office. So the U.S. Marshals Task Force and Deputy Sheriffs went to the area. Soon thereafter, the male and female fled in a vehicle on Highway 41 northbound, went past Highway 57. As you can see, they turned here on Birch Park Drive. They came through this grassy area. The Marshals Task Force officers intercepted them, actually collided with them to try to end the pursuit. When this occurred, the female driver of the vehicle shot herself, and the passenger was injured, not too seriously. They've both been taken to local hospitals to be examined for their injuries. Her injuries are very serious. I don't know the true extent, but I want to commend the Marshals Task Force for being here and working diligently with the Bamberg County Sheriff's Office to put two bad people and get them off the street.
Are these the Whites from Alabama?
Yes, they are. It is.
Okay, confirmation there, the Whites from Alabama. Remember, there's no relation between Vicky White and Casey White, but that sheriff there in Evansville, Indiana, announcing this today. So brings somewhat of a close to this story. If there are any more developments on where this is going to go, of course, they'll be arraigned. They'll probably be taken back to Lauderdale County, Alabama, to face those charges. Right now, though, let's go out to Northern Virginia. We have some breaking news we want to show you. This is outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home in Northern Virginia. Of course, so much of the ire of pro-choice activists and abortion rights activists is directed at Justice Alito because of that leaked majority opinion just a week ago today outlining the possible overturning of Roe v. Wade, having to do with how this Mississippi case is going to come down later this summer, either in late June or early July. And so many are taking out their frustrations, they're voicing their opposition to this, protesting outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, mostly the conservatives on the bench, this one outside of Alito's home there. And excuse us, the camera is going to be moving in and out here, but this is kind of a candlelight vigil that some of these protesters and activists are staging. And so this is a part of a larger conversation about threats to Supreme Court justices in light of possible decisions they make that large segments of the American population don't agree with. And so right now, let's listen into this live picture in Northern Virginia outside of Justice Alito's home. Okay, and of course, emotions are high. You can feel the anger there, and of course, they are shouting obscenities and profanities. So just remember, viewer discretion is advised. If you're just joining us here, it's a little bit after 8 o'clock in Washington. This is right outside of Washington, D.C. This is outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home. Of course, you'll remember that in that leaked majority opinion that was obtained by Politico, it essentially was the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Now, this has not happened yet. We've been bringing on legal experts to talk about if they think this will happen when the court, when their session adjourns in late summer, as this ruling in a Mississippi case comes down that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Roe v. Wade has set a constitutional right to abortion since the justices in 1973 voted on the bench for it. We're going to listen in intermittently here. Remember, viewer discretion is advised since there is some profanity being shouted there. But we've seen a number of these protesters who have taken to coming outside, getting into really the personal space of some of these conservative justices on the bench, like Justice Alito. But they essentially is what this is being described as a candlelight vigil, of course, lamenting the fact that if their rights to an abortion are overturned, that is what they are protesting against here. Let's just listen back in. I'm going to take this shot full here just for a few more moments.
I need to say about Supreme Justice Samuel Alito and how I feel about the overturning of Roe versus Wade, okay? Yeah. So, to start off, in Supreme Court Justice Alito's leaked draft, he cites Sir Matthew Hale. Hale describes abortion of a quick child who died in the womb of a great crime, a great misprision. For context, for those who don't know, Matthew Hale was a 17th century jurist who conceived the notion that husbands cannot be prosecuted for raping their wives. He sentenced women to death for being witches, and those whose misogyny stood out even in his time. Some of these views on women and those who can give birth are still present today, as you can see. The overturning has nothing to do with children or protecting life, but everything to do with control, misogyny, patriarchy, and sexism. And for all those Bible thumpers out there, fun fact, the Bible does not say anything about life starting at conception. It says that life starts at first birth in Genesis 2:7. The only time the Bible mentions abortion is when it's describing when it should be done and how it should be handled and how it should be performed. In Numbers 5:11 to 31. So for all those people who use the Bible and use religion to try and force their ideals on other people's bodies, this one's for you. Take a look in your Bible and see for yourself. But this hardly matters anyways, because not everybody follows the same religion, and not everybody follows religion to begin with. This is not only a threat to abortion and the right to choose, this is also a threat to contraception such as birth control, IUDs, Plan B, LGBTQ plus rights, and same-sex marriage. As far as more of this, as well as even have safe-sex practices, even banning condoms, and that is not okay. No! Shame! We should be clear that this will not be banning abortion. This will be banning safe practiced abortion. People will still be getting abortions and dying from those abortions. They will still be traveling to countries with $200 in their pocket to get an abortion in a back alley, hoping they won't have to be forced into having a child they do not want. And for those people out there that think that protesting and speaking at politicians and justices' homes is too much, please keep in mind that these people are actively attempting to take our rights away from us.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And they work for us.
And they work for us.
Exactly.
I'm not going to lay down and be polite about it. I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm not going to be nice to them. I'm not going to be nice about them. They will take my rights and they will attempt to take them away, regardless of if I'm nice and we're nice or not. So I'm going to say whatever the fuck any right-wing conservative or incel on the internet has to say about it. I also think it's noteworthy to say that these people that think it's too much to protest here don't have that same energy when it's people speaking out about their pro-choice beliefs. They don't have the same energy for people who are getting doxxed, having their addresses and their phone numbers leaked. I have known people who have their phone numbers leaked, their addresses leaked, just for protesting that they want a choice. People that... Sorry. You go ahead. Take your turn.
You're doing great.
Thank you. If you're going to say that this is too much, please attack the people who are just trying to live their life without being forced to. I would like to.
Okay, and of course, passions are very high. The anger is palpable, and so we apologize there for some of the profanity that you are seeing, especially as that activist outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home flips the bird to so many of these conservative justices that they're angry with. This in corresponding with a new piece of legislation. The Senate today passed a bill to provide security and protection for Supreme Court justices and their families. It unanimously passed earlier today. Of course, we've been seeing scenes like this throughout the weekend. We're now 1 week later since Politico obtained that leaked draft of a majority opinion in the Mississippi case. Remember, that law in the state of Mississippi would ban abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy, but This majority draft opinion is indicating that Roe v. Wade, in light of the ruling on the Mississippi law, would also be overturned, overturning 50 years of precedent of a constitutional right to abortion. We're going to go back out to some of these scenes. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. The anger is in the air. But on the other side of this, we've heard from so many conservative lawmakers, especially Republicans, who say this is unacceptable, that they should not be protesting, threatening justices outside of their homes. We're going to be bringing on legal experts to talk about not only the Mississippi case, not only the leaked majority draft opinion, but also now the fallout. What is happening to some of these conservative justices and their families on the bench in light of this? Let's go back out. This is in Northern Virginia, outside of Justice Alito's home.
Did you know the #1 cause of pregnancy is homicide? #1 cause of death in pregnancy is homicide. People are going to die from congressional inaction. A small but important piece to mention is that leaving abortion access up to states will also result in fewer clinicians trained in abortion care, so more people are going to die. Forcing people to carry unwanted pregnancies will cause unnecessary death and lifelong injury, both physical and mental. Now, I believe abortion should be available to all pregnant people, regardless of the reason. 70% of Americans believe abortion should be legal. Yeah. 90% agree that abortion should be available when the pregnant person's health is in danger. Yeah. 75% agree that it should be legal in cases of rape or serious birth defects. So it's high time Congress listen to the people who elected them and who pay their fucking salaries. As we speak, states are not only drafting and filing bans on abortion, but also legislation on criminalizing IVF, miscarriages, gender-affirming care, and you better believe SCOTUS is coming for marriage equality and public education next. Shame! And our community members. Congress has to codify Roe v. Wade into law and pass the Women's Health Protection Act to protect our right to make decisions about our own bodies. So please bother your Congress people to take action. I'm a DC resident, I don't have a congressperson. If you're in any other state, you do, so call their asses up every day. I'll just end by reminding you that abortion is still legal in 50 states, so keep making and keeping your appointments over the coming weeks and months. Support your local abortion funds by going to abortionfunds.org. And remember, you can access safe home abortions by going to PlanCpills.org. Abortion is healthcare, and healthcare is our right.
Watch out for fake clinics. Some of them advertise that they're pregnancy clinics, and then they will come and they will fearmonger.
Okay, so we're going to be moving away from this, going to commercial. We're going to be also talking about the fallout from this, not only what's happening in Northern Virginia. We've seen protests like this pop up in many different cities nationwide. One, though, turned quite dangerous over the weekend in Madison, Wisconsin. We saw a pro-life center, essentially, targeted, a family planning center targeted by pro-choice activists. Molotov cocktails were thrown. And so this was in Madison, Wisconsin. We're going to get an update from one of our reporters from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. And then, of course, we're going to hear from the police about their investigation into this going forward. So this story is not going anywhere. We'll have more in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. While we are still following all of these protests outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home there in Northern Virginia, just wanted to update all of our viewers on a story and a situation that happened over the weekend where a Wisconsin anti-abortion group said that someone tossed a Molotov cocktail into its Madison, Wisconsin office and spray painted a message outside reading, quote, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." We have a report from Fox 6 Milwaukee's Jason Calvi on this story.
There's no place in Madison for any type of hate speech, for any type of violence or any type of property destruction to advance any cause.
They're searching for whoever targeted the Office of Wisconsin Family Action.
I'm very sad for them that they're so angry and don't have more productive ways to spend their time and their energy.
A group that opposes abortion.
We have a different view on a number of issues. The solution to that is not to blow up our office, so to speak, or attempt to.
Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers condemned the violence.
It was a horrible, horrible incident that state of Wisconsin. We don't accept that type of violence here. They should be arrested and put on trial. This is unacceptable.
Madison Chief Sean Barnes says they found several pieces of evidence and turned them over to federal investigators. Law enforcement says cases like this are rare.
At this time, we have no further leads on any things that have occurred of this nature in the state of Wisconsin. This is our first one that we're responding to with our state and local partners and our federal partners, ATF.
I think that the recent news from the Supreme Court has certainly heightened people's awareness of this particular issue.
Madison's police chief says one of the two Molotov cocktails they found did not explode. And on the outside, this graffiti now covered up. It used to say, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either."
Okay, that was Fox 6's Jason Calvi with an update on that story. This happened at a pro-life nonprofit. It's called Wisconsin Family Action, which condemned the leak of a Supreme Court draft opinion that, if published, of course, would overturn Roe v. Wade. And then, of course, abortion rights activists responded by vandalizing their office, scrawling that graffiti on the side of the building, and throwing Molotov cocktails. So the investigation in that continues apace. Let's go back out to Northern Virginia and to the Supreme Court, where this story keeps developing protests outside of Justice Samuel Alito's home.
My choice! My choice! Ah, my eyes.
Okay, so this story is not going anywhere. Of course, nighttime is fast approaching there outside of Justice Alito's home in Northern Virginia, as many of these pro-choice activists, these protesters, holding this candlelight vigil for what they perceive as a loss of their constitutional right to an abortion that has been on the books for the last 50 years. Now, it remains to be seen if that majority draft opinion indeed will overturn Roe v. Wade. Remember, that's going to be released, that ruling on that Mississippi law in midsummer, late June, early July. But we've seen a lot of these protests over the weekend outside of especially conservative justices' homes, outside of Washington, D.C., also the sun setting there at the Supreme Court, right across from the Capitol. We'll be bringing on, and we have been bringing on, legal experts from the very beginning. Just last week, when Politico obtained that draft opinion. Unprecedented in the court's history. An investigation into the leak is underway. Fallout happening on Capitol Hill as well. Like I said, today the U.S. Senate passed a bill to provide security and protection for Supreme Court justices and their families. That passed unanimously in the wake of all of this. Well, we want to switch gears here. Of course, we have a lot more stories left on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. A really horrible tragedy happened in the Los Angeles area over the weekend, on Mother's Day, no less. A mother admitting to killing 3 of her children in a West Hills neighborhood. Joining me now to discuss this story and the latest developments on it, Fox 11 reporter Phil Schuman, live outside the home. Phil, good to see you. What do we know?
Well, you hit the headlines, Andrew. Just a real shocker. Behind me, a home a woman named Angela Flores had rented a couple of months ago with what's believed to be 4 of her 7 children. And apparently she had some type of breakdown late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, was hospitalized. And then a 911 call came from this house very early yesterday morning, and first responders discovered the bodies of 3 children. Twin 8-year-old boys and a 12-year-old girl. And the LAPD says that under interrogation that their mother admitted to killing them and apparently had help from another child, a 16-year-old boy. The mother and the son under arrest and charged with murder. This is one of these things that just has neighbors coming by, they're dropping off flowers, they're shaking their head, they just don't understand it. This was some of the emotion expressed by a couple of those area residents this afternoon.
I just felt compelled to come and just show our respect and just our prayers to the whole family and the poor children that lost their lives.
My daughter goes to school around the area, and I just was driving her to school this morning and I heard it on the radio, and we just wanted to come, and we felt so sad. We just celebrated Mother's Day, and we heard that they were new to the community here, and just giving our support.
So exactly what happened inside this home is something that the LAPD investigators have not yet revealed. They haven't talked about the manner or cause of death at all. The woman, according to a relative that I spoke with out of state, Andrew, had come to Southern California, just a few months ago from the Kansas City area where she's from. They said that she was evangelical. She talked about her children being possessed by demons. Neighbors say that they heard her screaming about her Bible out on the sidewalk here very early in the early hours of Sunday morning, late Saturday night. They didn't know that much about her. As I mentioned, she just rented this house a few months ago. The kids were apparently enrolled in a local school. Their names have not yet been released. Her name is Angela Flores, as I mentioned, 38 years old. And so, again, police said that she admitted killing them. The question, of course, that everybody asks in these situations, which often is something you can't answer, is why. Andrew?
Yeah, and Phil, we're learning a little bit more because she apparently had some assistance, some help with an unidentified 16-year-old. Is that 16-year-old her son or someone else? What do we know about that? I know it's a minor, so probably scant details.
Well, the relatives say that she had a 16-year-old son. Police aren't saying much about that, but we do believe it is one of her children, yes. Now, what's interesting is that she's charged with 3 counts of murder, or arrested on suspicion of 3 counts of murder. She has not yet been charged by the district attorney. The 16-year-old, whose name is Victor, who's believed to be one of her children, is been arrested on suspicion of 1 count of murder. So exactly what happened inside that house, who called 911 that led first responders here about 7 a.m. yesterday on Mother's Day of all things, these are details that will come out in the coming days.
And Phil, just lastly for us, for those of us who aren't familiar with kind of Los Angeles and the neighborhoods, what is West Hills like? Kind of give us maybe a demographic breakdown. What do we know about the particular neighborhood?
Well, this is the northwest part of LA's San Fernando Valley, typical suburban neighborhood. We're on a very busy street. This is an area mostly of single-family homes, an older, mature neighborhood here in LA's San Fernando Valley, just one of like 70 sprawling communities that make up Los Angeles.
All right, Fox 11's Phil Schuman there with the latest on this really just horrible, horrible story, Mother's Day, no less. Phil, thanks so much for an update. We'll talk to you again.
All right.
Okay, and we do want to take just a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left to get to, including an update out of the Bahamas, where 3 American tourists were found dead over the weekend. We'll have an update on that and so much more. We also heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott in San Antonio. We weren't able to take it live for you. We'll be showing some of his remarks as he, of course, is running for re-election as the state's governor there in the Lone Star State. So very busy Monday night. Hope you had a great weekend. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to show you this cool Live Now look out of New York City, the Empire State Building, lit up in green tonight. Not exactly sure why, of course. Each and every day, the colors do mean something on the Empire State Building. If we figure that out, we'll get that to you. We want to go far away from New York City for our next story, an update from Fox News correspondent Phil Keating from Miami on this tragedy in the Bahamas. 3 American tourists found dead at their hotel. What do we know about the investigation and where does it go from here? Here's Phil Keating.
The State Department now investigating the situation in the Bahamas after 3 Americans were found dead this weekend at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort. One of the 3 victims identified as a man from the Florida Panhandle, Vincent Chiarella. He was staying in one of the resort's villas with his wife Donis for their anniversary. She survived and was airlifted to a Miami hospital. Her son telling ABC News that she woke up during the scare and could not move. Another couple who died, identified as Michael and Robbie Phillips of Tennessee, had been staying in the villa right next door. Bahamas health officials say some hotel guests had gone to a clinic Thursday with nausea and vomiting.
All of them had reported feeling ill, and they, as was reported already, were seen by the medics.
Toxicologists are now looking at both villas to see if environmental factors could be to blame. Authorities do not suspect foul play.
They're looking at the water heater, the air conditioner, and propane to see if carbon monoxide poisoning is possible, because they've been focusing on the idea that the woman said she couldn't move and she had a lot of muscle weakness.
The Sandals Resort is assisting the investigation into these mysterious deaths. For now, the resort does remain open, and Bahamas health officials say there appears to be no threat to anybody else staying on the property. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
Phil, thanks so much for that update. Let's hear, though, from officials in the Bahamas. They held a virtual press conference today. We now know the State Department is investigating. This is about 17 minutes.
Yeah, we have collected several samples from the premises there, and the forensic examination should be able to help us to determine what type of, whether or not there was a chemical or whatever it was. We're hoping that that will be able to answer for us.
We'll now take a question from ZNS, a representative from ZNS, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roll. You mentioned that you guys had sent the toxicology report. A person from the States will be handling the toxicology report. Can you say how soon you expect to get those results back, and also the results of the expected autopsies?
Now, the lab is assisting us with doing those toxicological examinations, and they will work in conjunction with our pathologists, who will provide us with the pathology report. The lab has assured us that they will be able to get us their examination and results within 7 days. I'm making arrangements now for the scientists to leave, if not this afternoon, by tomorrow, because we still have to wait for the pathologists to collect samples from the deceased, and we want to make sure that we have everything covered. And once we get the report back from the lab, then the doctor will complete the pathologist report, and that could take another couple of weeks.
We'll now take a question from Carol Suarez, CNN. If she's not on, we will accommodate Omar Abdel Baku, Wall Street Journal. We'll take a question from Jared Higgs, rather.
So, Mr. Roll, I guess just on the face of things, what does this look like to you? Because there's, it's a lot of mystery surrounding it, and I know that in perhaps other circumstances where you may have an unusual or a sudden death, but you may have indications of what may have caused the death, and the police would release that information. On the face of it, what does this look like to you?
On the face of it, it looks like 3 persons died. And as I said earlier, I'm not going to speculate. We are a professional organization, and I have the utmost respect for our forensic scientists, some of whom were trained in universities in the United States, and others were trained in universities in the United Kingdom. We also have our pathologists, as well as our Ministry of Health officials and the public analysts. They're all qualified. And once we get the results, then we will be able, but as you know, with these investigations, we have to treat these as a normal criminal investigation until we determine the outcome. We really want to know what caused this without speculation. I've seen a lot of the misinformation in the public domain. What I would ask people to do is to take what we are giving you. We are giving you the facts, unless you can at some point prove us wrong, but we would give you the true facts as they are, because again, you have to be concerned with the families of these victims and them getting a whole lot of different things. So we're not going to engage in speculation. We're going to just give you the facts as they are.
We'll now take a question from Carrie Saunders.
The beachfront villa right over there had its utility door open, and the air conditioning, the hot water heater, it was all still running when I wandered by. I'm curious, have you set equipment inside to monitor whether there is any sort of poison or contamination entering through that system now?
I know our forensic people, and I left the health persons are doing some follow-up investigations on there, and they'll be able to speak to what they're doing later from the Department of Environmental Health. They are there. I couldn't say exactly what all they're doing at this time.
We will now take a question from Ms. Jasper Ward. Thank you, Mr. Carey. Ms. Jasper Ward. Jasper's not on. We'll take a question from Sandoval Polo from CNN. Sandoval Polo. He's not on. We'll take a question from Mr. Alex Treyu from the New York Times. I see a question from Rachel Knowles.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all, the Minister of Health said that the couple that was found in the second villa had been to the clinic in Georgetown the night before to seek medical treatment. Is there any information that you all can disclose on what the doctor may have believed was the issue that night before they returned to the resort?
Yeah, all of that is already spoken to. And Rachel, the doctor has spoken on that. And I could say to you that the lady was airlifted to a hospital in Florida where she is now being treated.
Sorry, I mean the couple that was found dead the next morning, they went to the clinic presenting with symptoms. Did the doctor have any sort of theories, I guess, about why they were ill?
I couldn't answer that. I'm saying that the health, whenever health decide to hold a press, if they decide to speak to those. But right now, what we are trying to determine is what happened. And once that is done, if it determines that there is no crime, remember, there is going to be an inquest, a formal inquest that will be held by Her Majesty's coroner at the end of the day.
We will now take a question from a representative of Blaze FM on the island of Exuma.
Hi, good afternoon. So Marco Lightborn from the Blaze 98.3 FM. Just a question to help establish a timeline. Are you able to share details pertaining to the check-in time of the victims at the resort as it relates to when they first fell ill? We do have a lot of residents who are wondering, the distinction between them being ill, being here, or slightly previously based on their check-in time.
Now, we have the information of the check-in time, which I'm not inclined to release publicly, but I could say to you that the night prior, all of them had reported feeling ill, and as was reported already, were seen by the medics.
We'll take a question from a representative from The Guardian. A question from the representative of, we'll take a question from Mr. Austin Fernando.
Yes, has there been any reports by any other guests, maybe at the property or on the island, of experiencing similar symptoms? Do you know at this time?
No, sir.
That's another question.
We'll take a question
No,
from
sir. No, sir.
Alyssa.
I'll tell you when. Need to come up with some sort of system.
Eric Ortiz.
Hi, thanks for doing this. I just wanted to ask about the couple, Michael and Robbie Phillips.
Identify where you're from, sir.
Yes, with NBC News. I just wanted to ask
Very well.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask the couple, Michael and Robbie Phillips, can you spell their names? And do you have the nature of their relationship, husband and wife? And do you know the town that they're from in Tennessee? Thank you.
They are husband and wife, and Michael, Michael, Phillips, and Robbie, Robbie. Yeah, I would leave the address as Tennessee for the time being.
We'll take a question from Alicia. Christina Russell.
Good morning, Commissioner. Are you able to say how long the deceased had died before they were discovered?
Well, I couldn't say. I mean, if you look at what we reported, they were seen by the doctor the night before, and that would have been around 11, and they were discovered the next morning. So we have that timeline, which could have been about between 11 p.m. and 8:39 a.m. in the morning.
We'll take a question from a representative from Jones Communications Network.
Yes, sir. Do you know if either any of the deceased had any pre-existing illnesses that may have contributed to their feelings, their symptoms?
That's not my domain. You know, the doctor will tell us that later on if they were.
Very well. If there's another person who's not identified himself, kindly identify yourself so that we may accommodate you.
I think Alyssa has changed.
Hi, this is from NBC6 in Miami. I have two questions. Can you say where in Florida?
We will accommodate one question, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Can you say where in Florida the couple was from?
Yeah, I just want to leave that general in respect for the families. I don't want to do it. If we give you the identification, I don't want to get into the specifics of where they're from. I'll take a second question, Mr. Peters.
Can you also say what you're doing at the resort now to ensure the safety of the other guests?
Yeah, as I indicated earlier, the Department of Environmental Health is still on scene, as well as we have some presence of officers, and that area is still preserved until we give the all clear. I wouldn't be able to do that until I hear from the doctor to give us a little more as to what is going on. But the investigation is still ongoing on site.
We'll take a question from Johnny Diaz, New York Times.
Hi, thank you. Can you spell the names of the second couple, the ones from Florida?
Yes. The deceased is Vincent, Vincent, Paul, Paul, Chiarella. And he's the deceased, and his wife is Donis, Donnis.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
She's still alive.
We'll take a question from Christina Dragovich if she's on. Ms. Cotto, we'll take a second question from you.
Yes, I appreciate that. Going to the night prior when all of them were feeling ill, did they all go at the same time? And if they did they report maybe like all eating the same thing or having done, something that they all had in common aside from staying, in the villa? Was there anything else that they might have had in common?
No, they were all treated at different times, and they ate different at different places. So that's why we're not. But we're checking all of that, which we will hopefully be able to determine whether or not it was some food or something else that caused it. But safely to say, they were all reported at different times feeling ill during the night.
And just to confirm, all 4 of them went to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I have not accommodated anyone, kindly identify yourselves. Shelley Lewis. We'll take a question from Shelley Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Shelley Lewis from Global Impact News. Can you just give an update on the status of this 4th victim?
Yeah, as I reported earlier, Mrs. Shirella is still listed in serious condition, and we hope and pray a full recovery.
Can you say if she's communicating at this time?
I mean, we have to, no, I will not comment on that. She's hospitalized, and I said we would like for her to get the best possible treatment. And at some point, we will be following up with her.
Thank you.
Peters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to thank you for your participation in this press briefing. As Commissioner said earlier, when new information become available, we will forward that to you to pay attention with the to the information that is coming from the Royal Bahamas Police Force and not any other outlet that would purport to be representing us. I will give the Commissioner of Police the last words. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Peters. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to again thank you. And if you wish, I think I'll let press officer, we'll publish my statement to you. You can have copies of it, so you can have the correct view. And I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Okay, that was the update from Bahamian officials earlier today on these Americans who were found dead in either their vacation rental property or that resort there, and the investigation continues. The State Department is assisting. If we get any more updates on what has transpired, what's going to happen next, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up on the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, 9 o'clock almost on the East Coast. We still have a Live Now look outside of the Supreme Court, where that's going to take our next story after the commercial break. We're now 1 week later after Politico obtained that majority draft opinion in a leak penned by Justice Samuel Alito that could potentially overturn Roe v. Wade. Well, we just saw many protesters outside of Justice Alito's home there in Northern Virginia. We'll be bringing on legal expert Doug Burns to break it all down about what happens next. Now we are 1 week removed. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. Live Now look at the Supreme Court. Of course, we are still focused now 1 week later after Politico obtained that leaked draft majority opinion penned by Justice Alito. We just saw protesters outside of Alito's home. Right now, we're going to get an update from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader on these mounting protests, many pro-choice activists threatening conservative justices, taking it to their very personal space. What's in store as we go on even further into the summer as this ruling is going to come down? Here's Doug Luzader.
Well, this is a procedural vote that we expect this week in the Senate to enshrine legal protections for abortion rights into federal law. It is widely expected to fail, though, as protests get more intense.
Codify Roe! Codify Roe!
The homes of two Supreme Court justices were targeted by protesters this weekend after a pro-choice group publicized their addresses online. And in Wisconsin, a clear message scrawled outside the office of a pro-life group: if abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. That office was set on fire.
They're free to disagree with us, but they're not free to destroy property. They're not free to threaten individual lives and safety.
The White House has clearly denounced violence, but not the protests at the homes of the justices.
Joe Biden knows it's disgraceful. He's literally threatening the lives of these justices by the mob they're unleashing.
They are absolutely going to pass a national ban on abortion.
Democrats say Republicans, if they win control of Congress in November, will seek to impose a nationwide ban on abortion. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell told USA Today that legislative action is possible, but he pledged to keep the filibuster in place, which makes any kind of move by Congress very unlikely. Still, Democrats say voters are largely on their side, and they plan to make this a major issue in the November midterms, teeing up a procedural vote perhaps Wednesday to essentially write Roe v. Wade into federal law.
We march straight to the ballot box, and the women of this country and the men who stand with them will vote like they've never voted before.
And there is another protest scheduled tonight at the home of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, the author of that leaked draft opinion. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thanks so much for that update. Of course, that was filed earlier this morning. We showed you live the anger that was palpable outside of Justice Alito's home. And this is a number of threats, of protests in very personal spaces, especially when it comes to these conservative justices on the bench. What happens to them? We'll be exploring that and so much more. Speaking now with Doug Burns, legal expert as always, who've been guiding us through this story ever since it broke a week ago tonight. Doug, good to see you. My first question for you, Doug, if this Alito written majority opinion stands, the states will then kind of have a patchwork of abortion laws. How will Americans reconcile that? Do you expect women who are seeking an abortion to cross state lines? Do you see state legislatures essentially enacting sanctuary state laws when it comes to abortion?
No, it starts getting very complicated because of the ability, as you just said, to travel from one state to the other to obtain an abortion. So absolutely, I think you're going to see a lot of, scrambling. It's interesting. You're talking about states penalizing people for going to another state, and there's going to be a whole patchwork, as you said. But having said that, I think everybody may be getting a little ahead of the ski tips on this, and here's why. It's very interesting for me, as somebody who does know a lot of the inside baseball about the way the Supreme Court works, to watch everybody just foaming at the mouth, ostensibly and quite possibly a little bit prematurely. What happened here was that the justices, right after the oral argument, they sit in a conference, right? And they take a preliminary vote. And the preliminary vote was either A, raise your hand if you'll sign on to an opinion upholding the Mississippi ban, or B, and overruling Roe versus Wade. It's not clear whether it was those two, but we can handicap it by saying that Chief Justice Roberts would have voted for A, so it's more likely B. But having said that, very often, if 5 justices raise their hands for an opinion and I can change the semantics, exploring the possibility of overruling Roe versus Wade. That's one formulation. But when Justice Alito wrote the opinion, and remember, it was Justice Thomas who got to assign it to him, because again, quick little point for all the viewers, when the Chief Justice is in the voting majority at conference, he assigns the opinion. When he's not, the most senior justice, in this case, Thomas, assigns it. So he assigns it to Justice Alito. Alito writes a very, very strong opinion. And when I read it, I said to myself, this reads more like an angry dissent. Now, let me take you on that segue for a second. Very often, a preliminary first draft gets converted to a dissenting opinion, okay? I'm not saying that's going to be the case here, but what I am saying is I'm going to tell your viewers and you something that they can take away from this discussion, is that we have what's called a plurality opinion, okay? And Planned Parenthood versus Casey was a plurality opinion. And a plurality is where you have, let's say, 4 justices to overrule Roe, 5 agreeing that the Mississippi ban should be upheld. I know I'm getting in the weeds, but follow me. And you could have a concurring opinion by, let's say, a Kavanaugh saying, I agree with upholding the ban, but I don't agree with overruling Roe. So my message tonight, honestly, not to be dramatic, is let's not get so far ahead of the ski tips. This was a first draft from February. We don't know what happened between then and now, by the way, and we don't know what concurring opinions may be filed as they were in Casey. So again, I'm not saying, oh, this doesn't mean that Roe versus Wade isn't going to be reversed, but what I'm saying is it's not quite as definitive as everybody thinks it is.
So 2 points, Doug, that I believe you're making there. You're essentially saying that, yes, there is time and there is a likelihood that some of these conservative justices could change their mind. You're also saying that if the Mississippi law stands, that doesn't necessarily mean the Roe v. Wade precedent that has been in place for 50 years is done and away with. Do I have
I'm very glad. The most intelligent way to discuss this matter is that you have 2 different issues, which you had told me earlier when we were just discussing off the air, and that is the Mississippi ban saying you cannot have an abortion after 15 weeks, and then the question of, do you really need to go so far as to overrule Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey? I said to you, I'm pretty sure on your show back at the time, that my reading of Justice Roberts was that he wanted to uphold the Mississippi ban, but definitely did not feel it was necessary to overrule Roe versus Wade, and that was too far and too dramatic of a step. Okay, so then you fast forward the movie, and it appears that he voted in the minority, at least with respect to overruling Roe. So you have the Chief Justice, Justice Breyer, Justice Kagan, Justice Sotomayor, 4 clearly against overruling Roe versus Wade. Now, you have 4 who may very well be likely to overrule it, 2 definite, which is Justices Alito and Thomas, 2 somewhat clear, which is Justice Gorsuch and Justice Barrett. But to me, Justice Kavanaugh handicapping this could very well, and pardon the broken record, could very well file a concurring opinion saying, I agree with everybody that the Mississippi ban should be upheld, changes in science, baby steps towards making some movement on this issue, but I don't agree that Roe versus Wade should be overruled. And you're going to see the media and everybody, I'm not being critical, there's going to be a lot of confusion if that happens, okay?
Yeah. Doug, let's go into some of the political implications of this, just to get your opinion, because I didn't get to speak to you last week, but now we're a week after this leak. Do you think we have any clearer indication of who might have leaked this or what the motivations behind leaking this were? I guess I just want to pick your brain on that point.
Well, I'll make it a positive that a week's gone by between you and I discussing all of this, because it gave me a chance to really, digest it and formulate my opinion. So really quickly, there were 2 different schools of thought about who leaked it. One was, it was clearly a liberal law clerk, who wanted to, intimidate or, cause possibly a change in the vote. That didn't right out of the gate make 100% sense to me, because it would have the opposite effect on many levels, if you think about it. And that would be to cause justices to dig in and hold the line under the line of reasoning that, wait a minute, you're not going to intimidate me into changing the vote. So now we go to the Wilder theory, which I had kicked around in my own head. And I'm not so sure I agree that this happened, but you could have had a conservative, leak it. And wait till you hear my rationale for this, because it's actually pretty wild. Knowing that there were significant changes between that first draft in February and now something like 60 days later, knowing, for example, that you might have this concurring opinion, plurality opinion situation, and causing the liberal media to just go hysterically apoplectic, and then boom, the opinion comes out and it doesn't overrule Roe v. Wade. Now, I realize I'm engaging in some wild speculation, but again, those were the two theories to answer your question. All things considered, I would say, and I talked to some pretty heavyweight experts, one who clerked for Justice Rehnquist when he was an associate justice before he was elevated, others who've worked in the building, and they all told me that they felt that it was a liberal law clerk of one of the justices.
Interesting. That goes to really now a week later, the fallout of this. We just reported as well that unfortunate incident at a family planning clinic in Madison, Wisconsin. Vandalized, a Molotov cocktail was thrown in the offices. And then, of course, you're seeing, and I know this word, since the story has broken, the word unprecedented has been thrown out a lot there. But we're seeing scenes like this earlier tonight, just about an hour ago, outside of the residences of Supreme Court justices. This one, Justice Alito. What is on the books when it comes to exercising free speech and making harmful threats, intimidation to, high-ranking jurists on the highest court in the land? Where do we thread that line, Doug?
Well, first an editorial about what's going on in our toxic culture and climate with the media, and then I'll answer your question about what's on the books. Unfortunately, we have deteriorated on many levels into a world where everything is a glib, overgeneralized one-liner, okay? So you're gonna turn around, and I won't even take sides here. One side of the debate is, look at these peaceful protests, what a fantastic implementation of the First Amendment and the right to peaceably protest. The other side hysterically saying, these are violent attacks on our system. I, of course, come out right down the middle, as I always do, okay? If protesters are engaging in threats of violence, intimidation, then they are absolutely violating the law. If, on the other hand, the protests are truly peaceful, then they are not. The problem, again, to bemoan and complain a little bit, is that, it's so infused with politics, the way the facts are presented, and then you just have the law glibly categorized, like, oh, how can you say they're breaking law? That's absurd. I'm literally quoting from what you'd probably hear around a dinner table, in liberal circles, at a party. Oh, that's ridiculous. This is completely peaceful. So it's too overgeneralized. Now, Section 1505 for the armchair, Googlers who like to look at laws, 18 United States Code 1505, 1505, a statute I'm quite familiar with, from having been a federal prosecutor and a defense lawyer for years and years, talks about endeavoring to impede the administration of justice, whoever corruptly endeavors to impede, and an ongoing litigation would clearly fit this type of definition, is guilty of a federal crime. Now, again, in fairness, you need facts where people are specifically engaging in intimidating behavior, violent behavior, threats of violence, etc., and some evidence that it is to change the outcome of the case, which I don't think is particularly hard to do by an inference, okay? And that's where I come out on it. But again, I'm a little bit dejected and tired of just hearing certain media outlets, certainly not this one, just with glib characterizations and so on, which, by the way, we saw last summer. Obviously, we don't need to get into that whole seminar, but I mean, you had all kinds of violence last summer, and you literally had an anchor on CNN standing in front of a burning car or a burning building saying it's mostly peaceful. You remember that, of course.
Yes. I mean, you know, polling in institutions, the mistrust in many of our institutions is already there. The Supreme Court, many has said, really the last remaining institution that polled very favorably that Americans had trust in. That, of course, undermined by this leak just a week ago. It'll be interesting to see where this all goes from here. Doug, Jen Psaki, White House press secretary, finally tweeted today that POTUS strongly believes in the constitutional right to protest, but that should never include violence, threats, or vandalism. Judges perform an incredibly important function in our society, and they must be able to do their jobs without concern for their personal safety. Some would argue that was too little, too late. We also know that this bill passed in the Senate today, ramping up security, more funding for those justices in light of all this. So interesting times ahead. Doug, what will you be looking out for? Last point.
Well, I am going to be waiting with bated breath, obviously, for this opinion to be released. Okay, and I am going to soak that up like there's no tomorrow. I'm going to study it really, really carefully. I think, somewhat unfortunately, I looked at the Casey opinion today. I was just looking at it because it's a plurality opinion, and I mean, it really gets in the weeds. Justice X agrees in part one, disagrees in part two, concurs in part, dissents in part, and it's just hopelessly complicated. But when you work through it all, you can figure out that there were 5 votes there to uphold the essential fundamental framework of Roe v. Wade. We'll do the same thing with this opinion. So that's what I'm looking for. And then I'm also looking for what you just said, and that is, how will these protests play out? Will there be arrests? Will there be violence? I hope there isn't, obviously. I think it's despicable to identify Supreme Court justices' homes. That's totally despicable. I think it's despicable that this was leaked. It's a direct, full frontal attack on the integrity of this incredible institution that my late father, by the way, had tremendous respect for, loved the Supreme Court, argued twice before the court, my dad. And it's really troubling to see all these developments. It really is.
Yeah, Doug, I said last point, I forgot to mention as well, because there is an investigation ongoing into who might have leaked this. But majority draft opinions on Supreme Court rulings that are to come, they're not necessarily, in national security speak, confidential or classified. And that doesn't bear the same weight, legally speaking. So what do you think that investigation will look like going forward? Do you think maybe they'll find the person, they'll have to, resign, or they'll get fired? But it's not treated the same as, the nation's top secrets, if you will.
No, you made a very good point right there. Very good. And that is that, some scholars, experts, whatever you want to call them, pundits, were saying that this could be a crime. Others were saying, no, I don't believe it. I canvassed a whole bunch of experts. I got, some different opinions here and there. Former Attorney General Barr was suggesting that it could be. I don't disagree with him. Again, you can't just, glibly say it. It depends on a myriad of facts, and it depends on statutes. I did identify a statute talking about disseminating a document that comes to you in your government employ unlawfully. And that's where you made such a good distinction just now, because since it's not necessarily a classified document or a national security type document, it's not 100% clear whether that statute is violated. There are other statutes converting government property to your own use. But again, it's more of an embezzlement theory than a stealing theory, because the clerk's entitled to be in possession of the document. So it starts getting complicated. Now, that leads to the answer to your question, which is, because of that lack of clarity, it's basically going to be an internal investigation by the marshal of the court, who's the technical head of the Supreme Court police force. The person, if identified, and another interesting footnote that I was thinking about just today is that they may actually be able to keep it quiet, believe it or not. That's really, you're more of an expert on that than me, seriously, as a journalist. So I'm not sure whether you agree with that. But the point I'm trying to make is it'll be largely internal. The person will clearly be terminated from the court. The person should be disbarred, obviously, if they're a lawyer and never practiced law again. And then comes the sad final part of it. Flip that right on its head, and maybe they get hired by this outlet, that outlet, or the other outlet, and gets a book deal, which is really troubling.
Yeah. Doug Burns, so interesting of a conversation on this Monday night. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Okay, just a really great conversation there as this story is not going away anytime soon. Of course, this story is also percolating on Capitol Hill. We know that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer today put into motion a plan which will trigger a procedural vote related to abortion on Wednesday. To be clear, this is according to Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram. There will not be a vote on Wednesday on whether to codify Roe v. Wade into law. The vote, which is going to take place in several steps, is essentially describing that it's a test vote, or a vote which would force a debate on codifying Roe. Of course, Schumer filed cloture today to tee up that procedural vote on Wednesday. Remember, they need 60 yeas. And of course, we do have a final look at the Supreme Court. Well, we are going to hear from Senate Majority Leader Schumer after the break. We also have a few more headlines and breaking news updates to bring you on this Monday night. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news to report. Vicky White, the Alabama corrections officer who scandalized the country by allegedly walking a murder suspect and convicted felon out of the Lauderdale County, Alabama jail last month, has died. She was 56 years old. They both spent 11 days on the run, traveling north from Florence, Alabama to Evansville, Indiana. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force caught up with them, kicking off a high-speed chase that ended in a car wreck. Facing arrest, she shot herself in the head. That's according to the Vanderburgh County Sheriff Dave Wedding, whose deputies assisted the marshals in the chase. Remember, she was hospitalized in serious condition, but succumbed to her wounds this evening. The Vanderburgh County Coroner's Office, the Vanderburgh County Sheriff's Office, and the U.S. Marshals Service are investigating the death of Vicky White, fugitive from Alabama. That was according to the Vanderburgh coroner, Steve Lockyer. She died just after 7 p.m. Central Time at a local hospital there, and now an autopsy will be scheduled for tomorrow. Remember, they took authorities on this 11-day run. We brought you the press conference from officials in Lauderdale County, Alabama, and in Evansville, Indiana, where this all ended earlier today. But now we know that, remember, we had known that Vicky White did shoot herself. Remember that authorities had said that they hoped she would make it because there are still so many answers that need to be had in this case. That will not be the case, though. She has died from these self-inflicted gunshot wounds today that she sustained. Right now, though, we do want to update you on another Live Now look that we are following. This time, another police chase happening in the Philadelphia area at the moment. You can see here, and I know it's kind of dark, but take a look at these pictures. This is a black pickup. It's being followed by police. We don't know why, though. Police are following it right now. They're heading south on I-95 at the moment. That's about all we know. We're going to keep this up. I know it's quite hard to see, but here at Live Now from Fox, car chases are kind of our specialty here. We show you them all the time. Most of them are located in Los Angeles, or California, rather. This one, though, in Philadelphia. And you can see it looks like the back right tire sparking out of control there. And maybe police had a say in why that is happening, but don't exactly know why police are pursuing this suspect. We're going to leave this up here. Bear with us as we get more information on this Monday night. Okay, so you can see still this this truck there with their tire rims sparking on South I-95 right there. You can see, and it looks like our shot just frozen now. We apologize there. This is going to happen as it goes in and out here. All right, it does look like we lost it. If we do get any kind of answers or resolution, we got it back, about why exactly police are pursuing this black pickup, we're working on getting those details. Here we have it again, Fox 29, Skyfox overhead. Not entirely sure yet where in the Philadelphia area this is, and we know it is very dark on I-95 there, so it's going to be hard to make out the chase. We're going to keep it up, though, as we work to get more information. We're going to be showing you this, moving on to some of these other stories as well. But you can see this, this truck not going very fast, of course. Its back right tire impaired at the moment. Not entirely sure if that is of the driver's doing or police's. It looks like it's even kind of a listing to the right side, probably because the tire is no longer on the rim there, and that's probably why it's at a slant. So as police move in, remember, viewer discretion is advised. These chases can really turn on a dime depending on who the suspect is, what the suspect is wanted for, and et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to stay on this. We're going to hopefully get more information, but interesting to note, most of our car chases we cover here on Live Now from Fox concentrate almost 99% in Southern California. This one, though, in the Philadelphia area, South I-95, not much traffic there southbound, but you can see some of the authorities trailing behind. And this is really creeping by at a very slow pace. It's not one of those high-speed chases we're normally accustomed to. But then again, remember, we don't know why police are pursuing the suspect at all, what the suspect is being sought for, if there's, you know, a warrant out for their arrest. We just don't know those details just yet. We're going to keep this shot up. Bear with us here as we get more information. All right, bottom of the hour here, 6:30 on the West Coast, 9:30 there on the East Coast in the Philadelphia area, as this pickup really is struggling to even move. You can see it's kind of listing to the right. It's kind of slanted to one side there because of its back right tire that looks like it's just skating by on the rims. Authorities are trailing, but we just don't know why they are pursuing the suspect, what they might be wanted for. We do know, though, that it looks like the truck itself is in pretty bad shape. And, of course, Sky Fox is overhead, Fox 29, our affiliate in Philadelphia. And so this is happening on a very empty, dark South I-95 there on this Monday night. So it remains to be seen on if officials, law enforcement officials, will kind of come up to the car, perform some type of pit maneuver or the like to try to get this chase under control here. Thankfully, we don't see much other traffic, which always is a danger to other drivers as well during these police pursuits. So right now, it looks like no lights are coming now from the truck itself. No tail lights, no frontal lights, so it's going to be very hard to see the action if it does happen. And it's hard to see as well, we know, of the police who are pursuing this vehicle behind. We can't see them at all right now. So we know as far as police chases are concerned, not the best visually speaking, but you can see there some of the sparks that are flying still, and looks like maybe that is a police cruiser, not entirely sure, maybe getting ahead of it there. Interesting strategy. I'm not entirely sure that is the case, though, but they could be getting ahead of it in order to slow it down even further. This is not a high-speed chase like we are accustomed to. It looks like it's going to go underneath that overpass there. And you can kind of get a better sense of the number of police cruisers who are following behind. Sometimes the chopper does have an aerial spotlight. We're not privy to that right now, unfortunately, but you can see, you can kind of make out the truck a little bit better here. Not really showing any signs of stopping, though. It is quite debilitated at the moment, though. So you would think it's kind of on its last leg here, but maybe not. So we're going to keep this up. We have a lot more stories left to get to on this Monday night, but Live Now from Fox is live, raw, and unfiltered, and we have the ability and the time to show you these events from start to finish. We know police chases as well are of supreme interest, maximum interest. You really never know how they're going to end, so viewer discretion is advised. Looks like their front lights are now on. They were off for a time. Kind of bypassing that semi. Don't know why that is on the side there. So hopefully from our Fox 29 affiliate in Philadelphia, looks like they're flashing their frontal lights there as well. This could be coming to an end. It looks like they're pulling off to the side. It looks kind of weaving in and out of control there. And Fox 29 Sky Fox overhead with a zoomed in look. It's the best shot we have. So we're going to stay on this. Possibly could be coming to an end quite soon, depending on the driver, the suspect, and really the viability of the truck itself, which looks to be kind of just skating along here, weaving in and out of the lanes. For those of us who are watching this, this is in the Philadelphia area. Stay with us.
And thank you all for watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, stepping in for Andrew Kraft here as we move through the rest of the night. All of the top stories and breaking news from across the country right now. We're in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where a police chase is underway. This is a black pickup truck that has been followed by police. It's unknown why the pursuit actually started, but it has continued for the past half an hour or so as sparks are flying. We are down to just the rim on the back right-hand tire of this SUV here. We're hearing that it started in Delaware County on I-95 in Philadelphia, if you're familiar with the area here. And they've just continued along as it's the later evening now. As we move into the later hours out on the East Coast, it's a little after 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. 9:30 out on the East Coast. And Skyfox overhead, our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, also going to be covering this at the top of the hour. Hopefully we'll be getting some more details, but very, very minimal at this time. And like Andrew was saying, not a lot of lights on the freeway. Unfortunately, the only thing that is keeping this shot lit up is the sparks from the tires there, from the rims. And it really makes you think, pretty shocking the car is still even trucking along, because the sparks have been going off for probably the past 20 minutes or so, maybe even longer, as we were just brought this live picture onto our stream. We brought it to you as soon as we could. Now the emergency lights on in the back part of the car, and the headlights flashing on and off as well, which makes you think it's kind of a signifier that this isn't going to last much longer here. But for those of you who are new to Live Now from Fox, this is what we do. We take you from one story to the next. Any breaking news that comes in, we take that shot live as soon as we have it for you. And as always, with police pursuits, we believe there's maybe one or two patrol cars that are behind and following, obviously, our news crews overhead with a spotlight on the car. But safety is the main focus, the main priority. And yes, we see at least two police cars as they are now approaching the SUV. And possibly going to be pulling off onto the side as this car has been weaving in and out. So at least one person in the car, possibly more. And the reason why this all started, still unknown. The person could be armed, and they still seem to be swerving off, trying to prevent that cop car, that police car from pulling around in front of them. And the sparks going straight into the police vehicle here. And now the SUV getting somewhat out of control, unable to keep control of the car anymore. And that police vehicle really right up on there, even despite the sparks flying. You just hope they remain smart here, far enough back to where nothing happens to the patrol car either. And like I said, saw maybe one, two, possibly three police vehicles trailing the car. And we mentioned that this all began in Delaware County. It started on I-95, if you're familiar with the Philadelphia area. We have not been told why it started, but since we've been watching this, the driver driving somewhat erratically, as quick as they can, despite malfunctioning of the controls here. The back tire completely blown out. That's why we're seeing a lot of these sparks flying just down to the rim here. But actually surprised that the car is able to keep moving. And now the back emergency lights turning on too. Also good that it's a little bit later, as traffic is not too bad, not pulling up on any other vehicles here on the interstate. You can really, in the past couple of minutes, see the weaving back and forth between lanes, also preventing, unfortunately, that police vehicle to pull ahead and be able to stop and prevent that car from driving any further. A lot of smoke coming off. And with this zoomed in shot, you can't really see inside of the car, unfortunately. Like we said, we don't know. There could potentially be more people inside of the car. You can hear our chopper overhead as I bring up the sound here. And that front car, that front door actually opening up, the driver's side opening up. Unfortunately, under this overpass here, we can't see the man, what seemed to be a man, getting out of the car and now leading police on a foot pursuit. And we're not sure where he is now. Police getting out of their cars and now about to go search for him as he made a run for it. So as we said, unfortunately, that overpass really restricting our view of him getting out of the car. We were recording on that, so I'm going to pull that up again for us so we can watch it. Because now they're starting to search for him as he's made a run for it. And I do believe he was the only one inside of the car. I could be wrong, possibly more people inside of the car too. But I just want to real quick in the bottom right-hand corner play for you what we just witnessed live. So you can see him getting out of the car there really quickly, unfortunately. The overpass kind of blocking our view, but we'll watch it again here as the door flung open. Seemed like he was mouthing off, saying something to the officer before making a mad dash for it. So we'll watch that just one more time here. So yes, just the driver's side door, the car still going, still driving, and the driver running off, now leading police into a foot pursuit. As we go back out live, you can see police with their flashlights, and man, just so dark out there. It's going to be really tough for them to actually find this person on the side of what I believe is an interstate in Philadelphia. It all started on I-95 in Delaware County. So we're going to stay on this shot here, as this is what we do. We're able to bring you this breaking news live, raw, and unfiltered as we see it, as the news unfolds. We witness it alongside you. Not a ton of information coming in from authorities at this time. They did confirm that this is a pursuit of what they said originally was a black pickup truck, saying it's unknown why police were pursuing this person, this driver. They were heading south on I-95. And now spotlight's really the only way that we can see what's going on here in the forest off of the interstate. As when they zoomed out, I think there was maybe 6 or 7 patrol cars there, and possibly a suspect found now. We're going to keep our eyes on these flashlights. as this driver could be anywhere. So as they continue to search here, we want to play again for you what happened just minutes ago when the pursuit really slowed down. Remember, that car sparking wasn't going to last much longer. This right here, I-76, Philadelphia Valley Forge. That's the location of that exit right there. The driver of the car seemed to be communicating with police before hopping out really quickly and running off. Too dark to really see anything else after that. And the rest of the traffic just having to continue on this interstate on this Monday. And it looks like pretty accessible forest area right there. Didn't have to jump down, wasn't too high up. So really quite the maneuver there from this driver in Philadelphia. Back out live to the shot that we have right now, as it doesn't seem like any arrests have been made quite yet. Train tracks right there, though, as a police officer is really running for it, possibly heard something or saw something. You can just faintly hear our chopper aerials as our Fox 29 Philadelphia team is on this, and hopefully will be giving us an update at the top of the hour. We'll also be heading into some of the other top stories here, but when we start with a story like this, we definitely don't want to walk away from it, want to keep you updated as we get any new details. So we're going to stay on this shot for all of you who are joining us here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. We appreciate you being with us, as this is an active scene that has steadily picked up over the past couple of minutes here. Quite a few patrol cars showing up now, blocking off this area, as they don't know if this driver is armed, who is now leading police on a foot pursuit at this moment. So we're going to stay on this. Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute commercial break. Others of you are going to be sticking with us. We'll see you back here in just minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of you joining us on this Monday evening. As always, on Mondays, we bring you breaking news. And in this case, a police pursuit in Philadelphia that has now transformed into a foot pursuit. For those of you who were not able to see it, this was from just minutes ago as the driver of this SUV getting out of the car, opening that driver's door and making a run for it. When it seems like he was trying to signal to that police officer that was right on his tail there, even other random cars on the side, having to drive past all of it. This is at just one of those exits for Philadelphia Valley Forge. It looks like the Interstate 76 is the location of this pursuit at this time. So just wanted to play those for you to catch you up if you're joining us at this moment. We are heading into the top of the hour. We'll have full coverage from Fox 29 in Philadelphia as we take you back out live to the train tracks here, which is where the search has continued for this driver. It is dark out there. They are having trouble finding him. It seems as though maybe only one person in the car. That seems to be right. And possibly some of these train cars that they're now searching in, as I think that this train had stopped or was not moving already. The driver now in hiding, possibly in some of these trees and bushes or even a train itself. There's several different officers, police officers that have come to the scene here to try to find this, what I believe was a man, possibly a middle-aged white man. And yes, that train is now moving again, so they stopped it just for a moment there to check inside and see if that driver had maybe hopped on the train to make a getaway. So this all started about an hour ago. That's when we got some of these aerial pictures in, as this black SUV was heading south on I-95. The backup is real now as more police cars have shown up to the scene. Our news chopper overhead with Fox 29 in Philadelphia, as well as a law enforcement chopper too. So the chase beginning in Delaware County, now ending on the side of the road, the side of Interstate 76. So in just minutes, we'll be getting the latest details and updates from our Fox 29 Philly team as they have been on this since it began. As we said, you can always follow along on our Twitter page at LiveNOW Fox. You can also find headlines and big updates on our YouTube page. Just search Live Now from Fox. We are everywhere and we are giving you the latest as we have it. We're also tracking other headlines. Speaking of getaways and manhunts, the manhunt now ending for that couple many are calling had a special relationship in Alabama, Lauderdale County, where we're confirming tonight that correction officer, Vicky White, confirmed dead after self-inflicted gunshot wounds, a shot to the head. Authorities officially confirming that she succumbed to her injuries and died tonight. Remember, she is the one who helped assist in allowing an inmate, a murder suspect, Kasiya White, to escape the jail in Lauderdale County. They've been on the run for 11 days. Today was the 11th day. A pursuit ending in Indiana. So different pursuit out there. Vicky White now confirmed dead. Kasiya White taken into custody. We'll be updating you on that case as well as many of the other top stories after this one comes to an end here, as the main hope for authorities is to find this driver, because you never know what they are capable of if they are armed. This is a busy freeway, as people may be heading home for the night. You can see a lot of those cars still on the interstate there. And even moving trains too. Looks as though some of these residential areas are nearby, and that brings up another conversation of blocking off those areas. People who live in nearby homes having to be aware of the situation, that a suspect is on the loose, has fled a scene, and could be in their backyard. Search parties heading over there. They were just searching on the train tracks. You can see the flashlights in this residential neighborhood now. Again, this is in Philadelphia. Not sure exact location. Right off of the interstate, though. As the main focus for officials has been maintaining safety and finding this suspect who has fled the scene. So we're going to get you some more details here. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team is on it. Let's listen in to their reporting live.
Xfinity, changing the way you experience TV.
This is the 10 at 10, and we begin with breaking news right now. A suspect police have been chasing in a slow speed chase for nearly 2 hours is now on the run near Villanova. Skyfox live over the area. You can't see much. It is pitch black in this area right off the Blue Route here on the Villanova exit. A driver jumped out of an old Ford truck from the 1980s that had no rear wheel tire, no tire, I should say. And as he jumped out, he headed off into the woods, and here we are.
Yes, they still haven't found this person. This all started after 8 o'clock in Philadelphia's Wissinoming neighborhood, and they've been chasing this truck, as Jason mentioned, for a while. Sparks flying from one of the rims it seems this driver was riding on. This was through the city at several points. You could see those sparks flying. Again, just around 9:45, we saw the driver open the door. You're looking at it right now. The driver gets out underneath this overpass, takes off, and we don't really see them emerge from the other side of the overpass. The person appears to have gone into this wooded area, into the shrubs, and soon after you just see police flashlights searching left and right.
That last shot of that driver jumping out is really the last time we have seen. We believe it's a man. We also didn't see anybody else get out of the truck at that point, so it appears that police are searching for one person. There is a flashlight of what we believe is a trooper or police officer in this wooded area near Villanova, as we mentioned. Again, this starting in Wissinoming, going past the stadiums on I-95 south, then gets on the Blue Route, and here we are. So Skyfox is live here. Officers searching for the suspect. We're still looking into what he's wanted for, why he's being pursued in the first place. Traffic now stopped on the Blue Route heading northbound, though. So we're going to stay on top of this throughout our newscast, so keep it right here on the 10 at 10. But there's also more breaking news to tell you about tonight. There's a kidnapping in Strawberry Mansion. 2 girls snatched and then thrown into a van. As I mentioned, a very busy night here. I'm Jason Martinez.
I'm Shayna Humphreys. We'll jump right into this story. Shawnette, what can you tell us right now?
Well, I tell you what, it's horrifying as we hear the details from police who spoke earlier this evening. I'm told that this happened around 8:15 tonight. Police telling us that an 11 and 12-year-old, two girls, 11 and 12 years old, were out walking their dog on 32nd Street and Diamond, out walking their dog tonight when these 2 girls were told, report to police that a white van pulled up and forced them inside that van. All they say is that there was a man inside dressed in dark clothing. While inside this van, the girls were able to call around to different family members. What we learned is that ultimately the driver dropped these girls off nearby a school at 30th and Norris Streets. At this hour, we are told those 2 girls are okay. They are right now with police detectives being interviewed about what happened. But the twist here is that these girls have reported to police that there was a boy in the van when they were pulled into the van who they say was duct taped. And at this hour, police are searching for that van, trying to find it, and the report of that little boy inside. We talked to police on the scene just a while ago. Here's what they had to say.
We do have the 2 girls back. They're reunited with the family. They're okay. They weren't hurt. They weren't abused or hurt in any way, nor were they duct taped or attempted to be duct taped, because we asked them both that. But we're concerned with this young
They were attempted to. I can't believe it because she was out here with the gun. I just can't believe that she just came to everything though.
All right, so as scary as that is, again, you just heard police say that those two girls are okay, again, being interviewed. I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback in my ear here back at the station. Those two girls, the 11 and 12-year-olds, are with police right now being interviewed. They are okay, but again, the search for that van continues tonight as police have reports that there is a boy inside. Again, all we know is that it is supposedly a white van with tinted windows and a single man inside that van. That's the very latest from police headquarters. Back to you.
All right, I know you'll stay on top of this, Shawnette. Thank you so much. Now, it doesn't even feel necessary to show you the average gas prices. You know what they are, and they are high, and there doesn't seem to be any relief in sight. Is there any way to save money in this situation, Chris, other than having an electric car? What kind of help can you offer us?
Well, not much, unfortunately, Jace. If you think paying $50 or $60 these days to fill up your SUV is painful, well, try filling up one of these diesel guzzling monsters every day. The interstate truck stop has been a painful place these days for independent truckers.
To fill it up, probably about close to $700. Yeah.
That hurts.
Yeah, it does.
With diesel pushing $6.50 a gallon, the numbers on the pump just don't seem to stop. Wait until you see where this one ends.
It's been a real shock in the last couple of months.
It's estimated 70% of all U.S. freight is carried by trucks. Add in a nationwide driver shortage, it's easy to see how higher prices at these pumps are eventually passed along to the end user, from anything from pillows to paint to pineapples. Oh yeah, remember this guy? His gas bill today was more than $1,040.
You got to know how to manage yourself, you know, during these trying times, because fuel is so expensive. So that's my biggest expense, really.
And there are a couple things you can do behind the wheel that despite the fact that gas prices are so high, especially going into summer travel season. Don't use your air conditioning a lot. Don't idle your car a lot, and take the weight out of your car. Those little tips will save you at least a few cents at the pump, Shayna.
All right, good tips. Anything that can help. Thank you, Chris. Developing right now, a nationwide manhunt is over. Alabama murder suspect Kasiya White is in custody, and corrections officer Vicky White is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound during a police chase in Indiana. Fox's Madison Scarpino is live in Evansville, Indiana, where this week-and-a-half-long search all came to an end. What can you tell us tonight, Madison?
Hi, Shayna. Yeah, so that nationwide manhunt ended just hours ago here in Evansville, and the U.S. Marshals and other agencies were made aware that the pair may be in the area, and that led to a short vehicle pursuit of Vicky and Kasiya White. And when that vehicle crashed, Vicky pulled out a handgun and shot herself, and she died just a bit ago. And Kasiya is in good condition, but remains hospitalized before he's transported to a local jail. And the Vanderbilt County Sheriff David Wedding says a car believed to be connected to the pair was spotted near the sheriff's office by an Evansville police officer, and that's when U.S. Marshals and other agencies went to the area where they spotted the Whites, and the two then got into the vehicle, sped away, and led law enforcement on about a 3-minute pursuit before their car was slammed into a ditch. And Sheriff Wedding says another abandoned vehicle driven by the pair found at a nearby car wash is what led to today's breakthrough in the case.
I was surprised that these fugitives would have stayed in our community for 6 days. But they are criminals. They make stupid decisions, and this stupid decision they made helped us apprehend them. We were very fortunate today that things just fell in place, and we put 2 bad people, hopefully, behind bars.
And the sheriff tells me that they believe that Kasiya and Vicky were staying at a Motel 6. And again, when it comes to Kasiya, once he's out of the hospital, he's going to be transported to a local jail here in Indiana. Madison Scarpino, Fox 29 News.
Thank you, Madison. We have a nice week in the forecast, but the weekend, well, it could be a little iffy. Weather and 60.
So So we've been listening into coverage from Fox 29 in Philadelphia there, but we want to go back out live to this shot where the search is still underway for that suspect driver. Remember, a police pursuit really leading them into this area. Now a search in the bushes here right off of the interstate. This is what happened just in the past 10 minutes here as the driver opened his door, really getting out and fleeing here. Now back out live to the situation where flashlights are on, and they've blocked off this interstate now to other drivers as well as a residential area nearby. We're going to stay on this shot and we're going to stay on this story, send some of you off into a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are overhead this pursuit in Philadelphia, which is now turned into a foot pursuit as this driver of this truck, black truck, got out just at this interstate exit on I-76 in Philadelphia, getting out of the car, swinging that driver's side door open and running. They now do not know where he is. There's still a lot of traffic in the area. They backed up quite a few cars that are probably trying to get home for the evening. More patrol cars even showing up to the scene. Flashlights are out. They are searching for him right now. We believe there was just one person inside of the car. We have not confirmed what the reason for this pursuit was or if that driver was armed. Those are the two major questions that we have. Safety, the priority and top of mind. We've been getting in reporting from our Fox 29 Philadelphia affiliate there. If they give us any new info, we'll of course report it to you here on the show. But we want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including an update on, of course, the situation out in Alabama. We just heard from Fox's Madison Scarpino as she was updating us on the situation. But we also had a live report from Austin Westfall down on the ground, too. We want to listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
Vicky White, Casey White, they're now in custody. Of course, they were on the lam for several days after Vicky helped Casey escape. Right now, we want to go out to Fox's Austin Westfall, who is live for us outside of the sheriff's office in Lauderdale County, Alabama, with the latest. Austin, this story has moved so rapidly in the last few hours. Take our viewers back from where it all started.
So it's really been a slow burn over this past week and a half. So we've been out here pretty much talking with the local sheriff, Rick Singleton, here in Lauderdale County every day, getting updates from him. And all started when one of his corrections officer, a high-up corrections officer at the local jail here, Vicky White, she was supposedly in a special relationship. That's what authorities here are calling it, a special relationship with one of the inmates that was in the jail that she was helping watch over. That's Casey White. Both of them do share the same last name, but they are not related other than the fact that they were said to have a special relationship. Now, once they went missing, their escape car was found about 2 hours north of here in Tennessee. That was the first clue as to where they went. But still, we were asking the sheriffs, updates every single morning. And the conversation will start off with, unfortunately, we don't have any huge leads as to where they are right now. Fast forward a week, here we are to today. As you said, things it was sort of rapid movement today. We saw some security camera footage from a car wash in Indiana that may have shown Casey White near a truck. And then it was only maybe an hour or two after those pictures were released that we caught wind that there was some sort of pursuit between the U.S. Marshals, which have been trying to track down these two for the past week and a half and have offered rewards in order for information leading to their capture. So we find out that the car chase happens. Apparently a U.S. Marshal car rammed into the suspect vehicle in an effort to stop it, ran off the road into a ditch, it crashed. It was discovered that it was Vicky and Casey White in that car. Casey surrendered to police. Vicky pulled out a handgun and shot herself and survived. She's in serious condition. Both of them are in the hospital right now. There's no word on any injuries to Casey, but for Vicky's case, it sounds like she's in serious condition, and a press conference just wrapped up here in Lauderdale County. The sheriff here, after a long week and a half, he's happy that it ended this way. He's happy that no law enforcement officials were hurt, no innocent bystanders were hurt, and he said ultimately he is going to see Vicky and Casey be brought back here for arraignment. He expects that they will be brought to town for arraignment. Vicky will not be staying at the jail that she once helped look after. Casey, if and when he's brought back here, the sheriff had some pretty choice words saying Casey will be put in a cell by himself, will not be with anybody else, and when he's in that cell by himself, he will be cuffed at all times, and he's going to make sure that he doesn't go anywhere. So it's been a circus in this small northwestern Alabama town, but ultimately, if you ask most people around here, this is about as positive as an outcome as could have come, Andrew. Yeah, and of course, Austin, just give us a sense, because you've been there for several days, just what the town is
saying this is a small community. This has really been the talk of the town ever since they went on the lam. They were evading arrest. But now that this has kind of come to a resolution, and we heard there from the sheriff earlier today saying that, he hopes Vicky White survives because there's still a lot of answers that she needs to provide. What are just everyday folks there telling you?
So this is a small town just about an hour and a half west of Huntsville, Alabama. This is a small, tight-knit community. When you walk around with the sheriff knows everybody in town. A lot of people know each other in town. A town like this isn't used to having all of this media and all of this. It's really a circus that's developed here over the past week and a half. So a lot of the people who are just walking around town, they'll come up, they'll talk to you, they'll say, this quiet town, it's just so bizarre that something like this could happen. I got a text from some people that I've met, here in town over the past few days. They texted me with excitement as soon as the news came out that they were captured. And again, it's excitement that not only were they captured, they were captured in Casey's circumstance, alive and well, and in Vicky's circumstance, in serious condition. The sheriff saying that, in more of a somber tone, saying that he hopes that Vicky ultimately, he wishes the best for her health, and he looks forward to coming back for those answers, like you said. But it's really, this is something that this town, I think, they're all incredibly happy that nobody got hurt. First of all, that nobody got hurt, and that it appears that Kasiya White, possibly Vicky White, will be brought to justice.
And new tonight, we're getting in that Vicky White has succumbed to her injuries here. She was 56 years old, facing arrest. She shot herself in the head. That's according to the Vanderburgh County Sheriff, Dave Wedding, whose deputies assisted the marshals in this chase. She was hospitalized in serious condition and succumbed to her wounds this evening. They say that her death is under investigation. And that she died just after 7 o'clock Central Time at the hospital. An autopsy was scheduled for tomorrow. So that's the latest development in this manhunt that really captured the nation's attention here between Vicky White and Kasiya White. Kasiya White now in custody. We want to go back into breaking news with Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Let's take a listen.
2 hours is now on the run near Villanova. The suspect jumped out of an old Ford pickup truck with a shell on it. This was about 40 minutes ago there, and now he is hiding out in the woods somewhere.
You can see a lot of flashlights. They've been scouring the shrubs just off the highway, and police cars are blocking some of the lanes of traffic where the truck was just ditched. They have been slowly allowing traffic to pass on the left side, but it's creating quite a backup now. This all started just after 8 o'clock tonight in Philadelphia's Wissinoming neighborhood, and then just around 9:45 we saw it slow down. The driver jumped out and ran off the road into that wooded area. We don't know yet why police were initially chasing the car, who that driver is, but Philly police just told us it may have started with a traffic stop.
We'll stay on top of that here on the 10 at 10. Also, higher property taxes could now be a reality for so many.
All right, as Fox 29 in Philly goes on to some of the other top stories, we are going to go out to a commercial break. We'll be right back with more news from across the country. Don't go away. Red Wing area woman arrested in connection to the death of a baby boy who was found in the Mississippi River in 2003. She's also been identified through DNA as the mom of a baby girl found in the river in 1999. To break all of this down, I want to bring in Fox 9's Rob Olson. Rob, this is a devastating story, but a lot of questions being answered.
Yeah, and questions that have persisted here for so long, you know, since more than 2 decades. Now, to be clear, there have been 3 infants, newborns, found in the Mississippi River in 99, in 03, and in 07. Now, the woman arrested early this morning has been linked as the mother of the first 2, and she admitted that she's the mother of those 2, charged with homicide in the second case. The third at this point appears to be entirely unrelated, so that is still a mystery. But for these first couple of cases here in Red Wing, some answers, albeit difficult ones, have finally come.
It has been 8,222 days since we discovered our first newborn, wrapped in a towel and floating in the water near the city of Red Wing.
For more than 22 years, the discoveries have haunted the community of Red Wing. A newborn girl found in November of '99 floating among the boathouses at Red Wing's Bay Point Park. A newborn boy found in December of '03 on a beach of Lake Pepin near Frontenac, and both were deceased.
2 words, tenacity and perseverance.
Now in custody, arrested early Monday, 50-year-old Jennifer Matter of rural Red Wing, charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder for the death of the infant boy in '03. Red Wing resident Jeannie Madsen paid for the funerals and burials of those children.
It's really hard to put into words what I'm feeling right now.
What broke the case now is genetic genealogy, essentially running the infant's DNA against public DNA databases and building a family tree, which through identified relatives led to Matter. Last week, a court-ordered DNA sample confirmed she's the mother of both infants. Now, she's not charged for the '99 case because she told investigators the baby was born blue and not breathing. No evidence at this point that that baby was alive.
Charges may be amended or added at a later time as more evidence comes to light.
But in the '03 case, she told police she gave birth at the beach on Lake Pepin and then left the baby hoping somebody would find it. Though when someone did, it was days later and too late.
I mentioned that the tenacity of our investigations, all these people, was amazing, and I think we're just sighing a sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, so they will still investigate the 1999 case to see if there's any evidence that would indicate otherwise, that that baby was in fact alive potentially at birth or maybe even when placed in the water. So again, further charges could come if the evidence leads them there. So far, the second-degree homicide charges for the second case from '03. And again, the infant found in 2007, they say, completely unrelated at this point, so that's something that they will continue to do genetic genealogy on to try to locate relatives and figure out answers in that case. But for these first 2, again, some answers that are difficult to hear, but welcome at the same time to know what happened.
Well, this is just a testament, Rob, to the advances in technology over just the past couple of decades here.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and that's what the superintendent of the Minnesota BCA, that's a Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the statewide investigative criminal agency, talked about too, that so many of these cold cases that they're going back to look at because of the advances in DNA technology. And in this case, it's essentially like running, you know, if you're doing your own ancestry with DNA, that's kind of what they're doing now with these cold cases, where they can basically submit the DNA of these dead children from so long ago and run their ancestry. And in this case, they said they found relatives from the 1850s. Eventually, it led to identifying a father of the first child, who identified Jennifer Matter as the likely mother of that, and then DNA tied her to both infants. But again, it's not as easy as you and I just submitting a sample to Ancestry. It's much more complicated than that in terms of processing the DNA sample, and so it's costly. They raised $10,000 locally through donations in Red Wing to pay for it because the county sheriff didn't have the budget for it. But they said they raised that money in days to send this off. But then essentially, after the complicated DNA processing of the samples that you have, the rest of it is like you and I running our ancestry and trying to match up people and see where that trail leads.
Wow, that's unbelievable, and quite possibly another cold case to be solved with that other baby that was found in the river there. So thank you so much for your reporting, Fox 9's Rob Olson. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
And this right here is the press conference where they gave all of these updates with authorities in Minnesota. Let's listen in.
Goodhue County Sheriff Marty Kelly. Next, we'll hear from the Goodhue County Attorney, Steve. And then lastly, we will hear from the BCA Superintendent, Drew Evans. Afterwards, we'll take some brief questions. Sheriff? That's mine.
Good morning. On behalf of myself, former Sheriffs Dean Albers, Scott McNerlin, and Chris Johnson behind me, I welcome all of you here today. It has been 8,222 days since we discovered our first newborn wrapped in a towel and floating in the water near the city of Red Wing. Almost 4 years later, another newborn baby was discovered on the shore of Lake Pepin in Frontenac. For over 20 years, the deaths of these innocent babies have haunted our community and the countless law enforcement officers that have worked tirelessly on this case. One of these babies, a girl, would have been living her adult life at 22 years of age. The other, a boy, would have likely just graduated high school with his whole adult life ahead of him. Many members in our office have come and gone, and it is these two cases that have lingered in their minds and their hearts. I'm here today to announce the arrest of the mother of these two babies, born a mere 4 years apart. Today, our office, along with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, arrested Jennifer Lynn Matter at her home outside of Red Wing. Miss Matter is 50 years old. Through DNA, Miss Matter has been identified as the mother of the babies in 1999 and in 2003. The defendant is currently in our Goodhue County ADC on 2 counts of murder in the 2nd degree. What happened that led to today's arrest? 2 words: tenacity and perseverance. Tenacity of all the sheriffs that poured resources into these cases, and tenacity from the investigators that have worked so hard on these cases that went cold for far too long. Many of these investigators are to my left, and thank you. And the perseverance of our community. When we found that a well-known genealogy firm had successfully worked with cold cases with law enforcement, our community stepped up to raise the funds we needed. We will continue to work with our criminal justice partners to achieve justice for these babies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now we'll hear from the County Attorney.
Good morning. I am Steve O'Keefe. I am the Goodhue County Attorney, and my office will be handling the prosecution in this matter. Jennifer Lynn Matter has been charged by a criminal complaint with 2 counts of 2nd-degree murder in relation to the 2003 incident. Count 1 alleges 2nd-degree intentional murder, that in December 2003, Miss Matter did intentionally cause the death of her child. Count 2 alleges 2nd-degree murder as well, often referred to as felony murder, that in December of 2003, Miss Matter caused the death of her child while committing a felony, that felony being child endangerment. These charges and the facts supporting those charges can be found in the complaint, which will be public. Miss Matter will make a first appearance tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. in Goodhue County District Court. At that time, the judge will set bail and review release conditions. Although we know that Miss Matter is the mother of the 1999 child, no charges have been filed in relation to that incident at this time. Charges may be amended or added at a later time as more evidence comes to light. My office has been assisting law enforcement since the beginning of these investigations. We appreciate that partnership greatly and recognize the persistence, hard work, and dedication of our law enforcement professionals who have put so much of themselves into solving these cases. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm the superintendent at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. This is a day that this team that you see behind me here today has been working for decades, to have answers about these newborn children that were discarded. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents, analysts, and scientists have worked alongside our partners that you see behind me here today from the start of these investigations to provide support as they work to bring answers to this community. To learn what happened to these children, we first needed to know who the children were, who put them in the water. BCA forensic scientists obtained a full DNA profile from both children at the time each was discovered. We suspected for a long time that they could be siblings, and over their years, their profiles were repeatedly checked against our criminal databases, but no matches were ever obtained. We pursued every tip and every lead, but came up empty. And as the sheriff noted, there were many administrations and investigators that worked on this over the years, pursuing all those leads and tips. We've never been able to identify in that process those individuals, as all of the 70-plus profiles that this team had obtained from possible relatives were excluded as being relatives of these children. As Sheriff Kelly mentioned, we utilized genetic genealogy, provided the lead that ultimately led to today's arrest. Genealogists accomplished this through a combination of comparative DNA analysis, in other words, comparing to the children the profile to other profiles we had, which is measuring the amount of DNA shared between, and then research using a publicly available historical records. In other words, they use publicly available records to profiles we've obtained to look for possible relatives of these children. The names of the best associations or links are provided to the investigators as possible leads. Genetic genealogy is a leads-based system to provide leads to identify the individual that may be the parent of the children in this case, and that's what happened here. When we learned of a relative of the babies in Goodhue County, investigators worked quickly to narrow the options and identified Jennifer Matter as the most logical and likely mother of the children. A few days ago, we obtained a search warrant to get a DNA sample from her, which was sent to our laboratory in St. Paul, and we utilized our rapid DNA technology to provide an answer identifying her as the mother in the same day. Rapid DNA technology enables the BCA in special cases to complete forensic analysis much faster than had previously been available to us, sometimes within hours. Advances in investigative techniques and science are happening all the time. In this case, genetic genealogy and rapid DNA testing were both employed to develop the lead that ultimately led to the identification of the mother and the rest in this case. It's important, as we have these discussions and announce advances like this here today, that technology and investigative techniques that this team and the sheriff's office employed here in this case are advancing all the time. And so, as noted, the thousands of days that went past for answers in this community were able to be answered here today because of those advances, and we hope to continue across the state and other unsolved cases to utilize the same techniques to bring closure. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone back to the sheriff to talk a little bit about what this case means to the community and some of the community that has stepped up to assist with these children over the years.
Thank you, Superintendent. To close this out, I really want to highlight why we are here today. These cases were charged based not just on great criminal justice partners, but because of the community efforts as well. The entire community, who donated $10,000 of their hard-earned money so that we could conduct DNA comparisons with genealogy databases and improve our chances of learning what happened to these babies. These funds raised helped solve this case. I can't think of a better example of community and law enforcement working together, because that's what it was. There is one person, however, who has lived this case with our law enforcement partners alongside of us for 22 years. Jeannie Matson, who is here today. Ms. Matson has cared for these children, held their funerals, paid for their burials, and most importantly, she never forgot. Thank you, Jeannie, for not forgetting. Sorry. This is an active investigation. We are still investigating the 2007 baby that was found near Treasure Island Marina. And if anyone has information on this matter or our unsolved 2007 case, we encourage you to call our tip line at 651-267-2624. Thank you, and with that, we'll stand for some questions.
Sheriff, are you able to say if the 2007, was any information gathered that helps in that investigation through this arrest of Ms. Matter and the interviews that she gave?
Not in the 2007 case. Our DNA has somewhat hit a roadblock, and we're really hopeful. And I think, as you see today, we will solve that. It might not be me. It might be 3 more sheriffs down the line, and I hope we're all here to see it.
You have some perspective of, if this first baby girl had been given a chance to live, are you able to share, in this community, how that hits home, that she would be a classmate, she would have been a classmate, she would have graduated with these kids?
Well, a lot of us remember 1999 from being in law enforcement, but me personally, I had triplets in 1999 and likely would have been a classmate of theirs. So that hits home, and I'm not alone in people wanting to have children and not being able to have children, and there's just so much at play here, and our community is amazing.
Did Miss Matter fall into your radar immediately when you got the DNA analysis, or did you get relatives that led to Miss Matter?
We had relatives. Investigators worked all the way back to 1850s out of Germany and tracked it back. We did not have her right away.
Was she on the radar at all before the DNA thing?
No, sir.
Were the babies alive? Children or grandchildren, were they taken from the home? Or
I can't answer that right now.
Were the babies alive when she put them in the water?
I cannot answer that either.
So the 2007 case appears at this point unrelated, or you're still investigating if there's connected to these two?
We are fairly certain it's unrelated, and we are still investigating.
So you think that might have been, sadly, a copycat situation, or what?
Sadly, yes.
As far as the charges go, is she charged for murder for each baby, like to account for each baby? Or is
Steve
the charge
could,
just for 2003?
Steve could address that.
Yes, we only charged out at this point the 2003. So there are 2 counts of murder in the second degree in relation to the 2003 incident. The 1999 incident is still something that we're working on, and we'll see where the evidence comes in throughout this process.
And can you talk a little bit about the distinction between those two? Is DNA not as complete, or there's autopsy results? What's the distinction?
Between the 99 and 2003?
Yeah.
The distinction is just the evidence, and I think the complaint will outline some of that evidence that we have, and it'll be more clear when you read that.
At what point did this case seem solvable? For so long it was here that you would never ever find out what happened here. When did you realize that?
Well, I think when we had information that the genealogy partners that we found out of Florida, I believe, Investigator Behringer spoke with them and determined that they could do a family tree with the genealogy at a cost. Our office spent the first $5,000 on the 1999 baby, and we reached out. We didn't have it in our budget. We reached out to the community. Honestly, I think we had $10,000 in 3 days, 8 days. It was very impressive, and then some to help with our investigation moving forward.
Money well spent?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Can we ask Ms. Matson some questions? Would she be able to?
Sure.
Okay.
You can stand right here.
You can step forward just a little bit. There you go.
Okay.
Your feeling on this day, I mean, you've been tied to this from the beginning, and just what's on your heart right now?
The people behind me have found peace to a degree. It's really hard to put into words what I'm feeling right now.
This has been a long journey for you. You got involved fairly quickly on.
Yeah, when the little girl was found in '99, we saw it on the news, and I called Dean Elbers and wanted to know where she was going to be laid to rest. And we had 4 lots at Oakwood, and we put her next to our daughter that we lost in '89. So that way our daughter wouldn't be alone, and the little girl that we named Jamie wouldn't be alone.
And Jeannie, what's the difference for you now, knowing what happened to Jamie and Corey, versus if you had gone your whole life without finding out?
I just wanted I can't answer that right now.
For you and the community, what does this mean with the arrest?
I can't do that right now.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for taking a minute for us.
What has this case meant to the department and the community? I mean, so many, all of us that work in the news know how hard cases involving children are for investigators, and for something to have so many hands working on it over the years, and for it finally to come to this place, what does that mean to everybody who had a hand in it?
Boy, I think many of us sighed a sigh of relief when we found out, and certainly this morning for the arrest. But I spoke with the sheriffs previously, and they told me that not a day goes by where they don't think about it. And the investigators, some wanted to have this solved before they retired, and they just couldn't. And we're just so grateful, and I think I can speak for them that I mentioned it, the tenacity of our investigations, all these people, was amazing, and I think we're just sighing a sigh of relief right now.
Does this case exist entirely on DNA, or is there more information that makes the case?
There's more information that I can't disclose at this point.
Do we know why she did it?
No.
Sheriff, can you talk a little bit about the arrest and the state of the suspect taken into custody?
It was uneventful. The 2 investigators that have been working with her this entire time went without a hitch. Did she know it was coming? I believe she did.
Take one more question.
Has she made any statements about it to the investigators?
I can't answer that right now.
Any information on the fathers?
I can't answer that right now either. I'm sorry.
And folks, there's a lot in the criminal complaint that you have as well as the press release. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we just listened in to that full press conference out of Minnesota a little bit earlier today, where that cold case, finally some answers to questions of those families that were involved there, and we'll be following that along with the other top stories of the day. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, the latest when it comes to abortion rights as protests continue nationwide.
Well, this is a procedural vote that we expect this week in the Senate to enshrine legal protections for abortion rights into federal law. It is widely expected to fail, though, as protests get more intense.
Codify Roe! Codify Roe!
The homes of 2 Supreme Court justices were targeted by protesters this weekend after a pro-choice group publicized their addresses online. And in Wisconsin, a clear message scrawled outside the office of a pro-life group: if abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. That office was set on fire.
They're free to disagree with us, but they're not free to destroy property. They're not free to threaten individual lives and safety.
The White House has clearly denounced violence, but not the protests at the homes of the justices.
Joe Biden knows it's disgraceful. He's literally threatening the lives of these justices by the mob they're unleashing.
They are absolutely going to pass a national ban on abortion.
Democrats say Republicans, if they win control of Congress in November, will seek to impose a nationwide ban on abortion. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell told USA Today that legislative action is possible, but he pledged to keep the filibuster in place, which makes any kind of move by Congress very unlikely. Still, Democrats say voters are largely on their side, and they plan to make this a major issue in the November midterms, teeing up a procedural vote perhaps Wednesday to essentially write Roe v. Wade into federal law.
We march straight to the ballot box, and the women of this country and the men who stand with them will vote like they've never voted before.
And there is another protest scheduled tonight at the home of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, the author of that leaked draft opinion. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Abortion rights are top of mind, not only in New York, but also on Capitol Hill. To break down all of the top news here, I'm going to bring in our expert, our constitutional law expert, Jessica Levinson. Jessica, thanks for being with us. You were here when all of that news was breaking last week, and now we have lawmakers like Tish James coming out in New York and saying they want to kind of initiate and maintain abortion rights despite whatever happens.
I think that that's exactly what we're going to see throughout the country, where we're going to see blue states and particularly attorneys general taking a larger role here, but blue states saying, not only are we going to provide abortion services for people who live here, but we're going to provide more resources, and we're going to make it easier for people to travel into our state to obtain abortions. You and I talked about this last week, this idea of traveling to and from states to try and obtain abortions is going to be one of the next big battlegrounds legally and politically. And then we see the opposite in red states, where we see proposals. You and I have talked about a proposal coming out of Louisiana, another proposal out of Missouri, where it's absolutely, as I said, the opposite, where in fact states are not just trying to ban abortions, but criminalize them, and in ways that could potentially affect the use of contraception.
Right. I'm actually pulling up a map here that shows those states that have banned abortions already. That's in the red, and then the blue states saying no ban, and then those pink states likely to ban. So 4 additional states could add on when it comes to the possibility of Roe v. Wade being overturned. That would make 26 states that would move forward with the full ban of abortions, and some being a little more strict on it than others, and we'll get into that in a moment. But we've had this conversation in the past, Jessica, about how that would change people traveling across state lines. Letitia James saying that they already have seen a surge in people who are trying to get abortions coming into New York. She said Ohio and Pennsylvania being 2 of those states. And now that could even increase with changes in the future. But what is the legality of all of that? Is this going to restrict that possibility if they end up changing the legislation even on that front? Could it be that you can't even travel across state lines?
So that's what some red states are going to try and say. They're going to try and say, not only can you not get an abortion within our boundaries, but you can't travel to get one. And we've already seen blue states have responded to that. There's a bill pending in Connecticut, I believe, where the blue states are saying pardon me for my technical difficulties, where the blue states are saying not only can you travel into this place, into this state, but we will actually provide you with resources. We will not cooperate with your home state, and we will allow you to countersue for damages. So politically, we're going to have that battle where we have the red states saying don't travel out of states, the blue states saying yes, come here, you can find a place to obtain an abortion. But then legally, the question is, can a state like Missouri reach outside of its borders and tell its residents what to do? I think the better answer is absolutely no. You cannot do that. We've seen that with respect to, imagine a law where we take abortion out of it. Imagine a law where it's Arizona saying you're not allowed to, I think we've used this example before, wear polka dots on Tuesdays, no matter which state you're in. Arizona can't reach into other states to try and enforce that type of restriction.
Well, many of these states, as you kind of stepped into, are becoming quite restrictive, including Louisiana. You mentioned a proposal out there which wouldn't just ban abortion, it would essentially make it a felony and step into other things such as IUDs and birth control. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the Louisiana language talks about creating personhood at the time of fertilization. And based on that definition, what I understand, not being a medical expert, is that it would call into question the ability to use, for instance, emergency contraception like Plan B and other types of more commonly used contraception like IUDs. That's certainly what critics of the proposal have said, that it's not just affecting surgical abortions, it's not just affecting the use of abortion pills, but again, it's also stepping into the realm of fairly commonly used contraception. We're going to see more of that. That's the part of the Louisiana bill that I actually think is quite predictable, where we're going to see conservative states pushing the line again, not just we're outlawing abortions, but we're criminalizing abortions, and we're going to try and define personhood really, really, really early, earlier than we ever have in our nation's history. But this really surprising part about Louisiana's law is that it says this goes into effect notwithstanding a Supreme Court decision, which is not how our government works. State laws have to respect federal laws, and the Supreme Court makes decisions about what the federal law is. And it says if state court judges try and prevent this law from going into effect, the legislature can impeach the state court judges. This calls into question all sorts of really important separation of powers concerns.
Which leads us into our next point, because we have Senator Schumer speaking out today in New York, talking about a proposal, the Senate to vote on Wednesday, about codifying Roe v. Wade into federal law. This is obviously somewhat unlikely, but if that was to go through, what would that do? How would that change things?
So if, in fact, and I agree with you, I think it's maybe more than unlikely, I think it's all but exceedingly improbable that this would happen, then you have a federal law. And if the Supreme Court decides to uphold that federal law, which I do think is a question, whenever the federal government acts, it has to point to a source of authority, unlike the states. So if the federal government can point to a source of authority to the Supreme Court's satisfaction and the law is upheld, then any state law that tries to outlaw abortion would be preempted under the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause saying you have a federal law, you have a state law, they conflict, we know what happens, the federal law wins.
But of course, states are definitely going to be watching what happens with the Supreme Court, which the timeline on that, how quickly could we be hearing an official ruling?
So I think for these big blockbuster rulings, the typical rule of thumb is that we get it the last week of, we get these rulings the last week of June. Now, it could be a week earlier, it could be a week later, but that's about when we'll see it. Will the leak, which is unprecedented, shake up the timeline? Potentially, but I still expect last week of June.
All right, we'll be watching that. Last question for you, Jessica, because aside from just all of the conversations surrounding abortion rights, there's also the conversation of the investigation underway into who leaked these very, very confidential documents within the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts on the investigation thus far, and possible interviews to people who had their hands on them and did eventually leak them?
So, yeah, as we've talked about a little bit, I think the universe of people who potentially leaked this opinion is about 45 people, the 9 justices and the 36 clerks. Supreme Court justices get 4 judicial law clerks every term. My guess is that it's probably about half that it's really, we're looking at either a conservative justice or a conservative clerk. It's hard to emphasize what a betrayal this is of how the Supreme Court functions. How will this particular investigation go? I don't know if they're going to ever find the person who leaked it. I don't know if we're going to find out years later. But I still suspect that it was somebody on the conservative side of the aisle, somebody who supports the majority opinion, to try and solidify the majority, to make it look like if anybody changes positions, then they're just bowing to political pressure, and to try and have this conversation and maybe diffuse the energy of Democrats further away from the midterm election. So again, it's just a hunch. I don't know for sure. In terms of how the investigation is going, the Chief Justice has put the marshals on it, and we may never know more than that.
Yeah. Well, we could go on for a long time about everything surrounding this, and there's sure to be new developments every day, but we appreciate you, Jessica Levinson, joining us here on the show to break it all down. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, great conversation there with Jessica Levinson and Daytona Everett. LiveNOW look at the Capitol a little bit after 11 p.m. there in Washington. And the story continues. Of course, all eyes will be on the Senate on Wednesday. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer put into motion a plan which will trigger a procedural vote related to abortion on Wednesday. You'll remember that earlier we reported Schumer filed cloture to tee up that vote to break the filibuster to start debate on a bill to codify Roe v. Wade. Remember, it already passed in the House. Though it's expected to fail, it will fall well short. They will not get to 60 votes. That's according to Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram. Remember, we also are just kind of expecting abortion politics to dominate this week in the Senate. Remember, some Democratic senators are pro-life, including Bob Casey, the Democrat from Pennsylvania. Casey is the son of late Pennsylvania Governor Bob Casey Sr. That's the elder Casey in the Casey landmark 1992 decision, Planned Parenthood v. Casey. Casey signed abortion restrictions which were upheld by the high court. So this is all playing out. We're going to be on top of it. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we will be talking about all the latest updates out of the war in Ukraine, a major military parade, Victory Day, as the Russians celebrate it every May 9th. We'll be talking about that. What was expected, what did not come. More on that with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer, and 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. I was off all last week. It's good to be back, but there are a lot more headlines left to get to, including the latest updates out of the war in Ukraine. Fox 13 in Tampa has the latest.
Now, earlier this evening, President Biden signed the Lend-Lease Act of 2022. What this does is it revives a World War II era program which will help the U.S. send more weapons to Ukraine and get them there faster. And based on what Vladimir Putin said today, Russia's war on Ukraine will likely go on for much longer. This was Russia's annual Victory Day, in which they celebrate the defeat of Nazi Germany.
President Putin used it to repeat his false claims that Russia is fighting Nazis again. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, he's been watching all this and saw what Putin said today. So what was your takeaway? Where do we go from here?
Well, in a couple of ways, Vladimir Putin defied expectations. For example, he did not declare any kind of victory in battle in Ukraine after 2.5, now nearly 3 months of invasion. And he also said just basically Russia's going to stay the course, keep doing what it's been doing, meaning continuing to grind on as we are seeing, which appears to lead basically to a stalemate at this point as this war continues to devastate Ukraine and, of course, weigh on Russia's economy.
In Moscow, Vladimir Putin celebrated victory over Nazi Germany by falsely claiming Russia is still fighting Nazis in Ukraine. Everything indicated that a clash with neo-Nazis was inevitable. Meanwhile, on an empty street in Kyiv, Volodymyr Zelensky said it's Putin who is channeling Nazi Germany by invading, destroying, and mass murdering civilians. He said on the day of our victory over Nazis, let's call out the absurdity of Russian generals resplendent in their manicured parade uniforms and weighed down by their many medals for being complicit in Putin's hijacking of history. Russia has forgotten everything that was important to the winners of World War II. On Russia's annual Victory Day, analysts expected Russia to declare victory in Mariupol and overstate his gains in Donbass, maybe announce a new operation in Moldova, and repeat his nuclear threats. None of that happened. And it suggests Putin may now realize that many of his own people would not celebrate escalation and that his threats and lies may be wearing thin.
With Russia's economy cratered and a lot of soldiers not coming home to their parents, Russian citizens have to be thinking that they've been sold something that just doesn't correspond to reality.
In Ukraine, the updated battle map show not much has changed in weeks. The circles show where we are seeing some movement, and it's the Ukrainian counteroffensive taking back captured towns and villages outside of Kharkiv. Russia's responding to this now by sending some troops in the battle for Donbass back up to the north to try to retake those towns and villages. That's tightened courses for Russia's offensive in Donbass, which is already sputtering, which once again is a prescription for stalemate. And take it all together, when you look and read into Putin's remarks, he's repeating, of course, the same false propaganda, but without the same level of bluster, which means he may be making some adjustments to sell this invasion to the Russian people, which is indication he does not plan to cease or fundamentally change what he is doing. And with that in mind, Congress is fast-tracking President Biden's request. Remember, President Biden requested $33 billion in humanitarian relief plus military support for Ukraine. Well, Congress is not only moving forward on that with plans to take it up as early as tomorrow, but they've increased the request from $33 billion that President Biden wanted, now upwards of $39 billion.
So Ukraine, getting back to Ukraine, they're trying to join the European Union. Well, today the president of France comes out and says, well, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So what's the holdup there?
Macron said it's process and red tape, and it just isn't feasible for the foreseeable future. He said, for example, there are 80,000 pages of rules and regulations that a member country must meet, everything from conformity on the food code to environmental regulations. The list goes on. And he said that's a process that takes decades, plus all 27 members of the union would have to unanimously agree to admit Ukraine. They would therefore require it to meet all of these different rules. Just the review process would take us conceivably into years into the future, which is why he said Europe will continue to offer a great deal of military and humanitarian support. It just isn't feasible at this point to admit it into the union right away.
All right. To be continued. Thank you, Craig.
Okay, and we always thank Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest there on Russia's war into Ukraine. And joining me now to discuss that even further is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Hadn't spoken to you in about a week now. But this was what everyone was talking about today, and that, of course, is this Russian military parade. We have some of it from earlier today there in Red Square in Moscow. Many who have been watching this for so long, this happens every May 9th, and you can go into kind of the historical connotations. We just lost that shot there, unfortunately. But Hal, do us a favor. You know, this was kind of a dud to many who have seen this, who have watched this. No major announcements, no kind of signs that victory will be proclaimed by Putin, no major kind of reorienting of troops on the battlefield in Ukraine. What did you make of it, Hal?
I thought it was, well, welcome back, Andrew, by the way. I thought it was a bit of a lessened event. There were, experts said there were about a third less troops, total forces that were on the ground than in previous years, which I thought was notable. I think that shows the tax that Ukraine has taken on the Russian military as a whole. The fact that the chairman of the armed forces, the chief of the armed forces, General Gerasimov, wasn't there, really stood out. Of course, there's been reports that he was seriously wounded when he was in Ukraine. He went over there ostensibly to take over the main effort, and within a few days of being there was targeted by the Ukrainians and reportedly medically evacuated. The fact that he didn't show up for today's parade tends to underscore that those reports are probably true. I didn't see the foreign minister there, Lavrov. I didn't see him at all. If he was in the crowd, I didn't see him. Many other experts, or I should say others, have said that they didn't see him there. And that may show that he was maybe diminished in status. You know, he kind of stepped into it with some of his comments about Zelensky, and he was saying that the worst anti-Semites or Nazis or Jews or something like that. And of course, Israel raised a rather strong protest, as did others, which all of a sudden he was kind of moved off to the side. And of course, you know, that's kind of symbolic of some of the overwhelming belligerent bellicose rhetoric that's surrounding this, which of course we heard Putin up there again repeating the lies about this is a war or a fight against Nazis, and that somehow the Ukrainians are Nazis and all this stuff, and somehow trying to do this false equivocation of saying that Victory Day in World War II against Nazi Germany was the same thing that they're dealing with today in Ukraine. So it was notable for what you didn't hear, though. He didn't call for a war in Ukraine, didn't declare victory in Ukraine. And of course, if he called for a war in Ukraine, that would have been also would have led to a national mobilization. And I think there's just a grudging realization that he has limits. And it's a two-front war. One's in Ukraine, one's back in Moscow. And I think he realizes he, A, can't afford to mobilize the nation, and B, it could be even more politically embarrassing than anything else, because there's a lot of thought that if he did a national mobilization, a large percentage of those to be mobilized simply would not show up. They would essentially dodge the draft, as it would. And that would have been a huge black eye for him. Probably would have been tantamount to somebody trying to replace him. So that was notable. If I may just say one more thing, though, there was supposed to be a big 77 plane flyover, and they said it was canceled because of weather. The weather that everybody saw was scattered clouds, light winds. As you may recall, Ukrainian intelligence special operations forces have been reportedly operating around Moscow, even on the other side of Moscow from Ukraine, with some special type of attacks. It is certainly feasible that they could have got anti-aircraft weapons like Stingers or Star Streaks in there. I don't know. That's pure speculation. I just found it was rather interesting that the flyover didn't happen. And that could have been because they perceived some sort of threat. But we don't know. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, of course. I just want to keep on this this subject, Hal, because I think it's so interesting. You know, this happens every May 9th. And like you mentioned, there was no air show But we've heard so much from Putin before, like what we heard today, calling Ukrainians Nazis, like you said, comparing the Nazi defeat in World War II to what is happening right now on the battlefield in Ukraine. But is this indicative that Putin has no off-ramp in the war? You and I have talked about this for so long because there was no victory to announce or embellish. And remember, you and I had been, well, at least I believe you had been speaking with my colleagues earlier last week that they were going to take the opportunity, declare victory, talk about what are the next stages in the war. There was going to be this, rapid remobilization, if you will. That didn't happen today. And so this was really hyped up, and it kind of fell flat.
That's what everybody thought was going to happen. Everyone thought he was going to declare some sort of victory. Originally, the thought was he would say, okay, we have secured the territorial integrity of the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk provinces. Of course, they haven't done that yet. So I think he avoided that because I think it was Jake Sullivan today said there are limits. He said words that there are even limits to Russian propaganda, which basically means even they can make stuff up so much that they can't support it. And that was just a bridge too far. They just couldn't support something that, grotesquely false, if you will, that they had not achieved that. So they just stayed away from it. There was a lot of speculation. I didn't know. I mean, I certainly was with everyone else. It's possible he could, declare war to lead to a national mobilization. But he didn't do it. And I have to tell you, I stayed up till midnight last night and I wanted to hear it live. And that's what really stood out to me was the fact that he did not declare war, did not mobilize the nation. Although if you do the accounting, if you just simply look at what resources they have, that could have been a bigger embarrassment. First off, a lot of people wouldn't show up for the national mobilization. And the other part was they could have shown up and it's possible within a few months, they'd run out of money to pay them. And if you run out of money to pay your army, eventually they will probably go home. And this is an army that is suffering morale issues. It's having huge problems. The forces that are in Ukraine are having huge morale issues. There's still reports that they're doing things like shooting their vehicles to avoid going to the front lines. All sorts of things are still coming out. The same stuff that we were hearing over 2 months ago about them avoiding combat service in Ukraine. So I think he's realizing that he's kind of boxed in. The only really off-ramp for him is a negotiated settlement. With that said, I don't see him entering into negotiations anytime soon. Realistically, the off-ramp is probably just his forces continue to suffer huge attrition, and they get to the point where they simply can't hold their positions, potentially getting kicked out of eastern Ukraine.
Yeah. Hal, of course, now May 9th has come and gone. Russia, of course, is not the only country that commemorates this day, Victory in Europe Day after World War II. So many other, especially Eastern European nations, Poland especially. This is going viral, though. I want to put up some of the video. The Russian ambassador to Poland, I believe, red paint was thrown on him today as he was commemorating Victory in Europe Day. I just want to give our viewers a sense, if they haven't seen this yet, take a look at this video right here. That is the Russian ambassador to Poland. Protesters there today as he was going to lay flowers and a wreath at a VE Day memorial. Red paint thrown all over him. Hal, this is a pretty defiant protest to a high-ranking official. To be expected, though, no doubt.
Well, there's a interesting history there. First off, Russia is not very popular in Poland right now. The other thing is you have to go kind of back in history. When World War II started, that actually was an invasion of Poland, which involved a secret agreement between Germany and the Soviet Union. So when Germany invaded Poland from the west, Russia invaded from the east, and then of course they rounded up all the Polish military officers, all their army officers, and conducted summary execution and buried them. And they weren't found till years later. And of course, they tried to blame the Nazis, but it was actually Russia and the Soviet Union that did that. Then, of course, as they were sweeping across, the Polish resistance did the famous, uprising against the Nazis, and the Soviets simply stopped outside of Warsaw and let the Nazis basically wipe out the resistance, and then they went in. And that was a cold-blooded calculation by Stalin. He said, "Look, these are armed resistance, and we plan to take over Poland, after the war, and we'll let them get wiped out by the Nazis, and that will be one less thing we have to deal with." So there is a rather sordid history with Poland and the Soviet Union, Poland and Russia. And so beyond what's happening right now with Ukraine, which would be more than enough reason to justify what you saw in the minds of many Poles, there's a longer history. And if you look at World War II, which this day commemorates, they very much remember what the Soviet Union did to Poland. And I think that was kind of an undercurrent of what you saw.
Yeah. Hal, let's talk about what's going on the battlefield. The Pentagon said today they have, quote, seen indications Russia is moving Ukrainians into Russia against their will. You and I have talked about that many times. John Kirby said when asked about Ukrainian government statements, some 1.2 million Ukrainians have been deported to Russia forcibly and held in camps. That's right out of the Stalinist playbook. Also, according to the British Ministry of Defense, Russia has only gained a handful of miles in the Donbas because of 4 factors. This is also according to a senior U.S. official. One of them is that they won't advance ahead of artillery fire, that they are stuck on paved roads because of spring mud, like you and I have talked about. They have not fixed logistics in the Donbas. And lastly, some troops are just not following orders. So we're seeing still the same problems persist. What does this mean going forward?
Well, what it means is, first off, that thing with, for at least for another week or so, I just read the weather report today, they still have mud problems. Whereas it's not raining as heavily as it was, they still have a lot of mud. So they're kind of stuck to the hardball roads, to the paved roads, except for, of course, tracked vehicles. But even they are somewhat limited. One of the challenges that Russia has is that, we've been moving all this artillery. And when I say we, I mean NATO. Of course, our 155 howitzers have been going over, but other countries' 155 howitzers have been going over. And certain things that they can do is they can share the same ammo. And these howitzers have the ability to shoot rounds which are far more accurate. For example, the laser-guided rounds can literally hit pretty much on the target within 2 meters of a target. So if you have a target that's out there and they can laser designate it like a tank, they can put an artillery round on the tank. They can do the same thing for counter battery fire. Even without lasers, they have extremely accurate long-range munitions, which exceed what the Russians have by quite a bit. So when they fire, and one of the things they're doing right now is they're training the Ukrainians up on these counter battery radars. Obviously, there's a certain amount of a lot of intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. Obviously, probably too much talked about intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. But they have a lot of intelligence. They can identify generally where these targets are. And then when the Russians fire their artillery or fire their rockets, they have these new counter battery radars which pick up where they're from, and they can zero in very accurately on where that Russian artillery battery or where that Russian rocket battery is. And then they can reach out these long-range munitions that are highly accurate that the Russians don't have and wipe out their artillery and rockets. Now, if you look at the attrition of Russian artillery and rockets right now, it's increasing, but not at a great degree, not the degree that says they're doing great counter battery fire. However, this stuff is just coming into inventory. And in the Donbass, this is going to make a huge difference. Once they can get this stuff really put into effect, once they can start causing heavy attrition of Russian artillery and Russian rockets, you're going to see their ability to maneuver decrease from the low level it is right now. As you said, they do not want to move beyond their artillery coverage. Well, if they start seeing their artillery wiped out by this counter battery fire, you're going to see even a greater reluctance to move out there, because they know once they get out there, if there's no artillery and rockets, that they are going to be targeted with those Javelin missiles or those NLAW missiles, and at some point they're going to be wiped out, as many units have been. So when you look at this, I'm just waiting. Obviously, the preponderance of artillery, if you look at the number of systems, very much in Russia's favor. However, if you look at the quality of the artillery and the substantive difference that this added artillery is going to make, I think what you're going to see is a turnaround. And you'll see it in eastern Ukraine, around Kharkiv, in Donbass. You may eventually work its way to the south, where they're going to start causing attrition. And when they can wipe out that artillery safety net, if you will, that the Russian forces have, I think you're going to see a dramatic change in the battlefield. And that's where those counteroffensives, as they've been termed, I just call them offensives, but those counteroffensives are really going to start to pick up steam. And there's an interesting thing in war. Once they realize that they can't hold the ground, once they realize that they've lost combat power to stay in place, armies tend to fall apart or flee. We tend to be very organized. Yeah. We're very disciplined. They're not. And I would anticipate something with the Russians that I kind of saw with the Iraqis in Kuwait. Once they realized their situation was lost, I mean, it was pardon the expression, it was like Monty Python Holy Grail. They just ran away.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see some of that.
Yeah, of course, Hal, we were hearing from Defense Department officials saying that this could last till September, and then that could be kind of a make or break point. That's, of course, several months from now. I just wanted to get your opinion as well about actions the Biden administration is taking. But before we do that, let's kind of give a roundup of who is visiting Ukraine in the last 24, 36 hours. We saw First Lady Jill Biden. She visited Ukraine, visiting refugees, orphans, and the like. We saw Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He was the highest-ranking North American leader to visit Ukraine. He met with Zelensky. Of course, the past weekend, we saw Nancy Pelosi with the congressional delegation. And then, of course, UN Secretary General Guterres in Moldova today. That is somewhat prescient as well. So a lot of high-ranking officials are meeting with Ukrainian counterparts, are meeting with Zelensky. Of course, we also have U.S. embassy officials and employees. They're back in Kyiv, Hal. So this is, I think, very, very good optimistic signs.
It's huge. Interestingly, in Odessa, the prime minister of the European Union was down there. And actually, one of the things Russia's doing, they can't move on the battlefield. And it almost seems like they act out of frustration. They fire these long-range cruise missiles at Odessa. Not very accurately, but they just fire them over there. Well, anyway, the EU prime minister was visiting in Odessa and had to shelter, go into a bomb shelter with his Ukrainian hosts until the firing stopped. That was very interesting. We talk about, all these political leaders going to Ukraine, in this case, truly going into harm's way with their Ukrainian counterparts. I thought that was an interesting little change, because we had not seen something quite like that, although we did see a little something like that with the attack in Kyiv with the Secretary General, but not quite to that same extent. What this is, it really is saying that the West has put its confidence that the Ukrainians will prevail, and that's an incredibly strong statement. And to say that Putin completely miscalculated, completely underestimated Western resolve, underestimated the European Union, underestimated NATO, just can't be overemphasized. I mean, he just completely blew it across the board. The other thing was, in his consolidation of power, he did what too many autocrats do. They surround themselves with yes men. And he did that with his defense officials. He did that with his intelligence officials. And eventually they just got to the point where you see that, where they basically tell the boss what the boss wants to hear. And this has led to this military calamity for the Russians, the entire Ukrainian campaign, everything from the assumptions going in to how they've conducted themselves on the battlefield. Everything has been just a disaster for the Russians. So I think, if Putin right now is looking at all these foreign dignitaries coming in, all this Western resolve, and I think that was a little bit reflected in his reserve during his speech today during the parade. It was the things that he didn't say that really stood out to me.
Yeah. Of course, I didn't even mention Bono from U2 singing a concert in the train station there in Kyiv. So many, world leaders, Western leaders, just like U2 there, coming out to show their support. Right now, though, last point I just want to make, I want to put up this tweet from President Biden. His account put that out today. He says, this afternoon, I signed the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022 into law. This bill provides another important tool in our efforts to support Ukraine and its people in their fight to defend their country and democracy against Putin's rather brutal war. We also have a LiveNOW look at the Capitol, Hal, and of course, we got a statement in from President Biden today. Essentially, they want to decouple the Ukrainian aid package from more money to COVID relief, kind of underscoring the urgent need for Congress to act on Ukrainian military aid and relief very, very soon, to the fact that they don't want to tie those two together. The urgency is there. Would you agree?
I would agree. Tremendous urgency. It was kind of interesting when they announced that. I remember it was kind of an offhand remark. They asked them if they're going to link the two, and President Biden said, well, I'll let Congress figure out if they want to link the two. Well, now that he sees that, linking the two is going to cause a huge uphill fight that could really hinder getting the Ukrainian bill passed. Now he's, no, I'm stepping in. Don't link them, decouple them. And it does show from a national security perspective what we're looking at, which is we just got to get that stuff out there. I mean, look, it's a race. It's a logistics race on both sides. And I would say that the Ukrainians feel this very strongly. We feel it, that we just got to get certain systems, got to get certain aid in there as fast as possible. The Russians are also trying to, I don't know if you want to say rejuvenate their forces. They're having a tough time doing that. I think I sent you a thing earlier today talking about, they've been using this metric of battalion tactical groups. But so many of those battalion tactical groups are so undermanned, so decimated, that just counting the number of Russian units in there is very difficult, because you can't be sure how capable those units are. They could be operating at 30%, or I mean, they could be down 30% or 40%. So some of these units could be actually going into battle by a metric that we would consider combat ineffective. And they're sending them right back into Donbass, right up to the front lines in that status. So with that, we recognize that getting stuff in there faster, that there's a window of opportunity. If we can get this in there, if all this material from the West can get in there fast, get into the hands of Ukrainians, can be utilized by the Ukrainians, they can make great strides on the battlefield against the Russians, because the Russians can't reconstitute as quickly as they want to. And I think everybody feels that. That's logistics, it's tactics, it's grand strategy, if you will. But it's not the first time. I mean, World War II was that way. We look back at World War II, like with Victory Day, and it almost seems like a foregone conclusion. But I can tell you that World War II, one of the big discussions was always logistics. How long can we sustain this fight? Can we push all the way? And this was big in Europe. It was probably bigger in the Pacific. And in the Pacific, that was one of the big reasons why they decided to use the atomic bombs, was because of logistics. It was so difficult to sustain the fight for so long.
All right, Hal Kempfer, just a great discussion as always. We always appreciate your insight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, Hal.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you the full Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby talking about what Hal and I were just talking about, so many of these updates and developments in the war in Ukraine and what the U.S. role and assistance posture is going to be like in the days and weeks ahead. More on that in 2 minutes.
Decided it's Thursday.
You're excited that it...
We decided it's Thursday.
Oh, is that right? Can we just decide it's Friday then? I mean, why not?
I vote, but I was voted down as being too aggressive.
All right, a couple of things at the top, and then we'll get right to you. So I just wanted to make you aware the Secretary had 2 phone calls with counterparts this morning. First, he spoke with the Greek Minister of National Defense regarding the situation in Ukraine. Of course, he thanked Greece for its security assistance and contributions to Ukraine. They also discussed the importance of continued allied and partner assistance and agreed to continue to closely collaborate on these issues, including finding a time to meet in Washington later this year. They also reviewed the deepening defense partnership between the United States and Greece resulting from the updated U.S.-Greece Mutual Defense Cooperation Agreement. Secretary also continued his routine conversations with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov. So they had yet another talk this morning. The Secretary highlighted for Minister Reznikov the President's announcement last Friday of an additional $150 million in presidential drawdown authority to continue to provide Ukraine's armed forces with artillery, counter-artillery radars, and electronic jamming equipment. And the minister was grateful for this additional support, also helped share his view of what was going on the battlefield with Secretary Austin. Secretary Austin emphasized our enduring commitment to bolster Ukraine's capacity to counter Russian aggression and updated the minister on our ongoing coordination with allies and partners on security assistance efforts. I think you guys have heard us talk many times that we're continuing to help coordinate the provision of security assistance materials from many other allies and partners. And of course, as always, they pledged to remain in close contact, and they of course will. On the exercise front, between May and September of this year, the U.S. Army Pacific will participate in over 15 major exercises with multiple This one's a tough one. With multiple multinational and joint partners across the Indo-Pacific. During this period of time, Army Pacific will execute Operation Pathways across the Indo-Pacific and Asia, deploying thousands of troops and equipment sets to execute tactical actions that solve operational and strategic problems. The first of these events is an exercise that's called Marara. Did I say that right, Mike? which began Saturday in French Polynesia. From now until the 21st, this 13-nation exercise held in the South Pacific, and there it goes. It died on me right in mid-sentence. Luckily, I've got a backup here. I think we're just going to have to go back to the old notebook. Okay, from now till the 21st, this 13-nation exercise held in the South Pacific environment will improve interoperability, enhance the ability to conduct humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and share knowledge and expertise. Army Pacific soldiers and Marines, along with the USS Pearl Harbor, approximately 1,000 total, will primarily train with the French military to further strengthen relationships and help increase our presence in the region. So very exciting exercise, lots to get done over the next few months, and we'll keep you guys updated on that. We'll start with questions, and Lita, I think you're up.
Thanks, John. Two things. With the pace of the weapons and other U.S. contributions to Ukraine going fairly quickly, how long before the Pentagon is going to need the additional drawdown authority in order to avoid some delays in sending some material to Ukraine? And then the second question is on training. At this point, as you look at the training that's being given to the Ukrainian troops, can you give us a sense of what the demand is for the training and whether or not the Florida National Guard is enough, or you're going to have to bolster that? Where do you see that going?
So on the second question, we don't right now see a need to boost the number of trainers. We believe that with the assets we already have, and of course the Florida National Guard are participating and helping in that, but they're not the only ones. You saw the Canadians are also providing some howitzer training. We believe right now we're okay, but we obviously want to be flexible, and if we need to change the numbers or add people to do training, we'll certainly be open to looking at that. And I completely blanked on your first question.
The drawdown authority, how long before that starts to run out? You've used all but I think about 100 million.
$100 million left in the current authorities, and we believe that between what the president just announced Friday and the 100 million that we still have left, and we're going to be working that in real time with the Ukrainians, that will get us to about the third week of this month is what we're pretty much anticipating, which is why we continue to urge Congress to pass the president's supplemental request as soon as possible so that we can continue to provide aid to Ukraine uninterrupted. So we think with what we got left, that'll get us through most of this month in terms of future packages and future material, but that's why we're urging Congress to act quickly. Idris.
Over the weekend, some U.S. diplomats went back to the embassy in Kyiv. Are there any Marines yet at the embassy? And if not, have any of them gone to do sort of assessments in the case that there is a need for them there?
There was no Marine security attached to the diplomats. Everything was done through diplomatic security personnel. There was no need to have the Marines there. Remember, the mission of the Marine Security Detachment is to protect what is considered U.S. soil. That's why they're there. And right now, the embassy is not fully occupied, and so it's not considered. It's obviously still our embassy, but there's no need to have a permanent Marine Corps security detachment there. So we're in constant discussions with the State Department here, and we'll certainly follow their lead as they determine what sort of embassy presence they want and on what timeline. But there were no Marines, no U.S. military involved in this visit to Kyiv and to the embassy.
And second question, the reports from Ukraine and the Russians sort of suggest the territorial gains in the east are very limited on both sides. Is it too early to say we're at a stalemate now in the Donbass as far as the ground offensive is concerned?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you say the word stalemate, I mean, too many people look at that and they think, well, that means nobody's moving, right? That everything is kind of stuck. You think of World War I and trench warfare and everybody's kind of, and it's very dynamic, Idris. I would not call it a stalemate. There are literally towns and villages that are changing hands, sometimes in the course of a day or so. And we assess that the Russians continue to make incremental progress, moving down from the north, pushing down into the Donbass area from the north of that area, particularly along a line of access coming out of a town called Izium. But it's incremental. And it's still plodding, as I've said it. It's slow and it's uneven, and they continue to meet a very stiff Ukrainian resistance. So, no, we would not call it a stalemate in the classic sense that just everything is frozen. It's not frozen. There's a lot of artillery going back and forth. There's a lot of movement back and forth. It's just that when you take two steps back in the aggregate, you don't see the Russians really making a lot of progress over the course of time. We still believe that they are behind their own schedule, and that what progress they're making is very limited in terms of just geographic reach. Jen?
John, I'd like to get your reaction to Putin's speech on Red Square today at Victory Day and the fact that they didn't have any flyovers. They usually have flyovers. What did you notice about this, and what's your reaction to the words he chose and what he said?
Look, I can't account for their parade planning and what assets they had or didn't have. I think the Ministry of Defense Mr. Putin can speak to their parade. What I would tell you is that we still heard some of the same bluster, some of the same falsehoods, some of the same, quite frankly, just untruths in terms of his rhetoric that we've heard from the beginning. I mean, he talked about this being a justified military operation. It's not. He still had diplomatic options on the table on February 24th and chose to ignore them. Ukraine posed no threat. Not only no threat to Russia, but no threat to anybody else. So it wasn't justified. He said it was timely, that it needed to happen now. No, it didn't. Again, he had plenty of options available to him. And he said, and he talked about, ridding the region or of Ukraine of Nazis. You know who's in Ukraine? Ukrainians, not Nazis. I mean, it was just a ridiculous claim. So we heard pretty much the same out of Mr. Putin. What we didn't hear, not that we expected to, but what we should have heard was plans for how he's going to end the war, how he's going to move his forces out of Ukraine, and how he's going to finally respect Ukraine as a sovereign state and nation that borders his, a nation that posed absolutely zero threat. That's what we didn't hear, and I think that's what he should have said.
He said in his speech that Ukraine was on the verge of getting nuclear weapons and that was one of the reasons they went in.
Another falsehood. Just not true.
And the Ukrainian government says that 1.2 million Ukrainians have now been deported to Russia and are in these camps. Do you have evidence of that? Do you see these camps? Are these concentration camps?
I can't assert to the number, but we certainly have seen indications that Ukrainians are being moved from Ukraine into Russia. I can't speak to how many camps or what they look like. I mean, I don't know that we have that level of detail, but we do have indications that Ukrainians are being taken against their will into Russia. Again, unconscionable, not the behavior of responsible power. Certainly another indication that he simply won't accept and respect Ukrainian sovereignty and that they are citizens of another nation.
Isn't that ethnic cleansing, though, if you take 1.2 million people from a country and move them to camps?
I'm going to let, that's not a determination that is best coming from the U.S. Defense Department. We've long talked about the fact that we do believe Russian soldiers continue to conduct war crimes. But beyond that, I think it's better not for the Defense Department to make that kind of determination. There's a process for that, and it doesn't reside here in the Pentagon, and we want to respect that. But look, I mean, again, you don't have to look very far to see evidence of Russian brutality here continued. We're on day 75, which means 75 days of brutalizing the nation of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and every time you think they just can't fall to a new low, they prove you wrong. Yeah, Travis.
Thanks, John. With all the U.S. weapons and hardware flowing into Ukraine, is there any concern about the Ukrainians' ability to maintain that equipment? Do they have the capacity to do that? And has the department been having any discussions with the Ukrainians about potential solutions, like using private contractors to work on the equipment?
Yeah, look, I mean, one of the reasons why, I mean, we've talked about the kinds of systems we're giving them is we really are trying to provide them the kinds of things they know how to already use, and that's why we've been working with so many other nations who have inventories of old Soviet era weapons and systems, because that's what the Ukrainians are comfortable with. It's what they're trained on. It's what they're used to using. Now, we have started to, as the war has gone on, and they have, continued to work themselves through some of those systems, we have been trying to provide them with some additional advanced systems that do come from our inventory. The howitzer is a great example of that. But that required some training. It still is. We've now trained more than 300 Ukrainian artillerymen on the howitzers, and there's another 50 plus that are going through that training right now. We've also just started today a 2-week maintainer course for the howitzer, because it is a system that not only do they not have experience using, but they don't have experience maintaining. And as you use these things, any artilleryman will tell you, they're going to break every now and then. There's going to be required maintenance. And so we've just now started a 2-week course, just actually started today, to take some artillerymen and put them through some maintenance training. And I suspect that too will be an ongoing requirement. And if that's needed for some of the other systems, we'll look at that. But I think, some of the other systems like the counter-artillery radar, the mobile air defense radar, right now we're focused on getting them the operational training on that. And if we feel like there's a need to do additional training on maintaining, we'll do that. I just don't have any plans to announce for that. So, but Travis, while we understand the need to do that, as you give them more capable systems, we also want to be mindful that we don't overload their system with too much of that, because they're still very much in an active fight, and manpower matters to them in that fight. So it's a balance. You want to make sure that they can use the material, that they can keep it up and maintain it, but you don't want to put such an onerous requirement on them that it distracts them too much from the fight at hand. So again, this is another reason why, we're staying in touch with Minister Reznikov to have that kind of conversation, to make sure that we're striking the best balance in that regard.
I think that's the concern. There's so much moving in that they might not have the capacity. So is the sense that this new training program that for maintainers that you're putting together will fill that need, or do you anticipate that there's going to be additional need that they're going to have to figure out some way?
I think it's too soon to know. But what I can tell you is that we're going to stay open-minded here, and if there's a need for additional training, if there's a need for other systems that could use some maintenance support, to include the provision of spare parts, because we can't expect that the Ukrainians are going to necessarily have all the spare parts for these things, then we're going to do that. In fact, we have already, the howitzers are a great example. I mean, as part of the shipment of the actual pieces, the artillery tubes, we have already started to flow in spare parts, the kinds of parts that are the ones that that you need the most when you're using them in combat. So we're going to stay open-minded on that. Yeah.
On $100 million left, is it just $100 million left out of the $3.8 billion of drawdown authorities, or can you just clarify what did you mean by $100 million left out
of the authorities that we had been granted by Congress? We have about $100 million left.
And then the rest of it have been used in procurement of arms and ammunition?
Well, we're talking about drawdown authority only, and so that's why the president asked, as part of this $33 billion supplemental that's on the Hill right now, $5 billion of it is just for additional presidential drawdown authority. $6 billion is to be used in the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. So that's where that $6 billion would be, where we would go out and buy the material specifically with the purpose specifically to send it into Ukraine. The drawdown authority allows us to go get it off our shelves. We already own it. It's already ours, and give it right to Ukraine. So we have about $100 million left in terms of what we haven't announced We think, and again, this is an estimate, but third week of this month, by the third week of the month, we expect to utilize all of that. Which is why, again, we encourage Congress to act quickly on the supplemental that the president submitted, because that will be able to just keep the flow going uninterrupted. As you have seen, we have continued drawdown packages. It varies in frequency, but pretty frequently, sometimes more than one a week, depending on what we're giving to them. So obviously time is of the essence. We want to be able to, we'd like to be in a situation where there's no interruption to that ability to draw down our own stocks.
And also on Donbass, of course, it has been weeks. Russians have been building up their forces in Donbass, and then you have been saying that they are just moving extremely slowly. Can you, to what extent does the building think that Russians are going to fail in Donbass as well? Like if you give a...
We're not going to predict, the outcome here, Kasiya. That's that I can't imagine in what world that would be a prudent thing for us to do. All we can do is tell you what we're seeing, and I've done that. And the other thing we can do is to continue to talk to Ukrainians, as we did today, about their needs in the Donbass specifically, and making sure that we're doing our best to meet that. That $150 million package that we announced Friday, that does that. It's very much in line. And the next $100 million, if in fact it's $100 million, I don't know what the amount's going to be for the next package, but let's assume that that's it. We'll do exactly the same, working with the Ukrainians about what they need. So we're I can't predict outcomes on the battlefield. We would never do that. What I can predict for you is that our commitment to helping Ukraine defend itself for the fight they're in, that will absolutely continue.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby there saying that the U.S. commitment to Ukraine will continue indefinitely. Of course, this is all playing out as well on Capitol Hill as this now Ukrainian aid package has been decoupled from more COVID relief money. President Biden saying he wants to pass the Ukrainian money for aid, for military assistance separately. Remember, $33 billion he pledged. He's going to need Congress, though, to sign off on that. That includes $3.4 billion for food assistance and $3.4 billion for additional military equipment. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Monday night. We're coming up at the top of the hour, almost 9 o'clock here, and we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left in this last hour that we are live, so stick around for those. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We just wanted to give you more updates on this story we've been following all day, that Alabama corrections officer Vicky White dying from what authorities believe is a self-inflicted gunshot wound after authorities were about to apprehend her today alongside that murder suspect, that inmate in the Lauderdale County, Alabama jail, Kasiya White. Let's listen in to Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera with the latest on this story, and then we're getting new comments, new reaction from the sheriff there in Lauderdale County. First, here's Madeline Rivera.
After more than 10 days on the run, the search for Vicky White and Kasiya White ended in a wreck in Indiana. The two had been trying to escape police before crashing in Evansville.
Several of our units rammed their vehicle to end the pursuit, pushed them into a small ditch.
Authorities say Mr. White, a capital murder suspect in Alabama, surrendered. But Miss White, a corrections officer whom police say helped Mr. White get out of jail, shot herself.
This has ended a very long and stressful and challenging week and a half.
The United States Marshal Service and state and local police had been investigating Evansville, about 200 miles from where the two initially disappeared, after a citizen tipped investigators about the pair's whereabouts.
As we were gathering information, a vehicle that matched the description of another vehicle that they supposedly had driven off in was noticed by an Evansville police officer.
Police are still grappling with questions. Perhaps the biggest one of all, why would a 17-year corrections officer allegedly do all of this just a day before she was set to retire? Officials say Kasiya and Vicky White, who are not related, were engaged in a, quote, special relationship.
We got a dangerous man off the street today. He is never going to see the light of day again.
The Vanderburgh County Coroner's Office now says Vicky White did not survive. Meanwhile, authorities are planning to extradite Kasiya White back to Alabama as soon as possible. Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that update. We are getting new reaction in from Sheriff Singleton. He is the sheriff of Lauderdale County there in Alabama, reacting to the news of Vicky White's death, speaking to one of the reporters on the ground. Have a listen to some of this.
Well, I think everyone is saddened that it ended this way. You know, we're a small department, you know, a total of about 107 employees, 48, 49 employees at the detention center where she worked. She knew every one of them. And as I said earlier in this scenario, that, you know, she was like a mother to some of them. So in spite of all she did, and there's no excuse for what she did, in spite of that, she was family, and our employees are going to take it very hard.
Do you know what's next? I mean, I know this is all happening very quick. Do you know what's next? Is there going to be a vigil or anything for her in the area, or just taking it one step at a time?
Not that I'm aware of. You know, the last week and a half, we've experienced the full range of emotions, from shock and concern that she'd been taken against her will and maybe harmed, and then finding out that she was participated in this, and then ultimately coming to the conclusion she masterminded the whole thing, and you know, angry and now back to grief. So, you know, it's just been a full range of emotions for our employees, and you know, and under all of this, they've had to continue working day in and day out and doing their job. And I just commend our employees. I commend our investigators. They've worked diligently. They've worked alongside the Marshals Task Force, and they've put in countless hours
of getting Kasiya back here.
If there's an extradition process, he obviously has the option to waive that. And if he does, we can get him back here in the next couple of days. If he elects not to waive extradition, then we've got to initiate that process through the governor's office, and that can take several days up to a few weeks.
Okay, so new comments there from Sheriff Singleton in Lauderdale County, Alabama, as his force, as so many of those county employees now grieving the loss of one of their own. You heard there from Sheriff Singleton that they have experienced the full wide range of emotions ever since this began now almost 11 days ago. We'll be on top of this story if there are any more developments. We want to move on to some of these other Other headlines that we've been covering on this Monday night, including an update out of Madison, Wisconsin. You'll remember we've been covering every angle since that majority draft opinion by Justice Alito leaked to Politico just a week ago today, and the fallout continues. One family planning center in Madison, Wisconsin was vandalized, Molotov cocktails thrown at it. In response to this, as the nation responds as well, Fox 6 Milwaukee's Jason Calvi has the latest on the investigation.
Madison's police chief says this is arson.
There is no place in Madison for any type of hate speech, for any type of violence, or any type of property destruction to advance any cause.
They're searching for whoever targeted the Office of Wisconsin Family Action.
I'm very sad for them that they're so angry and don't have more productive ways to spend their time and their energy.
A group that opposes abortion.
We have a different view on a number of issues. The solution to that is not to blow up our office, so to speak, or attempt to.
Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers condemned the violence.
It was a horrible, horrible incident at the state of Wisconsin. We don't accept that type of violence here. They should be arrested and put on trial. This is unacceptable.
Madison Chief Sean Barnes says they found several pieces of evidence and turned them over to federal investigators. Law enforcement says cases like this are rare.
At this time, we have no further leads on any things that have occurred of this nature in the state of Wisconsin. This is our first one that we're responding to with our state and local partners and our federal partners, ATF.
I think that the recent news from the Supreme Court has certainly heightened people's awareness of this particular issue.
Madison's police chief says one of the 2 Molotov cocktails they found did not explode. And on the outside, this graffiti now covered up. It used to say, if abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either.
Jason, thanks so much for that update. We want to show you the full press conference from Madison, Wisconsin officials updating us in the process of their investigation as the story goes forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Chief Sean Barnes, S-H-O-N-B-A-R-N-E-S. I'm the Chief of Police for the Madison Police Department. I'm joined today by Assistant Chief Brian Austin, Madison Fire Assistant Chief Chase Stedman, Special Agent William Fulton from the ATF, Supervisory Resident Agent in Charge Peter Jenkins from the FBI, Robert Payne, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, FBI Milwaukee Division, and Samba Balde, who is our state representative for District 14, where this incident occurred. I want to start off by saying that there is no room for hate or violence in Madison. In fact, there's no room for hate or violence anywhere in our country. Hate or violence do not advance any cause, and unfortunately, we're investigating the fruits of hate and violence in the form of an arson, where a specific nonprofit group was targeted for their beliefs regarding the issue of abortion. We understand that emotions are high on every side of this issue following the recent news involving the United States Supreme Court. Here's what we know thus far. Shortly after 6 a.m. on Sunday, May 8th, a passerby headed to Madison's airport noticed flames coming from the Wisconsin Family Action Office. The area is very close to the Madison Police Department's North District, and our officers arrived to the scene moments before the Madison Fire Department. Our responding officers observed smoke coming from the building and a ground level window which had been breached. Madison Fire Department was able to put out the fire within 5 minutes after their response. Special thanks to our fire department. Fire investigators located an incendiary device, sometimes referred to as a Molotov cocktail, inside the office. We're still working to determine what type of accelerant was used in these devices. We collected multiple pieces of evidence from the scene, and these items were turned over to our federal partners for processing. As much as we wish we could be able to solve this case today, The forensic process must take time, and we must now wait for those results. While we wait, we are combing the area and searching for digital evidence. We're asking people to call us if they have information regarding this incident. No arrests have been made at this time. We're encouraging anyone with additional information to call our Crime Stoppers number. That number is 608-266-6014, 608-266-6014. But most importantly, if you see something, say something. If you can't remember that number, please call 911 if all else fails. Now we have time for a few questions, but please keep in mind that this is an active investigation, and I will not be disclosing any of our investigative leads. Are there any questions for myself?
Sir, your release here, the written release is that there were several device sets, plural. Your receiving graph says one Molotov cocktail. Are there multiple incendiary devices that were unleashed on this building, or is it one?
We found two.
Two Molotov cocktails?
That's correct.
And is it believed that that fire was caused by that second device that was located on the premise?
That's part of our investigative process. We're not exactly sure if that actually caused it, but that will be part of the investigative process.
Chief, do you have any suspect or suspects at this point?
At this time, no arrests have been made, and we do not have any suspects at this time in custody.
Any video evidence, any surveillance video, any clues that have assisted you in the past 24 hours?
Yeah, certainly we're combing the area looking for any video evidence or what we call digital evidence. We ask our community that if you've seen something, please give us a call. If you have a business that may be near this area, please give us a call and let us know so we can come by and maybe take a look and see if we can find some evidence of who may be responsible for this.
For the federal agents, how big of a problem is this at the state level? That other abortion clinics or pro-life groups been targeted in Wisconsin?
At this time, we have no further leads on any things that have occurred of this nature in the state of Wisconsin. This is our first one that we're responding to with our state and local partners and our federal partners, ATF. And again, I mean, we're looking at this from the lens of this is First Amendment protected right. People have their opinions. And when we violate that and we use a criminal activity or violence in that nature, the FBI and our federal authorities will look at that for all federal statutes in which to investigate.
What federal charges may come up with this?
It's an ongoing investigation, sir. We're in communications currently with the Western District United States Attorney's Office and discussing that as the investigation unfolds.
Is a potential hate crime charge or an answer being discussed either at the federal or state level at this point?
At this time, sir, no further comment. We would have to take this as the investigation unfolds. And we will use any and all federal statutes available.
Yeah, Chief, I have a question. There's been some skepticism about the nature of the crime and that there's been some theories out there on social media that it could have been an inside job. Is there any indication of that whatsoever?
I have no indication that this was an inside job. The person who owns the building wasn't there at the time, and so I don't know. And there's always going to be conspiracy theories around these things, but I can tell you that there's no place in Madison or anywhere else for this, because it could have gone differently, I think, if someone had been there. So no, I have no information that that's true at all.
Chief, any word about heightened security around organizations and such?
Yeah, one of the things that we did immediately following this particular incident was to make our officers aware. We are aware of any organization within our city on either side of this particular issue, and we do what's called keep check buys or surveillance as much as we can for any of these particular areas, because the idea is to prevent the next one if that indeed is the case.
Chief, is this being investigated as a terroristic threat?
It is not.
Chief, can you give us perspective history as far as acts of violence or potential graffiti that have targeted both sides of this debate?
To my knowledge, since I've been here, I've only been here for about a year and a half, this is the first that we've had. I think that the recent news from the Supreme Court has certainly heightened people's awareness of this particular issue, but I do not have any information about that. I can do some research and I'll get back with you on that. But I don't think this is something that we see often a lot here in Madison.
What's your message to Madison residents?
Sure, the message to Madison residents is that there is no place in Madison for any type of hate speech, for any type of violence or any type of property destruction to advance any cause. And if you're thinking about doing something like that, I would recommend that you not. It doesn't look good for your cause. It doesn't look good for our community, and that's not what we expect. One of the things that I really like about Madison is that, we expect to live in a safe community. We don't expect these things to happen in Madison, and I don't think any community expects it to happen there, no matter if you're in Madison or you're in California. That's not the community that we want. And so my message is, if you know something about this, please give us a call so we can make sure that those persons who are responsible are held accountable. And if you know someone who may be thinking about doing something like this, please give us a call as well so we can prevent it. The best way to respond to crime is to prevent it in the first place.
Will this for sure be federally charged?
I cannot answer that question, whether it will be for sure federally charged.
Are you aware of any additional threats at this time?
No, I'm not aware of any additional threats.
Has the FBI or any federal agency gotten any heightened sense or any heightened alerts as far as being on the lookout for organizations that may do stuff based on the Supreme Court decision?
Not at this time, sir.
Chief, given what you know, what you've seen so far, how difficult is this going to be to solve and find people who do this?
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I mean, we solve cases, based on forensic evidence, digital evidence, and most importantly, through the cooperation of our community. And we have a great community here in Madison, so I do anticipate that we will be able to solve it. We want to take our time and make sure that we do it correctly.
This for the ATF, the Molotov cocktail that was used, or actually both Molotov cocktails, how dangerous is that as far as igniting the entire building? Is it pretty...
We won't comment on that. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, so a briefing today from officials in Madison, Wisconsin about this family planning center in Madison that was attacked over the weekend. 2 Molotov cocktails were thrown, graffiti scrawled on the brick wall outside of it. No suspects yet are in custody in relation to this. We'll be on top of this story in case there are any more updates in the next couple of days. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Monday. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, parents nationwide are suffering a baby formula shortage. We spoke to one doctor about what parents can do to get around it and when it might end. More on that in 2 minutes.
states across the country having trouble stocking their shelves with infant formula. Here to talk a little bit more about this issue and also help parents get through this now it's becoming a crisis for some states is Dr. Joshua Wexler. And we appreciate you coming on here because I know there are so many concerned parents. And I just want to first start with why this shortage is happening. It didn't seem to be something that we were warned about all of a sudden. It seemed like this was this report that some people couldn't even find it on the store shelves.
Well, this has actually been going on for several months. There was a couple of infants that had died of a bacteria called Chronobacter, and it was ultimately traced back to a factory in Sturgis, Michigan, that produces a number of formulas for Abbott. And ultimately that led to a closure of that factory. And initially that really hit the specialty formulas hard, the formulas that are really necessary for patients that have complex allergic diseases or very restricted on formulas for a variety of reasons. But it seems that that's ultimately affected even the folks that are requiring cow's milk formulas as well, things like Similac, which is really less available now given the shortage. When we started off this crisis, it was really a crisis of the hypoallergenic formulas. And so my patient population was severely affected. And really, Facebook was in some sense their only alternative, or the patient advocacy groups was really their only alternative at that point. And we didn't talk so much about the term DME, but this is durable medical equipment. So a lot of people who don't buy formula in the stores, who are on specialty formulas, get their formula from DMEs. And it is these DMEs that have seen massive shortages that have led patients to have to purchase formulas outside of that normal process. For the regular old formulas, that can be manageable cost-wise, but for these hypoallergenic formulas, we're talking hundreds of dollars per month in expenditures. And for a lot of families, just staying on a hypoallergenic diet is already itself a massive expense. So there's lots of costs that's endured by families during this process. So, what's been more recent is now we're seeing this affect the cow's milk formulas. And I think that's just because in the beginning of the process, the supply of the cow's milk formulas is so widespread that it was able to hold up for a good month or so. And we kind of saw this early on in the pandemic, where there were some things that really held up pretty well in the supply chain. There were other things where shortages developed more quickly, but then those other things that held up well, some of them eventually there were shortages of, because it's just there gets a point where whatever the supply is on the market, it's just not enough to keep up. And it's hard to imagine that one single factory can be this crucial. But it's not as much just the factory, but it's also the fact that when there's word of mouth out there that there is a potential national shortage, people go and stock up. I spoke with some friends today, some colleagues actually, about this, and they told me that, once they saw that the hypoallergenic formulas were starting to go, they started stocking up on their baby formula, and their babies are not on specialty formulas, but that's how they have enough of a supply right now. But even their supply might only be 1 or 2 months, and I have patients that are just counting down the days. There are 100 and some odd days left until there's nothing left. And we generally hear from the DMEs that it'll be 8+ weeks to get someone a 1 month supply of formula. And for a period of time, they were only giving them 1 week at a time. And that does create really significant issues. And I truly have seen a lot of weight loss from this crisis. So we've kind of looked at the last several months when normally as a pediatrician, we're focused on growth, and growth is sort of a parameter. We say, how are you doing? But for the last several months, we've said, oh, well, I guess it's from the crisis. So I guess your growth isn't good, and that's from the crisis. And it's a horrible answer, I think, but it is really what's going on. So.
And when we are talking about these different types of formula and how now it just seems like no matter which brand you were using, and then all of a sudden you decide, okay, well, that one's on the store shelf today, maybe I need to switch brands. That's all something too that some parents need to be concerned about, especially if your baby does have some other underlying health issues that you may be dealing with.
Well, certainly you can't just switch one formula for another. In the category of formulas that tend to treat kids with severe allergic disease, they're referred to as elemental formulas, and there's only a few on the market. And so if you're switching from, if you can't find availability of one particular elemental formula, you have to switch to another elemental formula. And if you can't find any elemental formula, you can't start feeding your baby something that they may not tolerate without talking to your doctor. And there's even within the formulas that are broken down but not entirely elemental, there's only a select few of those as well. And again, you just can't switch to any formula without really understanding what's in it.
Right. It's really important that you're having that conversation with your doctor. I know that a lot of the stores try and help alleviate some of this problem by putting some restrictions on the amount you're able to buy, but what are parents supposed to do if they are running into problems where they aren't able to find that exact formula that they need available right away?
Yeah, it's not entirely a simple issue right now. There's Facebook groups that have popped up, but I think that poses a big challenge in terms of what you're receiving. People are buying formula on places like eBay. Again, I think that poses another big issue. There are available formulas that can be purchased direct from companies that may not sell in the grocery store. I think the challenge with these formulas is cost. And so you really run into an issue where you may be able to find something, but it's just a matter of how much you're willing to pay for it. And certainly having a conversation with your pediatrician in particular, or if you see a specialist who helps manage that formula, that specialist. I myself am a pediatric gastroenterologist, manage a lot of patients with eosinophilic gastrointestinal disorders. They, of course, require those elemental formulas. You have to have a conversation with your doctor about what's going to be a suitable option. They oftentimes are in contact with the sales representatives from those companies who can work to understand who may have received a recent shipment of that formula and therefore where that formula might ultimately be available, or at least an alternative.
I think it's something that's just so concerning to parents, because at the end of the day, really, it doesn't matter if your baby was being breastfed and now they're on formula, or maybe they were on formula from the get-go. At the end of the day, you still want them to be able to be fed those important nutrients so they can continue to develop and grow.
No question. I mean, the first year of life, it's critical for growth, and any amount of failure to thrive that occurs as a consequence of loss of an appropriate formula is significant. We've certainly seen kids that were off their formula for weeks or even a couple of months. Most of them lose weight to some extent. In rare cases, we've actually had to hospitalize kids if we're transitioning them to a formula and we're not entirely certain if the composition of the formula is going to be well tolerated. But that first year of life for growth, or for other children that are older, that are on these other specialized formulas, every amount of growth is valuable and can affect not just your weight gain, but ultimately your linear growth as well, brain development, and it can be very difficult to have prolonged periods without significant nutrition.
So as parents are facing this shortage, maybe they do notice, okay, our supply is dwindling and we're having a hard time finding exactly what we need. I know you kind of warned people about buying the formula, from Facebook groups or wherever you might be joining in on the conversation on social media, but some even saying, make sure you're not trying to, minimize the amount by adding more water to make it last longer. Anything else you're trying to warn your patients about?
Yeah, you don't want to certainly alter the mixing practices of the formula. You don't want to make new formula compositions that ultimately are not going to be well tolerated or potentially put the baby at harm's risk. If you're obviously putting in too much water and you have a very dilute formula, it could create issues for a baby as well. And you certainly need to be wary of whether the formula is potentially contaminated because of the source you got it from. Obviously, buying it from a supermarket or getting it from a reputable supplier is going to make sense. But if you're buying it from a place and you can't really verify the content, it could pose an issue.
And as we are trying to get through this, I know obviously, as I mentioned before, stores trying to help kind of limit your amount that you have on hand at a time. Anything else that you think can be done to try to help alleviate this problem? And then also, do you know when we might see an end in sight coming to the shortage of this formula?
Two great questions. I mean, I think this really raises the question of a national conversation around a stockpile. I mean, it's really something we haven't ever talked about as a nation. You know, whether we would have a national stockpile of formula to feed young children dependent on formula. Certainly the pandemic created all sorts of needs for stockpiles of various things. I think this is now rapidly becoming one thing we absolutely need to consider a stockpile for. As far as when it will end, we don't know. We have no idea when this facility may be up and running again. Obviously, it was producing a very significant amount of formula. I think the fact that people have now switched to alternative formulas has created sort of a daisy chain effect within the supply chain. There were already supply chain issues to begin with. Even last year, we were seeing small amounts of effects on shortages. I believe as much as 9% of stores would have periodic shortages. Now we're up to maybe even 40%. So yeah, there's not really a clear end in sight. And, you know, certainly working with an advocacy group can be an option for patients on hypoallergenic formulas. There's good patient advocacy groups out there, such as the Cured Foundation, and they really help connect people who can bring formula that can be consumed from one family to another.
And again, at the end of the day, you know, while we're having this problem, it's all about the babies and helping set them up for the best possible outcome. And so hopefully this will just be something that we can push through, just like we have with all of these other supply chain issues, but this one, a really important one when it comes to feeding your babies.
No question. I completely agree with that. I really hope it ends sooner rather than later. I think we all thought maybe this would be an 8-week shortage, but it's clearly turned out to be much more significant than that.
Yeah, and hopefully just some of the restrictions that they're putting in place will help kind of alleviate some of those problems. But obviously, it's something we need to, as you said, think about for in the future. Dr. Joshua Wexler, thank you so much for kind of breaking things down and reminding us too, just at the end of the day, when you have those concerns, it's important to be talking with your pediatrician, with those doctors, so that your baby can have the best journey possible to growing up.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll be on top of that story here on Live Now from Fox as well, as the baby formula shortage persists. If there is a light at the end of that tunnel, we'll be sure to bring it to you here as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll have an update on Queen Elizabeth II's health. We'll also be diving into a couple of stories out of the art world. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We were learning today some news about Queen Elizabeth II. Buckingham Palace said in a statement today that she will not attend the opening of Parliament tomorrow. The statement went on to say that the decision was made with her doctors, and the 96-year-old monarch reluctantly decided not to attend. The Queen has been forced to pull out of the big state opening of Parliament tomorrow. The palace says, quote, the Queen continues to experience episodic mobility problems and in consultation with her doctors has reluctantly decided that she will not attend the state opening of Parliament tomorrow. The statement went on to say that at Her Majesty's request and with the agreement of the relevant authorities, the Prince of Wales, that is Prince Charles, will read the Queen's speech on Her Majesty's behalf with the Duke of Cambridge, that's Prince William, also in attendance. This is the first time this has not been done, of course, due to the Queen's growing age. She just turned 96, and of course she has mobility problems because of old age, and so changes coming with the British monarchy. In the meantime, we do want to move on to, like I said, some of these other stories in the art world as well. Banksy coming to an exhibition in Minneapolis. Fox 9 reporter Paul Bloom has a look at what this retrospective is going to look like of the reclusive artist's work.
Fox 9 cameras rolling as Banksy's iconic Girl with Balloon was uncrated inside Lighthouse Art Space in Northeast Minneapolis on Monday. So many have wondered, is she reaching for it or is she letting the balloon go? The artwork, part of a touring exhibit opening later this week. It features more than 100 works by the elusive street and political artists, and show producers explained is not authorized or curated in collaboration with Banksy, but rather sourced from private collections across the globe.
As you may know, Banksy makes a lot of street work worldwide. So if you would want to see his work, you would have to get tickets around the world to go and see his art in real life. And we have a collection, we brought a collection together in one point. So that's an opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity for people to see so much of his pieces together in one exhibition.
Banksy's true identity remains a mystery, adding intrigue to everything the artist creates. Whether it's stenciled rat graffiti on the London Underground or the artist's blurred black face beneath the American flag that he posted to Instagram following George Floyd's murder under the knee of a Minneapolis police officer. Banksy may be most famous for partially shredding a painting that had just sold at auction for more than $1 million.
Who is Banksy? We have no idea, we don't know, but it's, I think also the question, who is Banksy? It's not that relevant because it's about what does he do, what is his message, what are his images. So it's more about that, and I don't think it really matters who's behind that.
The Banksy Minneapolis exhibit opens to the public Thursday and runs about 8 weeks to July 10th. A pair of tickets on a less popular weekday afternoon time slot available online for about $80 all in, with booking fees and taxes when we check Monday afternoon. In Minneapolis, Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
Okay, so if you're in the Minneapolis area and you want to check out the new Banksy exhibit, go right ahead. One more major story in the art world. A Warhol was auctioned off today, shattering records there. Of course, Andy Warhol's iconic silkscreen print of the legendary actress Marilyn Monroe sold today $195 million at Christie's auction house. This is a record that was beat. The record was set back in 2017, but this is a huge figure for a high-quality piece of art. The piece is 40 inches by 40 inches, and it surpassed a record, like I said, of the artist Jean-Michel Basquiat back in 2017 of his Untitled from 1982. And so right now the art world is kind of going crazy over this latest record. It was in under 4 minutes of bidding. It's from 1964. Like I said, it's a silk screen of Marilyn Monroe's face. It's called Shot Sage Blue Maryland. sold for about $195 million to an unknown buyer at Christie's in New York, making it the highest price achieved for any American work of art at auction. So, major news today. Just wanted to make sure we got that in there. And of course, Andy Warhol, more popular than ever. In the meantime, we do want to get into some of these other stories we've shown you already throughout the day, a lot of live events. We're going to show you yet again on replay in these overnight hours, including an event in the Rose Garden at the White House today. President Biden, he was joined by Vice President Kamala Harris, essentially announcing a plan to get high-speed internet service to more low-income Americans. President Biden and Harris, they made the announcement today in the Rose Garden. They said that almost 24 companies have agreed to provide the internet service at a discount. An existing federal subsidy will be used to pay for it. Right now, Harris says millions of Americans do not have an internet connection at all. Households must qualify based on income and through their participation in one of several other federal programs, including Medicaid, Pell Grants, and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP. So we're going to hear from President Biden. We're going to hear from Vice President Harris. Just want to update you on what we're following tomorrow. Of course, it's another primary election day. The midterm election season is gearing up. So we'll have an update from one of our political reporters at the Washington Post we rely on so heavily for these races, looking at the gubernatorial races in both Idaho and Nebraska. That's going to be tomorrow, some of these highly and closely watched races. But like I said, we're going to go out now to Vice President Harris, President Biden, making this announcement on internet access to low-income Americans.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. President Joe Biden, members of the Cabinet, members of Congress, internet service providers, and all of the advocates and organizers who are working every day to connect our communities.